Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. This is your favorite show, Open Forum Political Discussion on Tembei TV. I'm glad to be your host today, even as we continue with the discussion on the latest development on our political front. What seems to be a response to what Azmio did yesterday. Today, there has been a great harvest for the DP Ruto and the UDA when they banked in Kabogo, Kuria, and Wamatangi, the senator for Kiambu, joining UDA. Is it a recovery season for the DP or what? Of course, there is the heated exchange in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, where Malala is on fire, spitting fire that they either have the DP slot or they are no longer part of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. What is cooking in Kenya Kwanza Alliance? And of course, you know that Baba is airborne right now, headed to the UK for a working tour, as it is reported. And of course, some response, compare and contrast. The DP just finished his own tour. Now Baba has gone his own. And then what is there for Kenyans? Well, you're all welcome, even as we start out our discussion tonight, and look forward to having a strong, great, and incisive, interactive show together as we share our different views on this current development on our political front. Welcome, everybody. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and then you will find yourself into this space where we'll be talking face to face. Wamatangi's move, Kuria's move, and Kabogo's move to the UDA party of DP Ruto. What is the significance? Is it a gain, a loss? Is Uhuru Kenyatta grip on the mountain slippery? Is Uhuru still able to deliver the mountain to Raila Odinga, or these challenges that are emerging from different corners will mess the plan for the Azimio la Umoja? Well, mambo ndio hayo. Naomba kila mmoja tuchangamke na tuendelee, tusonge mbele. Salome Mbone, karibu sana. Evarin Anyango, thank you so much. You're welcome. Hi to you. I'm blessed. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Rajab Abdallah, karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu Princess Amy, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Benja Kamwe, asante sana. Albert Nyakundi Amenya, asante sana. Kuna Ranish Reyne, thank you so much. Felix Okemwa, asante sana. Isaac Gitonga, we salute you. Wilson Kirui, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Calvo Jakamagero, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Daniel M. Mosi, we salute you. You're welcome to the show. Christopher Madden, naitwa nini? Medan, you're welcome to the show. Kipchoke Kibroit, Kicherioit, thank you so much. Marcos Raphael, you're welcome. Dishon Isaac, you're welcome. Sarah Kinigo, asante sana. Mysterio Oteño, you're welcome. John Okibo, we salute you. Sir Peter Sugar Boye, hey, mambo ndio hayo. Aya, Ann, you're welcome. Clara Wanyonyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna huyu Ibrahim, hiyo jina ingine utanisaidia. Alafu kuna Ultimate Gamer 1896, you're welcome. Elon Cheriot, you're welcome. Is there nothing cooking in Kenya Alliance? It is just a progress of hustler movement. Many will still join Kenya Kwanza. Thank you so much. Josephine Masita, we salute you. Thank you. All of you that are joining Fast and Furious, it is that moment again. Let's get down to talking. I appreciate all of you that are already in the studio. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. Tuko ready, tuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wanajifunza na Wakenya wanawajibika Na Wakenya wanajua ukweli tunapobainisha kati ya ukweli na uongo na yale yote yanayoendelea. Now, if you do not allow StreamYard to configure your camera and your audio, you're going to have a problem being added to the screen, because if you arrive on the screen and I can't mute your mic, it means you're not well configured. Sasa itakuwa ngoma wewe kuongezwa. Kwa hivyo tafadhali hakikisha kwamba ukianza kulogin, don't deny StreamYard to control your camera and your audio. If you do, that is you suffer the consequences. Kuna watu hapa, kuna Dennis Arap, kuna Fred, kuna nani huyu nini, I can't control your mic. If I can't, it means there is a problem. You need to work on it before we move forward. Arap Kemboi, there is an issue with your mic. Wapi huyu Fred Komwata, that one has accepted. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa as usual. Hey, hatuwezi kosa.
Karibu.
Tunashukuru Penat kwanza. Mambo ya jana tulilala vizuri, tumeamuka vizuri. Baba anaenda safari, lakini wacha nianze na mambo ya Thika, Kabogo, Kuria, Wamatangi. Kwanza Kabogo anasimama gavana, Wamatangi anasimama gavana, Moses Kuria anasimama gavana. Those are three giants wanafikiria kusimama katika kiti ya Kiambu. Kwa hivyo Nyoro amewachwa kwa Jubilee. Then yes, win big, win small, it is good. Lakini ukiona Penat, I'm still wondering. Now this is what ya Central na wameamua na Uhuru hana watu. Can you compare that meeting? Unajua kuna hii mkutano inanishinda sana. And I don't want always to be biased. At least I want to be fair. Ukiangalia, na mimi nataka utatupatia, kuna mkutano nimeona Western ya Eugene Wamalwa na chama ya inaitwa nini? Mbolea. Ukiona hiyo na Wamangati na nani, ukiona hiyo mkutano compare na mkutano ya Thika, that is the governor, watu wadogo, na unaona hiyo mkutano vile imekaa. Nataka utatuletea hiyo mkutano ya Wangamati na Eugene Wamalwa, and then utupatie ya Thika ama moja ya deputy president, ndio tu compare, kwa sababu saa zingine if you say one side watu wataona kama wewe utaki. Ukweli ni kwamba yes, wamekuwa na mkutano, wameenda Central. Nimeshangaa sana between Uhuru na Ruto. Nilikuwa nafikiria wote walipelekwa Hague. Leo nimeshangaa kusikia Ruto akisema walienda kusaidia Uhuru Kenyatta kumtoa Hague. Nimesikia Uhuru amesaliti Ruto. Yes, sasa hao wenyewe wawili hatujui nani amesaliti nani, lakini sikujua. Samani alisema rais ako na ruhusa kuchagua whoever he want to. Ukweli ni kwamba wamesikia uchungu Uhuru kusimama na Raila. Nataka kwenda kwa mtu anaitwa Kabogo. 2017 yeye alirushwa nje. The same person ana propose ndiye mwenye alimtoa nje. Na Kabogo, ile kitu inanishangaa, anapika kifua, wanasikia uchungu, endeni usa sera sa yenyu badala ya kuongea story ya Uhuru wanatoka in 5 months. Why are you people worried about Uhuru? Aliwaambia yeye na watu yake 3 ama yeye peke yake atapigia kura Raila. So nilikuwa nafikiria imewasaidia sana kukataa kuwaendorse kwa sababu nyinyi mko na watu, na huyo Uhuru, our excellency, is the president to us. Ni mtu tunamheshimu, sisi wengine tunamuenzi kwa sababu ameongoza nchi ya Kenya. We cannot just take him casualty. Uhuru ni kiongozi. So nataka kuomba watu ya Yuda niseme yes, huyu kiongozi ya Kenya, ile nyinyi wenyewe hamutaki, ile nyinyi wenyewe mnataka aondoke kwa siasa ya Kenya, aenda anyamaze hata asiongee, tunawaambia fanyeni siasa yenu vizuri na msijali na kura ya Uhuru, kwa sababu nyinyi mko na kura sote ya Central. Why are you Peter? Kwa nini watu wanasikia uchungu Penat? Kwa nini wasiuse shera yao na atuambie vile watatu, hata poto mabimeisha, hata hakuna kitu ya kusema sasa, ni kutusi Uhuru. Uhuru tu ndiye topic. Hata mambo ya kutuambia watatufanyia nini wamesahau, kwa sababu wako na vita. Wanajaribu kuongea kuhusu Kalonzo, that deal is over. Sasa wacha ni kuje mambo ya Malala. Amesema na jana alianza kuambia watu ya Western waombe kura yake, lakini leo amejitokesha wasiwasi ya kwamba waliingia kuungana na Tibuti kama kwamba ANC watatoa Tibuti president na UDA wanatoa president. Hapo tena nikasikia kidogo Mudavadi anasema si yeye alienda tafuta Ruto. Ruto ndiye alikuja kujoin Mudavadi. Sasa hapo kuna dance. Wacha tungoje hiyo kibuyu, hiyo inapikwa. Safari ya baba ya kwenda UK. Hiyo leo kama ni ukweli vile tumeambiwa na utatuambia Penat, mimi sitaki kuingia kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe utatuambia safari ya baba ya kwamba ile watu baba anaenda kukuta ni watu ya maana, naenda kukutana na ministers na programu yake yote ile imepangwa. Unaona aendi kukuta watu ya corridor na uendi na ako na program, amepangiwa program vizuri. Ingine ni ile watu wameandamana na baba ya kwamba ukiangalia Peter Kenneth, Hassan Joe, Charity Ngilu, Lee Kinyanjui, Ulfred Afaranya, James Orengo, Junet Mohamed, and Ben Agai. Those are the people. Wale kama kuna mambo watakaa chini, mambo baba akienda kuaddress ama maswali ile itakuwa, hawa ni watu wanajua na hawa ni watu wanaweza kumwelekeza baba. Na kwa hii watu yote sijaona mtu ya kuweza kubeba briefcase, naona wote ni leaders. So mimi naombea baba safari njema, aenda atuwakilishe pema, na kwa sababu baba hiyo kazi ameweza kufanya siku mingi, hata we don't have any doubt. Tunajua lakini comparison tunafurahia na wewe sasa Penat kuwa chonjo. Kila kitu inafanyika kwa wakati ya baba, we need to see. Na kila kitu ilifanyika huko tutakombea. Wakati baba alikuwa hii reaction ilikuwa aje? Kwa sababu wa Kenya tunaambiwa we need to see everything. So mimi nasema we Penat, najua utatufuatilia, najua utaweka kila kitu ndio tuweke hiyo comparison. Still naona Waiguru sasa watu wana maneno, wanaokopa, wanasema usitutishe, atutiswi. Uhuru hajatisha Mkenya yeyote, amewaambia pigeni kura mahali mnataka, lakini ile shida Penat, kura ya watu tatu na kura mingi, kwa nini kura tatu inakuwa ngumu, inafanya watu wasilale? Na Uhuru hakusema ninachukua Central, alisema mimi na watu wachache, yeye na Jubilee. Why people are not sleeping? Ya pili, kwa nini sisi hatusikii uchungu kama Kabogo ameshikana na Uhuru na Ruto? Tunasema ewala. Hatusikii mbaya Moses Kuria akienda anaenda support Ruto, tunasema ewala. Wamatangi the same. Lakini nini wakati watu wanaungana na baba wanasikia uchungu? Kalonzo sijui amefanya nini. Batu na shangaa na Martha Karua, she is my friend. Na hata kama tukiwa kwa siasa, I cannot talk evil about her, but nashangaa msimamo ya mama sasa. Hii watu yote walikuwa wanamfuruta Kabogo, Kuria wako kwa Ruto. Kalonzo, Gideon Moi wameenda kwa baba. So ninashangaa walikuwa naweka huyu mama katikati, wanamuita chamba. Sasa maneno imeenda aje? Nilikuwa nafikiria kama mama angeenda kwa Raila, then Moses Kuria na Kabogo wenye walimwambia yeye ni kiongozi ya walikuwa naitwa Foundation, Mount Kenya Foundation. Kwa nini wanaenda salamia Ruto pila their leader? I don't matter Karua walikuwa wamemchakua. It could be useless kama Moses Kuria na Kabogo wameenda kusalamia Uhuru na Martha amewachwa chini, alafu tena watamulete. That is, hiyo kesi imeisha. Kama leo kama chakula inapikwa unatakikana kuwa hapo, kama kila kitu iko moto. For me, I feel like these old men wamepetray mama. Wale wameenda salamia baba peke yao ni Gideon na Kalonzo. Hii ingine wameenda kwa Ruto, mama wamemweka wapi? Asante, sitaki kuchukua nafasi mingi, wacha niambie wenzangu waendelee.
Sawa sawa, asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi wako, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na tutahakikisha kwamba yote ambaye tutafanya yote tunayoweza kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu anapata the right information. Kenei Gefas, vipi leo?
Hamjamboni. Hope you're getting me.
We are good. How are you?
I'm very fine. So yes, I just want to emphasize on two. Okay, thank you. I just want to emphasize on two to three items here. First, I want to talk about the DP's rally yenye ilikuwa Thika. In fact, it was a very successful rally. Kama ulijionea viongozi wote wa mlima, watu wameanza sasa kujipanga. For an example, sasa ukiangalia county kama this Kiambu County, the only elected leader mwenye support DP ni president peke yake. Hapo nayo tusidanganyane. That's the truth. Kwa sababu ukiangalia the governor alipata kwa sababu the one who was there was impeached. Then secondly kulikuwa na senator, ndio hiyo sasa ameingia Wamatangi. Akina Kuria, akina nani au watu wote wameingia kwa this camp of Kenya Kwanza. Kwa sababu hivyo ndo ground inasema. Okay, ya pili ningependa kuzungumzia kuhusu hii mazungumzo ya Malala. Malala ni saa zingine mimi nashindanga Malala anatoanga wapi maneno zake. Honestly mimi sijasikia Mudavadi akicomplain. Na according to my personal opinion, unajua kiti ya DP sasa ni kila mtu anapewa, tusidanganyane. Ukiangalia saizi Mudavadi as we are speaking aja convince even more than 10 member of parliament kuwapeleka Kenya Kwanza. Hapo nayo tusidanganyane. Sasa ile Bana, that's the truth of the matter. Tusidanganyane. Yeah. In fact, kama wale ile support DP yako nayo kutoka former Western province ni ya kutoka akina Boni Khalwale, akina Echesa, akina Didmas, akina wa jamaa wote. Lakini sasa tukiangalia sasa Mudavadi unaitisha kiti ya DP bwana. Kiti ya DP seti ni kila mtu anapewa kiti bwana. Kitu ya kwanza, I'm very sure DP amesuffer under this regime yeye akiwa DP. Sasa I'm very sure seti unaweka mtu kwa sababu just because of coalition. Hii kitu unaangalia loyalty, unaangalia utendakazi wa mtu kama Mudavadi. Sasa last time yenye alikuwa he was elected was 2007 if I'm not wrong.
Sasa Bwana Kenei, before you go further,
yes.
Malala,
yes,
katika siasa mkubwa kwangu mtu wa kwanza.
Hebu rudia kidogo, sijasikia.
Nasema katika siasa mkubwa kwangu mtu wa kwanza kuongea. Fununu zinaanza huko chini. Lakini hao wanaongea chini, wanaongea kwa niaba ya mkubwa. So sasa mkubwa amewatuma.
So ndo manake sasa mimi nimeenda kupeana
hiyo ni malalamishi ya ma-DVD.
Lakini sasa unajua sasa hii sasa yani uangalie tu facts. Hata wewe mwenyewe Bernard, I'm very sure. Sasa unajua huwezi kuwa DP ilali uko na followers maybe 9 or 7 member of MPs. Yes, work in this system. Kwanza hii our election sana inakuanga na mambo na tribal. Mtu sasa kama una ufuazi huko kwenyu sasa you cannot go far. So alafu ya mwisho
endelea Bwana Kenei, endelea.
Okay. I think acha nimalizie hapo.
Okay, thank you. Asante kwa maoni yako. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Kevin. Kevin, namna gani?
Unanipata?
Unapatikana, sema.
Niko salama. So nikielezea kidogo, what I think, I've been following the DP's rally since it started, but with the deputy president, the only problem he has with the campaign, I cannot say that is wrong or is good, but what I can say that with his campaign, he only talks about the ODM and the Azimio. In every rally he goes, auzi sera zake. Kenye wanga anaongelea mostly is about the mara nyingi inakuanga azimio, but aambiangi wa Kenya anaenda kuwafanyia nini. In addition to that, the only problem with the Kenyans that tunafuatilia pesa sana kushinda kila kitu. So then with Mudavadi, I think Mudavadi angekuwa na time, he will be a good president so far in Kenya. But the only problem he has sio mtulivu sana. Hajatulia, lakini angetulia, Mudavadi can be the best president so far in Kenya. But atuli, that's why akienda UDA, atoke UDA, utapata rudi Azimio, hata tembea. But I'm 100% sure that with the UDA, he will never be the deputy president. That one is my decision, and I declare on my side, he will never be the deputy president in UDA. Because in UDA, watu wengi wameendea hiyo kiti. Na hezi enda, apate mtu huko alafu anapewa. Then if you come to the Azimio part, I can see wana push vizuri sana, but the main challenge is only the Oka coming inside the Azimio. I only see hapo ndio kutakuwa na shida kidogo, juu Kalonzo Musyoka akitoka arudi Azimio. Sasa umejua akirudi Azimio lazima aende atake cheo. Sasa umejua akitaka zake, I think hawataelewana kidogo sana. I can just see like that. But what I can just urge Kenyans that we go and vote, tupige kura. Kila mtu atoke aenda apige kura yake. Lakini akae kwa nyumba, after kupiga kura, kaa kwa nyumba, sikiza. Lakini mtu wa siasa ama mtu yeyote asikutumie. Mtu mwenye ametangazwa, that one will be your president. And let us adhere to that. Hiyo ndio Kenya naweza sema.
Sorry, yes, Kevin, yule atatangazwa ama yule atashinda?
Yule atashindwa. Si kawaida yule mwenye ameshinda ndiye atatangazwa.
Hapana, ni kawaida. Yes. Kuna yule anatangazwa, kuna nani? Unajua mimi na voting Makadara constituency.
Yes.
The former MP who is the current speaker of the Nairobi County. Anaitwa Mutua. And he lost but was announced as a winner. Aladwa won, he was announced as a loser. And Nani served for the whole term for just being announced.
The problem with the Kenyans is only one. We only have one problem we are not focused to our jobs. If we can be focused to our jobs like other countries, na tuachane na mambo ya siasa, siasa ikuwe na time yake. Tukishapiga kura, tuangalie kazi zetu. Juu if you want to follow the politics in Kenya, haki tutakufa njaa. Kusema ukweli. Kama tumekaa tu tunataka kufollow politics in Kenya, tutakufa njaa. Juu saa hizi mtu wangu mwenye nimemtegemea ametoka ameenda UDA ama ametoka ameenda Azimio. Kawaida tutaelewana sana. But what I can urge Kenyans, let us go and vote. And vote, mpigie kura yule mwenye unampenda, yule mwenye umejua atakutumikia. Yeah? Then I hope
Okay,
itakuwa sawa.
Bwana Kevin.
Yes.
Thank you. Asante kwa maoni yako. Na ni kweli, by the way, leo ndio siku ya mwisho ya kujisajili kama mpiga kura. Kama hujajisajili, basi too bad. After this, they are going to clean the register, and we wait for the 9th of August to cast our vote. So if you wanted to transfer or you wanted to register and all that, by midnight, hiyo mambo yote imeisha. Mpaka sasa after August 9th, ndio hiyo chapter itafunguliwa tena. But all in all, responsible citizens vote, and they vote wisely.
Yes.
Understanding that who is talking? Everybody keep your mic mute. If you don't keep your mic mute, we send you to quarantine. That is it. Because you are creating confusion unnecessarily. So I was saying that today, 13th, was the final day for you to register as a voter. If you had not done that, then too bad for you. From now, from tomorrow, now the IBC will be cleaning the register, removing the ghost voters and the dead voters, so that the register is clean, ready for the 9th of August for the general elections. It is important that we all understand that. And but you can still ascertain your information by visiting the head office of IBC in your constituency, not at the wherever, at the ward level. It is at the headquarters of the constituency where you can verify your information as a voter with the IBC. Bwana Aragam, how are you?
I'm fine.
Welcome to the show.
Habari yenu mwote?
Salama,
Yes.
Karibu, toa maoni yako.
Asante sana. There is some mic somewhere inapiga kelele. Okay, allow me make 2 statements only. Number 1, Kabogo, Kuria, Wamatangi wamejoin UDA. Hiyo sio habari. They were in UDA, it's only time. Habari yenye niliona jana ndio ilikuwa habari. Yesterday ndio kulikuwa na habari wakati Azimio chama nyingi waliungana wakatengeneza grand coalition. That was news. And again, the way Baba was brought from KICC to Jacaranda, to me, that was news. With the Kabogo, Kuria, Wamatangi, they have always been in UDA. It's only that ni ile walikuwa wanajaribu kuona kama wataleta Kalonzo. Kila mtu alikuwa anataka Kalonzo, so wakashindwa. Gideon Moi alimanage kuleta Kalonzo kwa Azimio, which I'm happy for him. Another thing, Raila is going to UK. I'm waiting. Sikuwa naangalia vile Ruto alikuwa anafanya huko America na UK, because at the initial stage wakati niliangalia niliona tu mtu mwenye analialia of our government is in. But now is when we are going to get the foreign policy of Raila Odinga. So we are waiting, and Mr. Bernard, we hope we shall be getting more news about the development there. Na vile ameenda, najua kampeni ya Baba itaendelea, because I know Baba akona wanajeshi wengi. So I'm expecting the ground zones, kila zone itakuwa na campaign vile DAP Kenya leo niliona walikuwa Western. Mambo ya DP slot, deputy president slot, Malala hakuwa anawajiongelea. Malala ile alikuwa anazungumza mdomo wa Musalia na mdomo wa Ruto. Ruto is testing waters in Central, because he believes Central ako nayo, how can he gain from Western? Leo hii apeleke Musalia kama running mate wake, he will probably get a chunk from Western who will sympathize with Musalia, at least now wako karibu na power. But so Malala, what Malala is speaking, I believe is a mouth, ni mdomo wa Ruto, ili ajaribu waters. Wameongea na Musalia. Yes, it may not come to fruition, ilete matunda kwamba Musalia akwe deputy, but ile mdomo ni ya the two. About the UDA rally in Thika, mbona Ruto asitoke Central aende kwingine? Always ni Central. We are tired of Central. Sasa kama ni wake, why is he repeating that? Why is he fearing? He is always in Central. Kidogo tu is always in Central. That guy, mimi naona asubuhi, hata saizi kama wangelipenda baba apishwe tumalize hii kitu, kwa sababu in reality Ruto has been confined to campaign in Central Province. In fact, Raila akitaka Ruto asitoke nje ya Central, aweke campaign team yake moja strong in Central. I'm telling you, Ruto will be sleeping in Central, waking up in Central. So that is one undoing ya Ruto. He is not looking at other Kenyans. I don't know, maybe we are all here. Kuna wengine wanatoka Central, kuna wengine wanatoka Rift Valley. Does it mean kwamba Central na Rift Valley province pekee ndiyo inaweza unda president? Sisi wengine from these other provinces, we don't count. You see, that is a fallacy. But anyway, let August 9th come, we will see. Thank you so much.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru Bwana Aragam kwa kutuelekeza na kutuchambulia maneno. Captain, namna gani?
Salama sana. How are you?
I'm well. Long time no see. Ulienda wapi?
Nilikuwa kwa ground.
Yes,
nilikuwa nasikiliza ground.
Okay. Sawa, tuambie imesemaje.
What happened today, it was absurd. It's not even a breaking news. You know, Wamatangi, Kuria, and Kabogo, those are just selfish guys. Ani watu wanajitafutia governor Kiambu. So they've realized kwa ground, because kulikuwa na rally Kiambu, they had to come. I just want to see if they'll be together when the nominations zitafanywa. If they are going to stand in different parties, yeah, hizi ni kura zitakuwa divided. I want to agree with Aragam. You know, today when I saw the rally at deputy president, it's not organized. You cannot compare it with Azimio. I would like them to copy our style. Let them give us a plan. Wakienda kwa wananchi, wacha watuambie agenda. All of it ilikuwa ni kutukana rais. 80% of time is kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Nothing they were saying. You know, people were tired. Even if you could watch that crowd, there are some of the people who are leaving. I think media, Mutembei TV labda ilishika hiyo. There were some people who are leaving, walikuwa natoka, because they thought they are going to get something tangible. Tell us something you're going to do for us. Then what Aragama said that Ruto is just maintaining Central. You know, he needs to wake up. His Central votes in a dividiwa. This time Central are not going to vote as a block. You 2 million and you mnasema 2 million. Are you going to vote as a block? Meru already huko kura isha dividiwa. The same sons you are celebrating with are from the same region. Both of them are Kikuyus. So are you going to tell us it's like taking people from Western watatu, aspirants, yeah? Then you say we vote mepata kura. It doesn't make sense. They need to look at the unity of the people. So they are losing it, and I saw a frustrated camp because the way they were talking, even Kabogo jumping up, with Kabogo introducing Ruto at raisi akirukaruka hapo kwa podium. That is nonsense. They need to accept the truth. and they need to accept they are going to be defeated, they are going to opposition. Moses Kuria alikuja hapo kuonyesha watu anaenda kusimama pia governor. We could see the body language between him and Kimani Ichung'wah. Yet they are trying to please us. Kenyans, we are not fools. Kenyans were there and we could see whatever is happening. And let me tell you one thing. Martha Karua kukuja. People were saying Martha Karua was going to come. How can Martha Karua come and sit with the Waiguru? Martha Karua did not attend Azimio because of one thing. Martha Karua refused to attend Azimio because he thinks Raila is a puppet. Martha Karua's body language with Uhuru hawasikilizani. He has been opposing Uhuru Kenyatta in many things. Martha Karua can support Raila Odinga, but the problem is he feels like Uhuru Kenyatta is pushing Raila Odinga for presidency. He wants Raila Odinga to campaign himself, but not Uhuru to be in that game. So that's why you're seeing Martha Karua is out of the picture. For Oka,
Bwana Captain,
yes.
Before you go further, I think it is local politics. Moses Kuria, Martha Karua, Kabogo, and the other Mount Kenya leaders have a bone of contention against Uhuru Kenyatta because Uhuru Kenyatta has refused to exit as a Mudamaki. The seat they wanted to use for political gain. And so it is not Raila the problem. It is that Uhuru has remained Jubilee party leader and is controlling the mountain, which they were banking on to control to use to campaign or rather to bargain for support in the other parts of the country. So these are disgruntled people who wanted Uhuru off the scene and going to silent, then they occupy the space. The space is not available.
Very true. And they want to all of them, they are looking for to become kingpins in Mount Kenya. So among them, they want to say, if Uhuru was to say today Martha Karua is the kingpin, will Martha Karua win the presidency? So among them, they are trying just to tell the Kikuyu nation, kati ya sisi, who do you think can lead the mountain? Hata ukiangalia hao wengine wote, you cannot compare with Munya. Yeah? And for Kalonzo to accept to join us as Azimio, you know, people propaganda ni mingi sana, but inside the information, the deputy seat has been set aside for Mount Kenya. Kalonzo amekuja is going to be given the chief prime minister. He will be the head of the ministers. And let me just acha niwafanyie fununu. Supreme Court inaenda kusema
Captain, muda wacha fununu
namalizia. Namalizia. I'm just giving them a hint. I'm just giving them a hint to tell them for Kalonzo to accept to join us, it's because of something. You know, Raphael Tuju is going to become a governor of Nairobi. Then Kalonzo Oka, they need the deputy seat in Nairobi. They want to control the Nairobi gubernatorial seat. So the BBA ikipita, Kalonzo has been given a position in that, which is going to pass. Wapendo wasipende. Yes? So the today's rally, what I can just tell you, that one was a frustrated team. They need to go they need to go to the drawing board and get focused and see what they can do in their campaigning. But telling us here that they've won Wamatangi and Moses Kuria, and those are nonsense to us. Let them campaign in Western or other areas, but they should not come and tell us that they've won the mountain votes. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Captain. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Andy. Andy, namna gani?
Safi sana Bernard. Habari ya siku mingi?
Salama. Ulienda ground ikakwambiaje?
Niko ndani ya ground, nimezunguka ground yote, inasema William Ruto bado anaongoza.
Okay.
Nimefurahi sana kuingia leo hapa kwa Mtembei TV. Kuna jamaa amenifurahisha hapa, alikuwa anaitwa nani? Sijui kuna mwenye ametoka after, mwenye alikuwa anasema watu wasijipe stress kwa sababu ya siasa. Kuna kitu
Kevin Oyo.
anaitwa Oyo.
Yes.
Oyo ni mtu mmoja intelligence na ni Democrat. Saizi mahali imefika, Kenya Kwanza ni wa Kenya na Azimio pia ni wa Kenya. Tuache hii siasa ya vitisho, sijui nani atashinda, sijui nini. Msema kweli anakuja tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Wakenya wataamua ule watapigia kura na ule atawaongoza kama rais. Let me talk about yesterday's event in Azimio la Umoja. First of all, Uhuru Kenyatta, sitaacha kuaccuse Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, kama kuna mtu atapiganisha hii nchi, ni huyu jamaa anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta, sijawahi ona president anasimama, okay, yeye ni mwananchi, ako na haki ya kidemokrasia kupigia kura ule mtu anataka. Lakini is a national leader, ni president wa nchi mzima, afai kusimama mahali ilhali anajua kuna wakati alisema siku fulani atasupport fulani na fulani. Kama support mtu angefaa kujiondoa. Kama ni kupiga kura siku ya tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, apigie kura ule mtu anataka. Lakini kuonesha wananchi hadharani sijui amekataa deputy wake, na ila hali inajulikana for the past 5 years walikuwa pamoja na walisimama pamoja, kama vile William Ruto amesema leo Thika. Leo inaonekana wazi ameruka William Ruto kwa sababu ya his own selfish interest. Yeye ni mwananchi, yeye ni rais wa nchi mzima. Leo niko na furaha sana kwa sababu nyumba yetu ya Kenya Kwanza inaendelea kuongezeka, na ni wakati huu tunafaa kupeana, tusikasirikiane kwa sababu ya ule mtu ambaye mimi binafsi ama each political party I'm supporting, kwa sababu tuko na haki ya kikatiba kupigia kura mrengo yote ambao unataka. Leo tumepata Moses Kuria, leo tumepata Wamatangi, tumepata huyu jamaa wa Tujibebe party anaitwa Kabogo, na tumeanza kuona umoja. Kuhusu ule mwenye atakuwa running mate wa Ruto, hiyo isisumbue wa Kenya. Sisi watu wataenda pamoja wenyewe kama Kenya Kwanza, wataelewana. Kama Kabogo ndio atakuwa best candidate kuwa running mate wa William Samoei Ruto, yeye atachaguliwa. Kama Musalia Mudavadi atakuwa kwa position mzuri ya kuwa naibu wa rais, pia tutachagua Mudavadi, kwa sababu hao wote ni wa Kenya. Kenya Kwanza, ukiangalia jina ya Kenya Kwanza haina haja na viti za kisiasa. Hao watu wameungana pamoja ili Kenya kupeleka nchi yetu mbele. Kisiasa huu mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, hakuna mtu hapa selfish, kwa sababu hao wote wameamua kama ni mwananchi watasaidia, ni mwananchi atasaidika. Kwa hivyo tuendelee hivyo na tuendelee kuweka amani kwa hii nchi. 9 August 2022 Raila Amolo Odinga akishinda hiyo kiti, tukubali, tusipigane. William Samoei Ruto akichukua hiyo kiti, tusipigane. Watu wataongoza hii nchi. Mwenye ataongoza aongoze, Wakenya wakuwe kitu kimoja, kazi iendelee na maisha iendelee. So UDA, kazi ni kazi, mpango ni bottom up, na tuendelee namna hiyo.
No. Andy, thank you for your submission. Mute your mic. Good, thank you. All the people lifting up your hands, rudisheni mikono chini. Tunaenda kwa Mr. Wangira.
Andy hawezi enda hivyo bwana. Tupatie nafasi.
No. I leave it there. Leave it there. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Okay, asante sana Bernard. Habari ya kila mtu kwa studio leo.
Tuko sawa. Karibu.
Hamna furaha.
Well, uko na furaha tometa hapa umepema.
Bernard ndiye ametusqueeze hapa bwana. Hatuwezi tukapumua.
Hiyo maswala sitaki ifunguliwe saa hii.
Bernard, usiwalalie sana. Anyway,
when submit you can rebut, but hii exchange saa hii mapema hapana.
Okay, wacha nianze contribute my contribution Bernard. You know, these Tanga guys had underrated Uhuru Kenyatta for a very long time. And you remember there was a time the headline of the Nation newspaper screamed that William Ruto had told Uhuru Kenyatta, bring it on. So, mtoto akililia wembe, mpe. So, yesterday, what Uhuru Kenyatta did was to give William Ruto wembe. Na huo wembe ni Raila Amolo Odinga. So, after getting the wembe, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, today all that we saw in Thika was total lamentation. These are fellows who have discovered that they are not going to win this election. And it's very, very clear, like day and night, that William Ruto will not become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Andy, nakuonea huruma sana that you still have hope that William Ruto will become the president of this country. He will not become, and I can tell you for free. And now having discovered that William Ruto will not become the president of the Republic of Kenya, they have now become bitter. This is a very bitter lot. Imagine Uhuru Kenyatta told us the other day that he only has one vote. And if he can convince any other person or two other people to also go for what he believes in, that will be good. And what Uhuru Kenyatta did yesterday was by exercising his mandate as a Kenyan by endorsing Raila Odinga to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So when President Uhuru Kenyatta was exercising his constitutional mandate, his unalienable right as a citizen, then under what mandate do this thing called Kenya Kwisha Alliance have to now demand that Uhuru Kenyatta apologizes to them for having declared Raila Odinga as his favorite presidential candidate? What mandate do they have? You know, this is just a bitter lot. And to show you that this is a bitter lot, anybody who listened to Gachagua today, and me, I've said it, you know, Gachagua is creating two ends of extremes in Mount Kenya. And those two ends of extremes are the ones that are going to make William Ruto not become the president of this country. Because there are people who love President Uhuru Kenyatta to the heart. They could be 10,000, they could be 20,000, they could be 100,000 in Mount Kenya, but they are there. Listen to what he was saying about Uhuru Kenyatta in Thika today. Do you want to tell me those people are happy? You know, they are now becoming hardened. And now they are now saying that we will never vote for William Ruto. You see, that's what I mean by one end of the extreme that Kabogo, that Gachagua is creating. Imagine what he was saying today, that in Mount Kenya, under Uhuru Kenyatta, the people of Mount Kenya have suffered than they suffered under Moi. Can you agree with such a statement that the people of Mount Kenya have suffered under Uhuru Kenyatta than they suffered under Daniel Arap Moi? Is that a true statement? Can it be interrogated? Is it factual? If you listen to him, is it factual, or is it this guy trying to play politics with Uhuru Kenyatta's name? And you know, by behaving by behaving that way, he doesn't know he's just creating another end of extreme of the people who are now hardened are now saying that if William Ruto is not president already and his people are talking the way they are talking, what of when he will become president? And there are many in Central Kenya today. I've been reading comments on the social media from around 6 up to 7:30, and there's a big lot of Mount Kenya people who are saying they are not going to vote for William Ruto because of the behavior of people like Gachagua. Look at how he's dragging now the Kenyatta family in all manner of things, accusing President Uhuru Kenyatta, a younger brother Muhoho, for a number of things. Look at how he's even attacking KRA and even threatening them that if Kenya Kwanza makes government, then they are going to see it. Just listen to him. You know, this is one guy that is spoiling for William Ruto, and is the reason why William Ruto is not going to become the president of this country. If there is one guy who will make William Ruto not president, is Gachagua, and take it to the bank. I've told you. Then listen to William Ruto himself. Now, you know, he's saying that over the last 4 years, President Uhuru Kenyatta has mistreated them. He has mistreated them, and he has given them untold suffering, and he has now left Uhuru Kenyatta to God. You know, my brother Bernard here is a man of God, he's a preacher. And you know, he knows that no man can claim an entitlement to God. God belongs to us all. Why does God belong only to William Ruto? Who told him that he's the one of God? Who told him that he keeps God in his pocket? God belongs to every Kenyan. So if you listen to this guy, this is a guy that believes that God belongs to him. So if he tells Uhuru Kenyatta nimekuachia Mungu, so tomorrow God will strike Uhuru Kenyatta. That's not how things work. That's not how things work. That's not how things work. This is just a guy who sounds bitter, and his bitterness is because he has discovered that he's not going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Now look at even how listen at how they're even castigating an innocent person like Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka also exercised his constitutional right yesterday by endorsing Raila Odinga. So what is wrong in Kalonzo Musyoka endorsing Raila Odinga? By Kalonzo Musyoka endorsing Raila Odinga, he has now become the biggest enemy of them all. Now they are castigating him in all manners. In all manners. Assuming that he had joined Kenya Kwanza Alliance, could they have been talking the way they are talking about him today? So if you observe this thing called Kenya Kwanza Alliance, is a team of losers, guys who know that they are not going to make it on the 9th of August, and that William Ruto is not going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And again, you listen to my friend, to my younger friend Malala. I call him a friend because everybody is my friend. Yesterday, the guy was very categorical that it's either Kalonzo Musyoka, it's either Mudavadi for the GP or they are not supporting William Ruto. And there's one reason to that. Because anybody who goes to Western Kenya today will tell you that ground Western Kenya imekataa maneno ya Tanga. Nobody in Western Kenya wants Tanga. Perhaps Bungoma, Tanga could get some votes, but if you go to Vihiga, Kakamega, and Busia, nobody wants to listen to Tanga. So having discovered that he does not have grounds, so Malala is just looking for excuse to bolt out. And I'll not be shocked tomorrow if you see Malala bolting out and saying because of ABCD, me, I cannot stick in Kenya Kwisha Alliance. So as things stand today, William Ruto is not going to become the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's the truth of the matter, Bernard. Asante sana. Let me allow somebody else to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate your perspectives and your givings. Let's make progress. Maggie, how are you? Maggie.
Bernard.
Yes, namna gani leo?
Salama sana, habari yako?
Fiti kabisa.
Mimi naona kama watu wamechacha sana kwa kwa hii maneno ya ya Ruto na nani.
Yes.
Yeah, but it is sweet. That is politics in Kenya. And the way I see things, wanajaribu. Lakini mjui kitu moja, mimi nimekuwa Kenya na hizo mapolitics na nini na nini. Uhuru hakuna mtu ajui mtindo yake ya kununua watu. Don't just think, let us not be pulled by the crowd you are seeing. I talked to somebody, nilipoona hiyo nini, tena wananiambia wazi, lakini huko unajua iko pesa, na pesa ndio tunataka, na kura ni nini, ni siri yetu. Kiambu na Nairobi hapo ni baba. So tusiwe na wasiwasi, kwa sababu wanajua pesa ndio ilipeleka hao vijana. Ukiangalia watu wengi hapo walikuwa ni vijana, na vijana ni pesa wanatafuta. Na we ukiambiwa hii rally ukienda utatoka na hivi, si we si utakimbia huko? Hata mimi nitakimbia. I wish I was there. Hata mimi ningeenda at my age, because mimi najua nikienda huko nitarudi kununua quarter chicken na chips. So hakuna wasiwasi. What is happening, I saw Ruto, the way he was crying loud. Oh my God. Sisi tulikusaidia hivi, sisi tulikusaidia hivi, na baadaye sasa unatufanya hivi. What is that? Wewe ndio ulitoroka. Unalaumu mtu mwenye amekuambia kuja tufanye kazi wakati wa campaign bado, na wewe ukaendelea, wewe unaenda kukampeni. Na alikampeni. Ruto amekampeni, to speak the truth, from 2017. I mean immediately after the handshake amekampeni. Na sasa hiyo kukampeni yake, hata weaknesses zake ndio watu wake wanaona. In fact, to speak the truth, me, I worked in Kiambu and I know Kiambu so well. Watu wengi wamehama. Hao wakina Wamatangi wanaenda huko ni watu, hata hao ni rejects huko kwa nini huko Kiambu. Hao Kabogo si alikuwa governor nilipokuwa nafanya huko, watu wamereject. So hakuna mtu ambaye ana threaten anybody, au walikuwa kwa lineup ya Ruto. So things are not good for them. Hata ukisikia hizo vile, the way they are talking, the way they are behaving, all those are crying. They are really crying. They don't know, and confusion imewaingilia kuliko hata anybody else. Because why is Uhuru doing this? Is their campaign motto. Why is Uhuru doing this? And Uhuru also is a human being. Surely he wouldn't like legacy yake iende kwa watu wenye wataweka Kenya nyuma badala ya kwenda mbele. And I think that is what Uhuru decided, and that is what he has taken. He wants to leave a legacy which can build his name. Kibaki alimtrust, yeye akatrust achukue Ruto, lakini Ruto amemwaibisha. So alipomwaibisha akadecide, I think the road I've taken has been so much but malicious, which is really taking my name nowhere. And he just made a switch. Akaona, I have to handshake with this opposition because surely there is a mistake somewhere. Na wamekaa chini na alinena, ye alisema kabisa, nilipochukua Raila Amolo Odinga tumefanya hivi na hivi. Uliona hizo ndio nini points za campaign za nani za Ruto ati wamefanya. Na Uhuru mwenyewe alisema wamefanya hizo zote when they were with who? With Raila. So they are crying. I think they are just more than confused. Even Wamatangi, Kabogo cannot fit anywhere. Kuria actually alijaribu hata kuingia Azimio akashindwa. So wamejoin to hiyo birds of one feather. There's nowhere they are going. But hiyo umati yote, let me assure you, ni wakulipwa. Niliambiwa leo na nikasema ni wakulipwa. Hako na hiyo pesa zote, huyo mtu yuko na pesa. Sijui nani, huyo naitwa nani? Anne Waiguru. Alikuwa ameiba pesa, hizo ndio sasa wanakula kwa hizo nini? Kwa hizo makampeni. Thank you for now. I'm sorry.
Okay, wewe utaitwa kwa DCI. Enda polepole.
I am ready. I'm ready. Thank you.
Sawa sawa.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, now there is Gerard 2. Gerard 2, the children are not allowed on the screen by YouTube community. Please ensure that is adhered to. I also want those people behind the curtain, tunaanza kufagia tafadhali, na kama lazima ukae nyuma ya curtain tunakupatia first priority, we make submission, alafu ondoke ili mtu mwingine aje. The viewers complain when the screen is dark the way it is right now. So either you keep your camera on or we get rid of you until further notice. Well, before we bring in Douglas, I want us to listen to this. Mm-hmm. All right.
At his boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta, accusing him of making what he called very wrong decisions that the DP says have cost the Jubilee administration its development record. On the first day of his visit to the United Kingdom, Ruto also said the handshake between President Uhuru Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga is the country's biggest undoing. NTV's Kennedy Murithi has the details.
Deputy President William Ruto kicked off his trip of the United Kingdom with a bang, turning on his guns on his boss President Uhuru Kenyatta and KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli. In an uncharacteristic jab at the president, the DP went all out, accusing his boss of abandoning the development trajectory their government had undertaken for a new course in the handshake.
Sitting where I have sat as Deputy President, I have seen how effective simple, concrete, focused decisions can change a nation. I have also seen how simple, wrong decisions can also take us backwards.
In what seems like a clapback at President Kenyatta for consistently noting that he has achieved more development in his second term when he teamed up with ODM leader Raila Odinga than he did in his first term, Ruto went all out, accusing his boss of making basic mistakes that have cost this country, in his words, a fortune.
After 2017, we had the Big Four plan, which I have explained to you. But again, we made another simple decision to do something called the handshake. Right? And then it became BBI. And then it became a circus. And then we lost 4 years. And then the ruling party collapsed. And then the opposition collapsed. And then the Big Four collapsed. And then we ended up in null and void.
Ruto also turned on KOTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli for what he says was denying millions of Kenyans healthcare access.
When we came into office, we had 3.8 million people contributing to NHIF, right? And everybody was contributing 340 shillings. Or is it 320? 320 shillings. Everybody, just like the 200 of NSSF. So we decided to say, okay, why don't we adjust so that the people who earn more, like Deputy President, can pay 5,000. Then the other people can be graduated like that.
According to Ruto, Atwoli is one of the biggest impediments to their Jubilee government successes.
We were taken to court by a stupid man called Atwoli. I have no regret to say he's a stupid man, because he is. He's a very foolish person. Because he is supposed to be representing the lower people. What business does he have defending Deputy President not to pay 5,000 shillings?
Oh, Douglas, you can come in.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. There is this guy, Andy, who was here earlier, and he left. I wanted to task him to withdraw some statements he made, because you cannot come on national TV like this and say eti Uhuru atapiganisha inchi. No, that's a reckless statement. And I wanted to ask him, are you ready to fight? Because when you say that, it's like you are ready to fight. That is wrong, and we must abstain from using such reckless words. Number two, let me go to the rally that was in Thika and Kiambu at large, Kuria, Wamatangi, and Kabogo. Today, it was fodder for the KKA alliance. I know Simon is very happy that they harvested the three gentlemen, and they showed that flamboyance. You saw how Kabogo entered and the Wamatangis. That flamboyance, I wish it could translate to a lot of votes for the DP in that region, but it was a plus for them today. Nevertheless, I was dismayed by the speech made by the deputy president. He looked so desperate, and somebody who has been battered to his last breath. In fact, if you could carefully listen to his voice, it was like somebody who is from crying, from wailing. And I couldn't imagine that at one point
Not from crying, but he was wailing.
Okay, thank you for that better word. I couldn't imagine that flamboyant, strong, and energetic DP will one time stand on a podium like in Kiambu and use such a tone. Really, it sends a message that he is really in stress, is frustrated, and if there was betrayal from the president, then it could be deep. But again, he's not being honest. I want to be honest for once. He was in a church function in the morning, calmly addressing the people. In fact, if he was to be a priest or a pastor, he could make such a good one. But at the political scene, the statements he uses and the words he utters do not conform to what he stood for in the morning. You know, in as much as you are a politician, there are things you cannot joke with. Like you can't joke with religion. And I'm happy that Simon is here. I wanted to say this at one point when Simon said that the Central people are going to support Ruto because they believe in religion. Because largely Central is a Christian region, and the DP subscribes to Christianity, so they are going to support him because of that religion. Then I beg to ask this question: where do you categorize the Muslims because they do not subscribe to Christianity, or don't they have votes? Where do you place the atheists, or don't they have votes? So such like statements that are being done reckless, that tunamwachia Mungu, you know, that is a desperation. That is somebody who is desperate, like nimekuachia Mungu. You have nothing you can do. That person who could say bring it on, hata muweke Oburu akuwe chairman wa IBC, I don't care. Sisi tuko na plan, tuko na Mungu, and then tumekuachia Mungu. You see, you are even telling your supporters, look guys, we are in this journey, but I'm not sure whether we will cross the Jordan. Tutakutana na mamba. So I don't know. Let me move on. The Malala issue, it's going to be a big issue. Believe it or not, it's going to be a big issue, and it will bring the House to chaos unless they sit down and have their plans well to solve that issue of the DP. People will say that Ruto will try to tag off the issue of Kalenjin, Kikuyu Kalenjin by picking Musalia Mudavadi, but what will come of Rigathi Gachagua? What will come of Ndindi Nyoro, Alice Wahome? Those people have invested heavily, and they knew from the word go that they are going to be given the DP. And the entry of Moses Kuria to UDA or KKA is not for anything. It's to add the bargaining power of getting the DP slot from the mountain, and that is pure. That is the politics that has been calculated. If you look at Kiambu, it commands about 1.2 million votes. And the three people have entered. Moses Kuria has told them, look, come here, guys. We need to add our strength. This DP position has to come to Central. And it's going to be tough for them. But I'll be waiting to see how they go about it. The third one, the last one, Baba has left for UK. We'll be following on what he'll be saying, what he'll be doing. And I loved the way he traveled. The people he traveled with, there's a regional representation. And again, we will the people he's going to meet, I think very many political decisions are going to be made, economic decisions are going to be made, and governance decisions are going to be made as we move on. Thank you. I'll come back later when there is time. I want to mind others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bwana Douglas. And I deliberately kept the countering of Andy's statements because it is still okay when we counter it right now. Andy is known for those kind of statements. He's not new here. In fact, he has just finished his ban today. We had banned him from here because of that, and I'm happy that he has grown a little bit. Today he was more sensible than he has ever been. So I decided let it rest there. Whatever he said is no more. He has been saying that ever since, even before Uhuru declared. But one of the things that is frustrating the DP, I'll be playing the clip later on, is that DP and his Mount Kenya guys invested so much in scaring Uhuru from declaring support for Raila. He was told, if you mention that, you have lost the mountain, you have lost the control over the mountain, your political career, your legacy will be destroyed, and all that. So they wanted Uhuru to remain under their spell and under their fear. But now the worst has happened, that whoever they wanted to scare has refused to be scared. It's like he's behaving like a wife who knows some secret about the husband and uses it to manipulate the husband. He say, you do the way I want or I will tell the people. You do the way I want or I will tell the people. Then suddenly she wakes up in the morning, realizes that the husband has told everybody and nobody is surprised about it. So, so she's frustrated. He has no any other weapon to use against the husband. And that is the bad way of someone portraying himself as a leader, choose to behave. Because when you want to lead a nation, you must be able to accommodate everybody. And I don't know why it is it's so hard for William Ruto to appreciate that Kenya is not Jubilee, Kenya is not UDA, Kenya is not ODM, Kenya is not Azimio. Kenya is Kenya as an entity. We have a nation called Kenya that houses UDA, houses Azimio, houses all these other parties. Why the bitterness that Uhuru has gone to support ODM? Is ODM in Uganda? ODM leader is he in Congo? Why the bitterness? So it just need to grow up and understand that political parties don't constitute the nation. It's the nation that houses political parties. And political parties are built on ideologies. And supporting different ideologies, the normal right of any Kenyan, including the president. So atuambie ni nini ambacho Uhuru alimnyang'anya, aseme. Kama kuna mtu ambaye angekuwa amekasirika mpaka kuchoma nchi, ingekuwa, because I don't see, maybe I'll come to this later, but I don't see anything unique that William Ruto did for Uhuru Kenyatta that compares to what Raila did for Kibaki in 2002. Kibaki is bedridden, is in hospital all through the campaign. One man runs all the country, convinces the whole country to make him president. Then 2 years in the government is kicked out. If that man was William Ruto, I don't think we would have survived. So they campaigned together with Uhuru Kenyatta. There is no rally they went, William Ruto went alone. And I'm sure Uhuru Kenyatta contributed to the campaign material, campaign fee. So I don't see what is so unique about William Ruto supporting Uhuru Kenyatta that mandates that Uhuru has to support him, and if Uhuru does not support him, he has betrayed him, he is now evil, he is to be left in the hand of God. We are all in the hand of God, and God takes care of the evil and the good together. Let me just conclude it there. Mwalimu, namna gani?
Poa sana, habari zenu hapo studioni?
Faith, namna gani huko?
Huku kwema huko. Sasa
Haya, karibu.
asante. Tukianza maneno ya Malala, najua hiyo ni message imetumwa. Ni sawasawa na mama awe na mtoto na kwa boma kwe hakuna chakula. Mtoto atafata mama aseme chakula, mama atamtuma mtoto kamwambie dadi. Sasa hapo kuna message imetumwa, na nikiangalia hivi ni kama kuna mtafaruku ambao utakuja mbeleni, na wanafaa waangalie hiyo maneno wasuluhishe, kwa sababu utakuta watu wa Western watataka hiyo DP, alafu watu pia wa Mountain wanataka hiyo DP hivyo hivyo, unaona. So hapo ni kama kuna nyufa imeanza kujengeka, na kabla iwe kubwa lazima waketi wazungumze, wakubaliane. Kitu ingine ambayo iko sasa ni hizi kampeni zao ambazo wanafanya. Huwezi ukaandaa kampeni na badala utoe ajenda zako unatoa malalamishi kwa kiongozi wa nchi. Na mimi napongeza sana President Kenyatta venye alifanya. Hii inaonyesha Kenya kidemokrasia inazidi kuongezeka. Si kwamba ati kwa sababu wewe ni naibu wa rais ni lazima ni kuunge mkono wewe, hata kama sioni manufaa. Kama sioni manufaa kwako na nimeona mtu ambaye yuko na manufaa, ni haki niseme mimi kama mimi ninaunga mkono huyu, na mimi niko na kura moja, na pengine nikichanganya ya pili ni ya bibi yangu, unaona, hizo ni kura mbili. Kwa sababu sasa ni kwa sababu gani walaumu Uhuru Kenyatta? Na pia kitu nyingine ambayo inazidi kuwakoroga ni kwamba kila siku siasa zao ni za mlimani, kwani mlimani ndo kwenye wapiga kura. Hizi sehemu zingine hakuna wapiga kura ama vipi? Na nikinukuu kauli ya Mudavadi akisema, aliuliza gavana wa huko akasema ground yasemaje? Akasema ground yasema ni Kenya kwanza. Sasa kama ni Kenya kwanza ndo ground inasema hivyo huko, si muende zile sehemu zingine, waje kwa mfano waje coast kama Mombasa, kwa sababu hiyo Mombasa ni Kilifi ni kingpin ya Azimio. Kwa nini wasije huku wakajasikiza hiyo ground, waambiwe ni Azimio, waconvert hiyo Azimio iwe itaenda kwa UDA. So hii mambo ya kwamba kila siku mtashindia kwa sehemu moja, wanapoteza wakati, na hizo kura za huko hizo zitagawanywa. Hata tuseme huko atapata kura nyingi, lakini baba akipata kama 30% ya huko itakuwa ni boost kubwa kwake, unaona. Na nikiangalia hii nini rali ya leo, watu tu walikuwa wameenda kule kutafuta pesa, kama ulivyosikia hapo naibu wa rais akisema ni hawa wasijui wanajeshi wenu nimewapangia sijui pesa ngapi mtagawanya. So wameenda kule kuconvince watu na pesa, lakini hajui pesa utatupa tutakula, lakini kupiga kura ni siri yangu, hauwezi nilazimisha, unaona. Na tukienda safari ya baba kwenda UK, safari imepangwa vilivyo. Watu ambao wanaenda kukutana kule ni watu muhimu ambao watamuongezea maarifa ama ujuzi akipata hiki kiti. na pia watu ambao ameandamana nao pia ni vigogo wenye ushawishi mkubwa kwa siasa yake, si kama watu ambao alienda nao kule Halafu nikija kwa hizi new signings za Kenya Kwanza, hizi late signing zimefanya tu kwa sababu ya Kalonzo, kwa sababu wao walikuwa wanashawishi Kalonzo ajumuike nao, ndo walikuwa wamebaki pembeni. Lakini sasa hivi leo wameenda huko kwa sababu Kalonzo, washajua huyu Kalonzo ashaingia huku, sisi hatuna otherwise, heri tuingie. Na hata ukisikiza kauli yao wanasema Kalonzo amelazimishwa, kumaanisha wao pia walikuwa wanamtaka, lakini sasa wakashindwa nguvu, unaona. Na pia wanalaumu sana Kalonzo wakisema sijui ni mtu ambaye hajiamini, lakini mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba Kenya ni muhimu kuliko mtu mmoja, unaona, kwa sababu huwezi ukasema lazima niwe mimi, na ukiangalia hivi kuna mwingine zile ajenda zako na zake zinafaana, na unaona tukishikana hivi tunaweza tukatengeza kitu. Ndio maana ulisikia Kalonzo mwenyewe akisema tusiachie Kenya watu wezi, unaona. Na tukiangalia rekodi zake DP, scandals zake utazikuta ni nyingi kushinda kiongozi yeyote ambaye anatafuta urais, unaona. Na nikimalizia, mimi nataka kuwashauri tu supporters wa Kenya Kwanza, tusiweke hasira mpaka ukuje kwa social media waanze kusema president atapiganisha nchi. Hiyo yeye amejiamulia yeye kama mtu binafsi, hajamulia Wakenya wote, unaona. Kwa hivyo tukubali, atakayeshinda ni huyo, ni baba, ni Ruto, huyo ndo atakuwa kiongozi wetu. Tusukume miaka 5 tena, tupige kura ingine, maisha yasonge mbele. Asanteni, napa nafasi wenzangu.
All right, mwalimu asante sana. WG vipi?
Salama ndugu yangu.
Yes, sasa unaweza kufanya rebut ile yote unataka. Hiyo story ya exchange mimi niliona italeta kizaazaa kule.
Huyo alienda hata labda ameshikwa na
No, anasikiza nyuma kwa nyuma, na then yale mambo amesema Wakenya wamesikia, so we can always correct it. I think if we flow that way, it is helping the quality of the debate other than diverting, because inaonekana kuna calculated means of diverting us and making us go through circles forever without making progress. But tusonge mbele. Karibu.
Yeah, the young man is
after you tutapatia Julia kwanza ndio tuende kwa Simon. It is not prejudice, it is ladies first, men before. Thank you, W.
By the way, the young man is a representation of such a huge majority or the population around Mount Kenya, and it is understandable. It's quite understandable that the bitterness is clearly understandable. There are people who've been in presidency for all this time. They were only hoping that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta would do some things against the rule so that they retain that seat for as long as they can hold on to it. But Uhuru, being the person he is and being considerate, he was thinking otherwise. So the bitterness is clear. Number two, the attitude in Mount Kenya is, I think it did not begin today. It is emanating from the fact that after struggling to bring the seat from KANU regime, that is the Kalenjins, in 2002. And now it is time that they have to bid it by, albeit for some period. That is, it is understandable that that they have to feel so bad. Even us, we would feel the same. Again, I want to state that it is normal also for the other side also to have a strong base, so that the democracy in Kenya can be realized. If everyone else comes to this side, who will be checking on us? You see, power is sweet. So within a short while, you may find that even the Raila we clearly know may just live to do some other things that we least expected. So I'm one person who is championing for a strong opposition. And how can we have a strong opposition if the other side is left empty? And really, it's only fair that Central now play that role, albeit for some few people who've come with us, led by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And I was thinking that sometimes God is the one who hardens the hearts, like he did to Pharaoh of Egypt. Remember, deliberately God hardened his heart that he will not release the Israelites to go. God had a purpose for that. I don't want to predetermine what God is intending to do, but I'm so sure that there's a reason why the mountain is remaining that way. The people who joined William Ruto today in the name of Kabogo, Moses Kuria, these are people who've not been very serious, especially currently in the current dispensation, political dispensation that we've witnessed. Look at Kabogo. Kabogo has appeared in almost every other people's meetings. I remember when Raila first went to Mount Kenya, the other day he was in somewhere along Kiambu. He met Kabogo again, and Kabogo was even given chance to. So and again, Kabogo appeared with Martha Karua and Oka, Team Oka. Then again today, Kabogo is with UDA. So Kabogo will go. Which other political group that is there that he is yet to visit? So, the other ones have all gone to Azimio. Maybe he will be coming to Azimio soon. So he's a guy who is going around, and that means that he's quite unstable. He's looking for his equilibrium, and time is also going. And by the end of the day, we may just hear him declaring that he's not running the way Kuria also did. So these are people who do not know their conscience, actually, maybe, is not allowing them to maybe to stay or to go. They cannot come to the Azimio because of their past actions or activities, political activities. Their conscience don't allow them. At the same time, they don't want to remain there because of the personality of William Ruto, who just the other day slapped them with a no party. No party. You come like when your hands are in your pockets. You come like that, no briefcase. So that's how William Ruto is expecting them there. And today, actually, he went there like that because we didn't hear anything like party Gani. So that's how he arrived with
Okay, WG, just one moment. I'm stepping out shortly. Please, when you finish, you bring in Julia. Then we continue with Simon. You chair for a while. Thank you.
Okay. So these are people whom I've personally I don't see what they are adding for William Ruto, but The only significant thing, it was their joining today. It was significant in a way that they came with some consolation that, look here, even in our team, we are also gaining. You see, we have here Wamatangi came here, Kuria is now here, and Kabogo. So please, it's not that bad the way you think. We are also working on things. And that's the reason why even Martha Karua, there were some rumors that would join them. And Martha Karua, I didn't see her. I doubt if Martha Karua would be there and be denied the chance to talk, to speak. So now that she didn't speak, it's like it was just some fallacy, some kind of, lies that wanted to bring people closer. Finally, I think maybe I can end up there so that I can come in later on some other time. Baba's trip to UK is nothing actually to talk about. We are waiting to see what he's going to, how it's gonna turn up with him, because I know outside there he's even more respected and more welcomed than even with some parts of this country. So he's in the right place. So let's just see how he's going to tackle or to undo what the lies that William Ruto had taken there. Thank you. Julia, good evening or good morning. I don't know what time it is there in your end.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you, WG. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you in this show. I'm loving the conversation. Napenda Kiswahili cha mwalimu. Natamani ningeongea kama yeye. Ningekuwa na ringa tu nikiongea hivyo. Au watoka.
Sawa, mimi ni wa coast, ndio maana Kiswahili yangu iko hivyo.
Wow, you are so lucky to speak Kiswahili like that. I always used to envy my Kiswahili teachers, nikitamani kama siku moja naweza kaongea kama wao. And I appreciate the points that we have all given. The debate today is about what happened in Kiambu, the DP slot and Malala, Baba off to UK. I will start with Baba off to UK. I hope he also gets some times to rest, even though I know he'll be meeting with some people. I hope atapumzika. He needs a break. But Baba being in the UK, we're not going to be embarrassed. He has moral authority to talk about corruption. He has moral authority to talk about administrative issues in the country. He has a lot of moral authority, unlike previously, tulisikia DP Ruto akiongea about you can't talk about corruption when a survey is done in Kenya and majority of Kenyans say you are the most corrupt person. You can't talk about the things that have not worked in the government when you are in the government yourself. You are the deputy president. It's really a shame. So I think this time, whoever is going to meet Baba, they're going to see a different person. And Baba commands a lot of respect. So I know we are not going to be embarrassed. About Malala, I don't know what to take of Malala. I think I want to be two-sided. On one side, I think they are playing games with the DP, like someone said here. They are trying to test the waters to see our reactions. I really don't trust anything that comes from DP side. Because I know he can even say, I'm going to shower when he does not intend to shower for the next 1 week. So I don't take anything seriously that comes from the DP side. So Malala could be a setup, stage managing, just like they did yesterday when they were trying to pose like DP was going for nomination and they brought some people who didn't qualify. You know, that kind of drama that should be done in a high school. Kama those plays, tulitanga kijeketile na kilio cha haki. That is what we know about UDA. So the most likely thing is just another little drama by Malala. Or if it's not drama, Malala is preparing to exit Kenya Kwanza. So two things could be happening. He's setting the stage to exit, or it's just the retro drama that you know about DPs and Uda and his people. So I'm not going to take that seriously. I don't even care what happens to Malala, whether he quits or he wants to be deputy himself or he wants Mudaba to be deputy. It is insignificant. It is inconsequential to the Azimio team. It has no consequences. We really don't care what happens to Malala and his DP campaign thing. Then about Wamatangi, Kabogo, and Kuria in that meeting. First, this time I think, I want to agree with UDA people. That was a mammoth crowd. That was a big crowd. And I also want to agree with them that UDA still commands a very big support in Mount Kenya region, probably the majority. So I'm not fighting against that. And I'm in agreement that still, as per now, UDA still commands a big support in Mount Kenya region. But the question is, what happens between now and the election is what they are not sure of. Because I think we can agree, last year, a time like this, we could not talk about, you could not hear people talking about Raila in Mount Kenya region. You could not even see somebody calling a meeting to campaign for Baba in Mount Kenya region. But now you can see it. So I think the person who is be depressed now is Ruto. Because what's happening, Baba's numbers are increasing in the region where he did not have numbers, where nobody could even dare to say, I'm supporting Baba. And to make matters worse is the president himself. Like, I think it's Bernard who was saying that they were trying to intimidate the president, ati usifungue mdomo, kusema una support Baba. And I think I was going to say, like, I hear youngsters says, what I do? Akifungua mdomo, what I do what? What will they do? What will let them do their worst? Uhuru already said he's supporting Baba. So that's those who, today they said a lot of nonsense about Uhuru. And I was asking myself, is Uhuru vying for presidency again or something? Did something change last night while I was asleep? That Uhuru is vying for presidency? You know, and they were saying that yote yawezekana bila Uhuru. I was wondering, did something happen? Is he vying for presidency again? You know why they were so mad? Bernard was trying to compare this thing like a relationship between a wife and a husband. I saw this thing yesterday. I saw it like a woman who has been rejected. No, a woman who walked out of her marriage. That's how I see Ruto. A woman who walked out of her marriage thinking the husband would never start again and get another beautiful woman, only to see the husband wedding a very beautiful woman in church. I think that woman will feel like killing herself. That is why people are saying, Ruto, miti uko sugoi ikatwe. I think that is a feeling he had yesterday. I at one point I said, oh, I think my heart goes out to Ruto. I don't think I can sit on national TV and watch. You know, Uhuru said that we have a captain now, and the captain is Raila Amolo Odinga. Na sote tunamunga mkono. I don't know if I was the deputy, what I could be feeling. So I am trying to feel Ruto. That is why today he was saying that Mungu anajua. I think he must have spent the whole night trying to pray and to intercede and to ask his maker to have mercy. No wonder maybe he went to church, because when he watched TV yesterday, he has been seeing this coming. He saw Uhuru in Sagana, but he didn't believe it, that Uhuru would go to public and now tell people, let's vote for Raila. So I think it was a very disappointing moment. That is why the people who were in the meeting today with Ruto were so mad and were calling Uhuru names and all that. But I want to tell them this, calling Uhuru names is not going to change anything. Now, I've been following some chat here. Some people are saying that kumira, and I want to tell them, hakuna kumira this time in Central. Hakuna, kama ni kumira, hakuna, haiko. Let us not lie to each other. Now, I am here, I am in the US, I'm going to vote in Washington DC. So if you think kama tunapiga ndomo tu hapa, tupigi ndomo tu, we vote, tunapiga kura, we are voting in Washington DC, I will take a flight. I'll buy a flight from South Carolina. Kama mnataka kujua vile tunapenda baba, mimi nimetoka Mount Kenya region. Na mimi I buy a ticket, nitalipa around $200, that is about 20K, return ticket, to fly to Washington DC to vote for baba. Now, previously, I was voting in Mathira. Kwa hivyo, ile kura yangu, pare Tumutumu. If you want to trace my vote, pare Tumutumu Primary School. You know where Tumutumu Primary School is? That is where I was registered. So, hiyo kura ilikuwa ya Uhuru, 2017. Sasa, hiyo ni kura moja, imeenda pande ingine. And I'm telling you on TV. So, what about those who are not telling you? Ni wengi. Kwa hivyo watu wa Mount Kenya tuache madharau. Kura haziko, kura za Uhuru haziko. Those votes, those kumira that came out to support Uhuru are not there for Ruto this time. They are not there. And they are there for many reasons, okay? First, I am not a tribalist, so I don't vote on tribal basis. But Mount Kenya region, you'll agree with me. There are people in Mount Kenya region, maybe those are the people that Bridgie was describing, who believe that, and I want to agree with him, who believe that ikikiti ni chetu. And when the seat is not theirs, they don't care. So, hawatatokea, they really don't care. They will be working, ukiwakumbusha saa 7 watakwambia, mimi nitoke kazi yangu nende nikapigie nani kura, they don't care. Because I think those are the people that Bridgie was describing, that they may not care, they may not come to vote. Now, some of them are kind of, they have not made up their mind. They have several reasons for not voting, because they are not even sure that they should vote for Ruto, because wengine, they have some bitterness with him because of the past things that have happened in this country. Now, others, another group, that is my group, and I belong to that group. We have made up our minds that we need to do the right thing. We don't vote on tribal reasons. Now, you don't want me to vote for somebody that I don't trust the economy of Kenya with. Now, if someone has scandals of corruption, you don't want me to even dare trust that person. It's like trying to marry a man whom I imagine will cheat on me. I will be in fear even at the altar. So I'm that kind of a Kenyan that, again, I will say, I said it yesterday, we are afraid. We are afraid of giving our economy to somebody we cannot trust in. We are afraid for the future of our children. We are so much afraid. So that is why we are going to support Baba. We are supporting Baba. We are voting for Baba. So you people thinking that Ruto has the votes that Uhuru had, you just be realistic. Hana hizo kura. Yes, he may be having the majority of Central Kenya, because Ruto went around demonizing Raila and calling him mchawi and all that. But he doesn't have the votes Uhuru had for 2 reasons. Kuna watu watatokea, wako na ukabila, wako na ile ukabila yao. Kama si mtu wao, they are not interested. Those are the words that Bridgie was saying. Kama si mtu wao, they don't care whether you win or you lose. So they will not come out to vote. They don't give a damn. They will not come out. They will not even go looking for each other to vote. So those who are here and are supporting Ruto, I want you on 9th, you go to your voting station, polling station. I want you to do a survey of the people you know who did not turn up to vote. And you go and ask them why they did not turn up to vote. They'll tell you what I'm saying today, that they don't care. They'll be like, when Trump won here, some Kenyans were saying in Nairobi, Trump is president, we don't care. That is what they'll be saying. But there's another group that has resolved. They have nothing to do with corruption. They have nothing to do with stealing. And that is a group that is going to vote for Raila. So watapigia Raila kura. So that is the evidence I'm giving you today, that Ruto doesn't have the support Uhuru had in 2017. Finally, I want also to say this. The evidence that Raila is going to win is just simple. First, even in the 2017 and 2013, those have been contested elections. We can't even boldly and have moral authority to claim that this person won and this person lost. So if you look at Raila, he's catching up with his strongholds. I think the recent opinion poll said that Raila was leading in Nairobi. Raila has always led in Nairobi. And now because there are some Jubilee people in Nairobi who are swinging the side of Raila, he'll have a bigger percent than 50%. He'll not have 47% in Nairobi. Nairobi is a cosmopolitan place. That tells you that every other cosmopolitan region, Raila is likely to command a higher number of votes. That includes Coast. Now, Eastern, Uda was really praying hard that Kalonzo anaendelea kuwa watermelon. But I think Kalonzo, in his own wisdom, he decided to support Raila. That now makes a very big difference. So now Raila is going to have the lower Eastern, and don't forget the upper Eastern has some challenges for UDA, having had taken Kiraito and Peter Munya to Azimio. So yani, in other words, UDA imezungukwa. Ukiangalia kule northeastern inaendelea kuzungukwa. Now if you talk about Rift Valley, Ruto doesn't have Rift Valley because the Maasai and the people in Kajiado may not be in UDA. So Ruto is not commanding the votes Uhuru had. And on top of that, he has this Raila man who seems to be getting back his strongholds. So how then will Ruto be able to defeat Raila? I want to tell you that beyond reasonable doubts, Ruto will not get more than 7 million votes. And by around midnight, Ruto will still be at 5 million votes to Tukihesabu kura. The next day when it comes, he will still be less than 7 million. And I think people in UDA, if you don't like wasting your vote, please cross over and join us. There's no need to vote and waste your vote. Finally, I heard that Simon said that people in Central, they are religious. Now, the Bible says, I'm also in fact, I'm too religious. I'm so religious. Kama nikupenda Mungu, basi wengine wetu tunapenda Mungu sana. The book of Galatians 6:7 says, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. Whatever you sow is what you reap. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia. That is very elaborate and clear enough. I have this maxim to say. It's been created a perception that Uhuru Kenyatta will try to wrestle the mountain from William Ruto. Actually, it is William Ruto trying to wrestle the mountain from Uhuru Kenyatta, of which, in my opinion, it's a mission impossible. Because when everything goes back to the starting point, everybody will go back to their senses. And nobody is going to run away with the neighbor's children as their leader, leaving their own children. It will not work at this point in time. Naomba tusikilize hii nini kabla Simon akuje, tusikilize hii video, alafu tusonge mbele. I hope is the one.
Wakati ulikuwa unahitaji ndugu wa kutembea na yeye, mimi nataka nikuambie rais, kwa miaka 4.5 umetutesa, umetuangaisha. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mheshimiwa ndugu yangu rais, mimi nataka nikuambie, umetufukuza kwenye makamati ya bunge, umevunja chama yetu ya Jubilee, umetuita majina tangatanga, umetuita wezi, umetuita takataka. Lakini nataka nikuambie ndugu yangu rais, sisi ambao unatuangaisha, sisi ambao unatutesa, sisi ambao unatuita majina, sijui takataka, sijui wezi, my friend, sisi ndio tulitembea na wewe Kenya mzima tukapiga magoti tuombe ili kesi ya Hague ipotee. Mheshimiwa Rais, sisi ndio tulitembea na wewe hata safari ya Hague. Wengi wetu walienda na wewe mpaka kwa Hague. Viongozi wengi wa makanisa ambao unawaita majina saa hizi ndio walipiga magoti wakatuombea, ndio kesi ya Hague ikapotea. Tafadhali ndugu yangu Rais, usiwaite majina viongozi wetu wa kanisa. Na kuambia my brother, sisi ambao unatuita majina sijui takataka sijui wezi, sisi ndio tulitembea na wewe Kenya mzima, tukakutafutia kura, tukapanga Kenya hii mpaka ukakuwa rais, tukakupigia kura mara 3. Sisi ambao unatudhulumu, sisi ambao unatupiga vita, sisi ambao unatutesa, mimi nataka nikwambie mheshimiwa ndugu yangu Rais, sisi tumeona yale umetufanya, lakini kwa sababu sisi ni wacha Mungu, sisi tumekusamehe. Sisi Rais, tumekusamehe na tumekuachia Mungu. Sisi ndugu yangu Rais, tumekusamehe. Umetuangaisha, umetutesa, umetufanya yote, lakini we have forgiven you na tumekuachia Mungu.
Dua la kuku alimpati mwewe. Nini kinaendelea?
Bernard, a quick one before you do someone else. My observation with those statements, that those are so inciting statements. And someone going to Uhuru Kenyatta's background and giving those kind of words to his own people, those are so malicious statements. And this guy never learns. We thought that he had moved from that kind of incitement and malice, but he's still in them. So only God can save him anyway. Thank you.
Okay. I won't say nothing at us now. Tumsikilize Simon kwanza. Simon, unmute.
Thank you, Chair. God bless you guys, the panel, all protocols observed. I'm a God-fearing man. I commit this country to the Lord Jehovah, our Alpha and Omega, to guide us as we head to this great election. Now, my name betrays me because I'm a Kikuyu. I have had 2 presidents, basically 20 years, and I've not benefited a single thing from a Kikuyu presidency personally. During Kibaki term, that is a term we enjoyed economic prosperity as a whole across the board. But during Kenyatta's term, there's been a lot of ups and downs. I don't want to blame them on Kenyatta only, because he's also faced a lot of tough things, from the airport burning to Westgate. He came up and fought terror, and then 2017 election, the handshake, BBI. It's been a roller coaster for Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. But personally, as a Kenyan citizen, I personally, having seen a Kikuyu presidency, have not benefited personally from that Kikuyu presidency. So Julia's sentiments that Kikuyus are tied to that presidency in that manner, that we are not going to vote because there's going to be an absence of a Kikuyu president. That is neither here or there, in my personal opinion. It is total travesty because according to the way I've listened to everyone commenting, we are all pulling on our side. Today, Ruto's comments was testing the waters. He was trying to test the waters, and it has resonated with the people because that is what the people on the ground feel. The people on the ground are not interested in all these economic developments that Ruto keeps saying that we have done TVETs, we have done roads, I don't know, from here to there. People want Ruto to speak the truth. What we speak, our pains, what ails us, that is what is ailing us. And I think Ruto was trying to test the water and see what will be the reaction from the people on the ground. And this comes after Kalonzo Musyoka decided to go towards Azimio. So it's a fight back. And actually, it hasn't earned him any extra vote because the Kikuyus are fully behind him. The notion that Kikuyus will be divided so much, that division will just be the same as it's been in 2017 and 2013. And this time it might be even more inclined towards Ruto because people are in more problems economically. So people will try and speak through the ballots because Kikuyus are not violent. They would rather speak through the ballot than go to the streets. So Kabogo coming into Kenya Kwanza, Moses Kuria, these are figures that were trying to go it alone and independent, but they finally came to discover it's not easy to work without a Ruto presidency because of the pressure on the ground. So they are not here by choice. They are here because they know if they don't toe the rope, then they're out. And that's why you saw a big figure like Kabogo even jumping, trying to introduce Ruto. So today I don't have a lot of things to say. I'm still waiting to see what will unfold towards the week. About Malala, it's very true. We need to make Mudavadi our deputy president because Kikuyus are not interested in a deputy president's position. It's very wishful thinking from Azimio to think that if a deputy president does not come from our home turf, we will buckle out of UDA. There's nothing like that. In fact, we want a deputy president from another area because everyone in the Kikuyu area, we have realized they are pulling for themselves. Like Moses Kuria would have really gone independent. But the ground has forced him. From his coming back from hospital, he tried to pull crowds, but people told him, Girishi is a candidate that is loved by the people. But immediately she will announce her support for Azimio or Raila Odinga, that will be her end. Not because the people don't like her, but that's the way the ground is. And I don't want you guys to come for me because I said that's just the truth from the ground. All right? So today, Bernard, I don't want to say a lot. Let's pray for this country. About us being religious, yes, we are. And religion cuts across the board. You can be Muslim, you can be Hindu. Religion is religion, but we are Christians as Kikuyus, Merus, and the rest of them. And the tag that Raila's enemies have tried to tie him to witchcraft and all that works, especially with the people who don't have education, people who don't understand politics and how people smear each other. So Christianity works a lot within our home turf in that manner. I don't mean that everyone follows religion blindly, but most of the people feel emotional towards Ruto's behavior, being so close to the church and all that. Is Ruto really being sincere? Or is he just trying to tie himself to the church so that he can get votes? I'm not sure. They were kneeling down together with Uhuru all the way, 2013, to the ceremony where they were handed over power. So I think at some point, Ruto was a very true Christian. Now I don't want to speak for anyone because the book says, do not judge anyone. Everyone will stand their own judgment alone. So, Julia, I know right now you are in Azimio. This is my last statement. I know you are in Azimio. I respect that. But it would be travesty for you to say that we will not have that kumera. It might just happen because the economy is really bad and the people would like to speak through the ballot. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but trying to, diminish that and trying to say that, people don't care because there's no Kikuyu figure, that's neither here nor there. We have progressed away from those kind of politics because we have understood through experience, the best teacher, that having a candidate or having a president from your own community does not put food on your table. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Yes, WG?
Yes, I have one question and one rebuttal. Simon, I would like to see your face when we engage, please. Kindly. Yeah, I would request that you come back so that we just engage with a few questions that I would want to ask you, because I see the way you are arguing, you are more sober and more ready. I think we can get some facts from you. My first just a point of correction where you said that it's Azimio who think that the mountain must have the deputy. I don't think that is the case, because it's Gachagua himself who had declared, and he was, he asserted that even before Musalia Mudavadi arrived, they made it clear to him that the number 2 position would go to Central. So it was a sealed deal. So do you think you are not very truthful when you say it came from Azimio, or it's the Azimio side who think that way? So number 2, I would like you to tell us the facts that, because you are saying that the mountain might just go the Kumira way again. What are the factors driving or behind that kind of assertion, bearing in mind that the same Ruto were with Uhuru, and he's now the one who is going for the presidency? What do you believe that, how do you believe that people still trust that he will still, he will not go the same way that Uhuru went? What are the factors motivating you guys to feel that Ruto is the man instead of Raila Odinga? I think if you answer that, maybe first you can answer that. Maybe probably someone may also be having another question.
Thank you, WG. Those are very sensitive and good questions. I'll come to the second question about why do we think Ruto would create a difference after having been in government for all that time. And now Ruto today his speech was trying to play with the emotions of the Kikuyus, and this is what has been on the ground. This is what the ground has been saying, and it really hurt the Kikuyu people when Uhuru Kenyatta stripped off and delegated the deputy president's powers and duties to his very close ministers, and our deputy president became a lame duck president because I don't know how lame duck he was. I don't know how many duties he remained with, but Ruto has not been working. And now this is what people are saying. Ruto looks like he's innocent because in the last term he was not working. People believe that his duties were delegated to the various ministers who are favorite to Uhuru Kenyatta. So Ruto is coming in as a new candidate.
First term or second term?
Now people are remembering the second term. People are not remembering the first term. people are really inclined to the second term because it's playing with their emotions. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto landed into presidency because of the ICC. It played a lot of emotions, and because of the Christian tag, people went into prayers. And you know, Christianity and emotions play very well. There's a very good resonance between the two. And so right now, Ruto is trying to bring that. You remember, he has mentioned the ICC because he's trying to bring up the emotions of the people and then incline them towards him because it's like he's been betrayed. Now, the Kikuyu people, we are the Mau Mau blood, whether you come from Meru, the mountain area, we are the Mau Mau blood. We don't believe in politics of betrayal, by the way. And that said and done, kumi yako kumi yangu is a very strong thing, and it's still playing within the political theater. Lastly, but not least, about Gashagwa and the rest trying to pull the DP's leg, trying to, antagonize him to give them the deputy president seat. That is them, not us, not the people. Because these leaders, they all have an interest. That's what I said yesterday. Every leader, when he comes in with his money and resources, he's ambitious. He's looking to move up. He's looking to do something. So we know very well that
Thank you, Simon.
let me finish, please, Bernard. I beg Bernard, I just finished. Gashagwa, the other day.
Bernard, can I?
Order. You don't do that, please.
Is it okay if I finish and then you guys comment? So
Just
Gashagwa, the other day.
I want you to answer one question. We move on. We will not stick in one place forever.
Thank you, Chair. So Bernard, when Gashagwa commented the other day on national TV during daybreak that the deputy has to come from the mountain, his emotions were clear. That's not the people, it's the leadership who want that. But we are fully behind Ruto, Dr. Ruto. Thank you.
Okay, a good question to you, posed by Young Luo. It says, Kenyatta betrayed Jaramogi, Kibaki betrayed Raila. What is this guy talking about?
Exactly, Bernard, that is what I wanted to ask him. Kenyatta betrayed Odinga. Kibaki betrayed Raila Odinga. What do you say about that? You Kikuyus do not betray anybody. Please tell me.
Thank you for that question. I don't know who has asked me that question, but this is the thing, Bernard. The generations that experienced the betrayal of Raila Odinga in 2002 and the MOU is our generation. Right now, we have a young generation that voted just in 2013. And the ICC really played a big role emotionally. So this generation that is very latter cannot remember what happened to Raila Odinga and his dad back in the 60s.
So Simon, I try so hard to understand you, and you keep shifting goalposts. You've just said that the Kikuyus have the Mau Mau blood. They don't betray people. That is the premise upon which the question is framed. So there is Mau Mau. Then there is digital. Mau Mau and digital, we are talking of a difference of 50 years. So how can we relate to Mau Mau, forget in between, and then we are jumping in 2013, for heaven's sake?
Okay, let me deal with Raila and Jaramogi. I'll dwell with Raila first more than Jaramogi because me,
just either your statement is right or wrong. We don't want any historical explanation on the same.
Chair, I would like to explain myself.
No. You are taking too much time. We don't want to dwell there. We want to move on.
I would love you just to give me a time frame, even if it's seconds, just to explain myself about
Just
Raila.
substantiate. If Mau Mau blood is for Kikuyu not to betray anybody. You substantiate what happened between Jaramogi and Jomo, and then what happened between Kibaki and Raila, okay? And then justify what is happening between Uhuru and Samoi.
Thank you, Chair. By the way, I'm not siding with the betrayal of Raila Odinga in 2002 in any way. He worked very hard and brought the seat to the Kikuyu people when Kibaki was sick. I mean, not in any way substantiating that. Only that Raila, maybe if he tabled that betrayal, the MOU, to the people, it would have worked. And if he tabled it to the Kikuyu people, what Raila did, tabled it to the other communities, and the narrative about 41 against one tribe came during that time. So there's a betrayal here, which is true. And then Raila handlers come with a narrative of 41 against one. Now that is when Chungwa and Ndizi came during the constitutional change in 2006 before the 2007 elections. And that was the undoing of Raila partnership with Central Kenya. Because when he came up with that narrative of 41 against one, the Kikuyus felt betrayed. They felt not betrayed. They felt they were in fear. And Majimba was also demonized very much by the then strong men, including Mother Karua, who was in government that time. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, I wasn't born back then, but that was a very, very bad thing that was done to him, being sacked after standing for for Kenyatta to come out of jail, stand for him, and then later he's betrayed. That time the Kikuyus never had good education. That time it was the clever who had the best education, because I believe if Kenyatta was today, if we backdated it today, Kenyatta would not be able to do what he has done today, that time. So I think education and information played a very big role. And so it was bad luck for Jaramogi, but the Kikuyu people honor their deals. And also the Kikuyus are very ready to show that they honor their deal. They honor their end of the deal this time. So that is why they're inclined to Ruto. I don't know whether I've answered properly that question, Chair. Thank you.
Simon.
Yes.
When Ruto was now coming out of Uhuru
Yes.
cried openly, please come we work. Let us work. Wakati wa siasa bado. Wakati wake itafika. Mpaka he called Ruto watu wa kutangatanga. Do you want to tell me this was not betrayal from Ruto to Uhuru? Don't you think it is the Ruto who was betraying your own man and you still clap your hands for him? Please give us a break.
Okay, thank you, Maggie. Maggie, thank you. I think you have made your point, but I want us to prosecute something here, okay? It appears to me that there is a calculated move by UDA to whip up people's emotions against Uhuru Kenyatta. Simon, you have come out very strongly on the premise of Christianity as well as the Kikuyu and their non-likeliness of betrayal. You have not substantiated that. I need you to do for me two things, okay? Explain for me why one should be a Christian and advocates that the mountain should head to Uhuru Kenyatta so that it accepts William Ruto. How Christian is that, okay? The issue of 41 against 1, it is part and parcel of the choreographed emotional whipping program of making other people look like they hate the rest of the Kikuyus. ODM was formed in 2005. Uhuru Kenyatta was part of the Orange. So how was 40 against 1 when Uhuru Kenyatta is part and parcel of the ODM? Okay, there was Norman Nyaga, not Norman Nyaga, there was the other Nyaga who was part of the Pentagon. Is he not from the mountain? I think we need either to speak the truth or forget about what we are talking about. William Ruto is the one to defend his case. Why he is the kingpin of the mountain, what has made him the kingpin of the mountain, and why he should be voted for. Not that Uhuru has betrayed him, Uhuru has done this against him. There is nothing Uhuru has done except leading Kenya, of which William Ruto did not want Kenya led.
In fact, it is Ruto who betrayed Uhuru. Ruto betrayed Uhuru, please.
Ngoja kwanza takuja kwako. Simon, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bwana Bernard. Be blessed for that question. You see, when Ruto is an ambitious man, and once they had a pact with Uhuru, he was salivating for this position as Ruto himself. There's also politics of selfishness here. So Ruto felt Uhuru Kenyatta now wants me to have a government of coalition through the BBI, and he wants to be meat. He wants me to share the whole cake, and him is a president on himself. That is one way of looking at it. So when Uhuru talks about unity, I fail to trust that Uhuru is purely inclined to unity only. I also feel that Uhuru wants a continuation of power for himself. And we agreed that yesterday.
Simon,
so
I think
for me,
it is not, Goja, it is not that you don't know the truth. I have a feeling you know what is right, but you are deliberately trying to mislead us by changing the subject with every statement you're starting. Let's do this. Let it rest there, okay? The truth is,
thank you, Chair.
you have support for William Ruto, but for no reason, okay? You emotionally connect with him and you want to sympathize with him. That is why you want to vote for him. But anything
Bwana Chair, I would beg Bwana Chair,
or against the BBI or against the government is all baseless. Just like
Bwana
what
Chair.
we are playing Gachagwa's tape later on. The truth is, if the mountain wants to go Ruto way, they are doing that by their choice, okay, which is their democratic right. But for them to blame it on Uhuru Kenyatta is an excuse from where I sit.
Bwana Bernard, I would also beg.
A simple excuse of which is not valid. You have
Chair,
refused to tell us how Mau Mau blood works in 2013, okay, and it does not recognize 2002.
I've explained that, Chair. I said that Raila came up with a narrative of 1 against 1.
Douglas.
Yes, Bernard, I want to remind Simon of two things and again ask it as a question. Number one, Simon is trying to bring us to reverse psychology kind of thinking and reasoning, and in prosecuting his points. Simon, you need to be real and honest in your submissions. Number one, you told us that you've realized that you've come into a progressive kind of thinking and you've realized that having one of your own in power does not really help you. Kibaki was in power from 2007 to 2012, but you people still went to Kumira and elected Uhuru Kenyatta to be your leader. At that time, didn't you have that progressive thinking that having one of your own, you do not need to have one of your own for your part to be developed? And again, number two, we have not, as other regions, we've not had one of our own in power. Why are you demonizing us when we are supporting one of our own in being in power? And then number two, you've talked of 41 against 1. I want to remind you, Simon, and very emotionally, that in 2007, I come from the Kisi community. If it was all communities against Kikuyus, why were Kisis butchered in Rift Valley? Why? Because we didn't belong to that one, the 41 against 1. So let's be honest and reasonable. Support Ruto, but be honest and faithful in your submissions. Thank you.
And on top of that, Kikuyus are the ones who suffered in 2007. Please, Ndegwa. Kikuyus suffered. Even their church was burnt with the children being returned back to that fire. Please.
Okay, thank you. Let's make progress. Let's
Yeah,
make progress.
Yeah, I beg
I
to
say
read.
let's make progress. Thank you very much. Let's go to John Adams.
Good evening, Bernard. Kindly confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you. And good evening to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, John, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sawa. So I think Asante. Oh my. Nimehang at the. Hello.
Yes, Adams, we can hear you clearly.
We can hear you, Adams. Proceed.
Oh, sorry. I'm using bundles today. I'm in Busia and the network isn't so good. But just quickly before this internet hangs up on me, I think with regards to UDA today, I think they stamped a bit of the authority in central Kenya. It was a win for them to see some of the major aspirants for the Kiambu gubernatorial seat coming through. I'm a bit disappointed in Wamatangi. I think for a long time he has cut across as a sort of a reasonable voice in Mount Kenya politics or Kiambu politics. So it would have been interesting to see him fill the gap that Kuria had left by joining Kenya Kwanza. But all the same, I understand him. I think politics has a way of dictating terms, and that sometimes leaves some people feeling like they have no choice. And for me, it's a sad thing when people join you because the ground has stated that way. I come from Azimio, but I don't also support the idea that the ground should dictate where you place your weight. I think it should be based on ideals. So for me, that is the sort of thinking that will result very quickly in such a coalition not holding up, because it's all about re-election. Once you're re-elected, the dynamics change. If you're not united by ideals, then in a very short period of time, you will begin to see the same problems that were in Jubilee crop up in UDA or Azimio. So for me, I hope that people can make decisions based on their ideals. But I understand that politics is not that optimistic or idealistic, if I may use that word. Moving to Malala, I think I'm glad as Azimio we got rid of Malala. He was a problem. And now that that problem is in UDA, we can only wish you well. He caused a lot of havoc. He will flip-flop. He will state things today that he will not mean tomorrow. So I wish you all the best. For me, those are not the type of people I would want in my camp any day, whether they win or lose. So Malala, I don't think is worth discussion. Moving to Baba in the UK, I have had a list of people he's meeting. I am not too conversant with who exactly they are. But Baba always shines on the international stage. I think that is one of his strengths. He has a way of connecting with the international community that we've not seen until recently with Uhuru as well. So that for me is always a plus for him. I think Ruto tried. He articulated some very good points at times, but in between there were a lot of gaffes. When you're abroad, I think there's a way he cut across. When you go outside Kenya, it's not really about your election. You hear Baba talking about intercontinental highways, and on the other side, you hear somebody saying we are budgeting for corruption. I mean, you don't wash your dirty linen in public unless it is very necessary. And I don't think Uhuru is that kind of a dictator that you need to go outside and, paint us in very, very bad light. But just to wrap it up, the discussion on Mount Kenya. First of all, kudos to Simon. Is it Simon? Kudos to Simon. I think it's good to see you stand your ground here. Most of the UDA guys don't last here, and I've always wondered why. In fact, my dream panel would be to have 5 UDA guys and 5 Azimio guys. But some people accuse Bernard
this show of being an Azimio show, it's not because it is Azimio. I think UDA guys shy away. And Simon, I'm happy that you stand your ground and you sit and you differ with us. And I know by the end of this, by election time, Simon, you're going to be an Azimio supporter. From your reasoning and how you talk, I don't think there's some cognitive dissonance that might be causing a bit of a blockage. But I know that by the end of this, by election time, these guys will have worked on you seriously. Just to finish by saying this, we've seen some 3 things that I think will cost UDA in this election. One, the ageism card. It started by telling us, actually it was Raila is a mchawi. He does not value God. He does not go to church. He does not respect. That didn't work. Then they told us Raila is too old to do anything. And that's why you see the propaganda videos of Raila forgetting stuff here and there. And I don't know how many of us are not planning to get to 78 years of age, but I don't see us disrespect our grandparents the way we do with Raila. But this is politics, I understand. Thirdly, now we are seeing that same stick being applied to Uhuru because of the comment he made against religious leaders. And I know that for sure religious leaders deserve respect no matter what. And I know that Uhuru could have passed his message in a better way. But I think that all of us can clearly attest that some of the things we've seen religious leaders do in the run up to these elections are not the kind of things that we would want our religious leaders to do. So I think Uhuru spoke in anger, but the content or the message he was trying to pass across was true. We've seen prophets prophesy of Raila's death. We've seen prophets prophesy of rigged elections and not speak out against it. So I don't think that it is wrong for somebody to say, look, you're a prophet, I respect you in your office, but there is a problem here. And I think part of the reason that we find ourselves in this place is that there have been too many religious leaders, the good ones especially, who are too scared to come out and call out a spade, to call a spade a spade. So it is forcing people like Uhuru to stand up and say, look, there's a problem in the church, and this is where the issue is. Lastly, this idea that God belongs to one side and not the other is false, and it needs to stop. Let us campaign, let us vouch for our candidates, but let us not do it basing on the fact that some people belong to God and others to the devil. I think God loves us all. If I'm not wrong, Bernard, God loves us all. And while God does indeed choose leaders, sometimes he allows us to choose ourselves. And he allowed the Israelites to choose Saul, and they paid for it. So there's the verse in Romans that says, yes, leadership is established by God and we should be subservient. But in Hosea, he also says, they rejected me, and in their day of struggle, when you start crying, he will not listen. And my message to you, Simon, is one. The same way, the problems that you're experiencing in this second term of Jubilee, as a NASA supporter, I can tell you, I'm not saying we were the perfect solution, but I can tell you, we told you the debt was a problem and the effects are being felt now. But in the same way, our voices were rubbished. Perhaps maybe you didn't feel we were Raila and Kalonzo were the right solution. That same way that you voted, and today you cry, and Uhuru does not listen. That is the same thing some of us fear will happen with Ruto. And that is why we are standing firm to say, look, this nation is bigger than all of us. And we have to weigh our candidates with utmost honesty and see what kind of a leader do we want. The last thing I'll say in 30 seconds, Bernard, I know I've overstepped, is what Uhuru is trying to do. Simon, you can never understand, because you do not know what, I think it was Douglas was saying. This idea that other tribes feel left out. This idea that some of the ODM supporters, Wiper, maybe even ANC, feel like they've lost elections unfairly, that is something you can never relate to, at least not in the recent history. So when Uhuru steps out to support Raila, you never know. He might know something that you don't know. He might know there were issues with 2017. And he might just be saying, I want to do this so that this rest of the country feels like they are part of us. I can tell you for sure, I come from Mombasa, and in 2017, some of us were ready to secede. This is not a joke. We were ready. Were it not for Raila, I can tell you for sure, Raila stopped us in our tracks. Some of us were very upset because we were tired, and we felt if we cannot understand one another, why don't we go our separate ways? Why don't we go our separate ways? So I'm asking you to understand Uhuru. Uhuru is not playing a short-term game. He's looking at a long-term future. And if Uhuru has done one thing right, seeing him in Jacaranda today, the place where Moses Kuria said Mahali Tulikunya, if you heard him in his speech, you don't know what that made the rest of this country feel. It might have been celebrated in some parts, but it left a sting. To see Uhuru and Raila there, even if Raila does not win, Uhuru will always be remembered for his attempt to make the rest of us feel like we belong. So while you guys bash him, that is why Uhuru can talk openly in Kisumu, but he struggles to talk openly with you. So I ask you, Simon, to look back, search inside yourself. Am I not a Kenyan like you? If I feel like Raila was robbed in 2007, which I'm sure you agree, why can't we not just support him for him, not because he deserves to be rewarded, but because let us see a different type of leadership. So I'm asking you to understand Uhuru from that point. I know he has made a lot of mistakes, but Raila is not Uhuru. And the idea that Ruto was powerless in his first term is flawed. So please support Ruto, but please understand what Uhuru is doing. He's doing it for you and for me. Because if that bad blood continues, Simon, the next day it will be someone taking it out on you as a Kikuyu, forgetting that you did not benefit. And I think that is what Uhuru is trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adams. I believe that's clear enough. I want to donate 2 minutes to Alex. He has something to bring up, and then we move on.
Yeah, Bernard, thank you for taking consideration. I wasn't on the panel, and I wasn't wishing to be on the panel this early because we go up late. We were on the panel until this morning at 7 a.m. So it's too early for us, some of us, to be here. And you understand that time here was there, but nevertheless, we listen. We listen to the views of everybody, and we take them seriously. Simon, I want to address you candidly as a brother. Two things you said are very dangerous, and you must cease from that mentality. First of all, by saying the Mau Mau blood. That's a dangerous statement. That's a narrative that Gachagua has been trying to bring to us. And the purpose of that, you may do your head like that, but we are not going to agree. We are the ones who are going to propel this narrative on how this election is going to be. It is not you. And the narrative is going to be unity, not division. We are 40 years after independence. We have seen this kind of innuendos. And this time around, we are not going to allow. You need to understand, we need a united Kenya. Independence was fought by almost all tribes. History was unfair, not to write it down. The first president of this country was in his own right to do that. But it doesn't mean that we don't know history of this country. If you did not read history of other tribes, that is your inexposure. We fought for this country as a nation by blood and sweat in whichever way we did. And that does not demean the fact that the Mau Mau fought also, but we did. So do not come here and tell us that the blood of Mau Mau is the narrative of the current. And therefore, if a covenant is made, it should be on the basis of the blood of Mau Mau. We will not acknowledge that as a country. And that is why I'm here. Raising emotions. Do not raise emotion to overcome your reasoning. You're coming here to tell us that now last time it was an emotional election, and we must also come here with an emotional election because the people from central Kenya are Christian. My friend, we are not going to raise our emotion to overcome our reasoning. This election is not about emotions anymore. We have come too far to start raising emotions again. So I am just giving you a warning that we will not allow such kind of debate and narratives that you want to push people who are not exposed, who are not educated, who are not wise to make decisions so that we can have an election of progressive nature. Don't bring emotions here. We will debate on ideas, on policies. You are here on the record say that we will have an emotional election. I will debunk that. We are not here to show emotions. We are here to debate ideas. And if you want to bring emotions, we will tell Bernard to say no. If you don't have, you know, when a man loses a purpose, he start conniving in pleasure. Those are pleasures that we will not allow. Bring UDA ideas. We bring our ideas. We debate. But don't raise emotions here. This is a country for all people. Don't say 41 versus 1. It was a narrative when Ruto was with us in ODM. So don't try, and that is what Ruto has always done, to try to stay away from the very thing he has created. Who banned Kiamba? You need to ask those questions. Don't lie to us here. But we don't want to make you a subject, and I don't want you to rebut. No, you are not going to rebut because you want to take too much time here so that we can concentrate on you. Bernard, we don't want rebuts, but the issue of blood, telling us that emotions, we will not allow. We are going to debate based on policies. We are not here to debate on blood. And if you want us to do that, we have others. Yeah, Ndeto, I agree. I agree, yeah, we need to go down. But he has raised our emotions, but we will not allow that emotions to go to our people down there. We are going to advocate our people to know that this is the narrative you want to create. When Maraga left office, he said, do not allow these people to bring war to this country. And we are seeing that narrative. We are not allowing it.
Thank you, Alex. And just to, before I bring in Deto, I want us to understand one another. In politics,
Bernard,
and I think I will find that video. There's a video by William, not William, by
I
by
wanted,
Mwalimu Nyerere.
thank you, Bernard.
Okay? There's a video by William,
No,
by
Bernard.
Mwalimu Nyerere. Sorry.
Bernard, ututafutie
Yes, Mama
hiyo
Selina.
video ya William, ututafutie hiyo video ya William Ruto akiongea akisema hawa watu. And again, I want to tell Simon, kama si Raila, I'm telling you the truth. Kama si Raila kusima, okay, try it. Nyinyi ndio mnataka kutuonyesha. 41 against 1, ulisa Ruto. Ya pili, hapa hatutaki kudanganyana, we need the unity of Kenyans. Mtuonyeshe hata saa hii kwa akili yako. Wacha hiyo 41 against 1. Where are the Kenyans? Kenyans wako wapi saa hii? Ukifikiria Ruto akikuja kuwapatia emotional hapo, mtakuwa fixed. Amesimama Rift Valley akaambia Wakikuyu wenye wako Rift Valley wakale warutishe mashamba yao. Amerutisha mapati ile siko na wakale kwa manyumba sao. Amerutisha ng'ombe sa Wakikuyu. Sahi Wakikuyu wakiwa Rift Valley wako kwa polisi. wanailima kwa shamba na jioni wanarudi kwa tent. Msidanganyane. Kama ni mtu mzima amechenga Central mzima, kwa nini hajachenga Kiambu? Wait, kwa nini hajaenda kuchenga
Bernard, I think
Kiambaa
it
na
should be
Kiambaa
fair
iko
if
Central?
she produce
Not fair.
evidence,
Hiyo
because
41 against 1, nyinyi ndiye mumeanza. We have to say, yeye ndiye ametuambia kama si Raila kusimama na Wakikuyu, you guys play, you will get the fire.
Okay,
Bernard,
thank you, Mama Selina. I want us to
Simon,
calm down, please.
umesahau haraka
Calm
sana.
down. Maggie, you're out of
Bernard,
order. You're out of order. Mute your mic, everybody. I want us to calm down. We are going to debate soberly, and we are going to find a solution to whatever problem that there is. But the only solution to it is for us to accept that there is right and there is wrong. Looking for a political excuse to justify what is wrong, it's evil. And then when you smear it with Christianity, it becomes now more evil than ever. So let's face it, okay? In politics, when you cannot win by ideology, you cannot win by your agenda, most politicians will revert to emotions by whipping tribal emotions and all manner of excuses. And that is where UDA has launched into. Hata sahi wamesahau bottom up, wamesahau tuanzie hapo chini. They have thrown away everything. Now it's about who did this. We are the one that made you this. We are the one that there are series of videos I'm going to play that are going to prove to us that somebody wants to invite us in a journey that he alone is traveling and he wants Kenyans to support him in the same. That is not going to work. The days when Kenyans did not know are past. Today they know the truth. And anybody wants to get lost, they say in our village, ile ng'ombe itapotea, aisikiangi zingine zikiita. So if you choose to get lost, we can't help you. But truth be told, the people who believe in Kenya and want Kenya as a nation that will be here for many, many years to come know what is right to do. The rest, who wants Kenya to be finished, or they want a Kenya that other Kenyans will not be at home, they also know what they are doing and will not let them succeed. Now, I want us to move forward. I want to have less rebuts. Less rebuts means if there is an issue, note it down. When it comes to your turn to submit, you will rebut and then move on so that the quality of the debate does not degenerate by push of to and fro on trivialities, because we have noted that is part of the other people coming here to water down our debate by taking us through circles deliberately on matters that are obvious, and we are not buying into that. What were comments, mnasema I am bullying and all that, that's part and parcel. When I came here, I developed some thick skin, and today I'm in black specifically for that, because I'm a Pan-Africanist, and there are those who thought that because I'm a pastor, they will pull that religious tag to begin to intimidate me here. It has also failed, because I believe in what is true and just for this nation. I want a Kenya that belongs to all Kenyans equally. And anybody who wants to divide Kenyans, he becomes the enemy of Kenya, and we must name him like so. What DP said today in Thika, especially that clip we have played, it has sold him as a wrong person for leadership of this country. He's a divided person. He wants people to fight simply because he has not gotten his. He's not different from the child yule amenyimwa chakula, okay, na ameenda kuchukua mchanga amwake kwa sufuria ili kama mimi skuli mtu yeyote askule. And you want to be a leader? That is the least we can expect from somebody who is asking to be president. And anybody want to make such a person a president? I would say, like the Bible says, those who worship idols are not different from them. They are just like them. They have mouth, they don't speak. They have eyes, they don't see. They have ears, they don't hear. So those who worship idols are as good as those idols. If you can follow that kind of line of leadership as your way of leadership, then you are lost. I rest my case there.
Na Tuoli angemwambia Simon, ushindwe kabisa,
Ngoja
ashindwe.
Meg relax. Tunakuja kwako tafadhali. Ndeto, ni wakati wako tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Bernard. You have said you are a Pan-African. I also think to some extent it is questionable because, you know, sometimes equalizing when it comes to debate is very fair. I've seen some of the supporters of Azimio heckling, but you are not taking them to the backstage. I want to progress in the debate. I would like to support what Simon has said.
I will not let that draw. I will not let that drop. If you are shouting when somebody is speaking, it is my duty to make sure there is communication, and I'll throw you. In fact, you should be happy it was a quarantine. I should send you to the other side. So please, let's understand. Na kwanza wewe Ndeto, wewe unakuwa moderator kama mimi. Unapaswa kuelewa kwamba our number one responsibility is to facilitate communication. But if you're a moderator and you're the one helping creating noise, I judge you with higher law. I will forgive these other people, but you, lazima nikuwe strict. Biblia inanipatia hiyo mamlaka. Pole like.
I know why maybe when it comes to Ndeto, rules might change, and it's good you have expounded. But this is my point, that so far as we are denying what Simon is trying to animate into this debate, that is the reality. And there are things we cannot assume. You know, Kenya, despite that democracy, in form of democracy, we are still growing. We should understand that politics are so local. And when you hear someone saying that just because there was an agreement, the community he comes from, maybe the people who consume the various traditional beliefs or whatever the richness of the tribe he comes from or such, they believe what they say. I think that a stance that we should applaud and even ask more questions to understand where this person is coming from. But you cannot assume that just because someone has summarized something, it's just a narrative or just a story to bring a makeup in the debate. No, I think in this platform, we should try to dig deep and understand. Also, we should give each other enough time to express what he or she is thinking about. Let me get direct to the title of our debate about the various members who joined the UDA. I think those people who are still believing that Wamatangi, whom we know is the majority whip, who replaced him, I think he replaced Kangata. You see, you should understand yourself. Why is it that it started with Irungu Kangata? He said that Ground, you know, Mr. President, Ground is saying like this. Then he even sacrificed his good position of majority whip in the Senate. It was given to this current senator who joined UDA today. You know, the argument or the basis of this debate should be, why do you think is Wamatangi dumping Jubilee for UDA? You know, so that shows how the people who will vote for these leaders are resonating with them. These are people who have regularly gone on the ground. And these are the people who have gathered much information. You saw yesterday, there was a delegate of the Azimio, where they even came up with a presidential flag bearer.
We saw what Kalonzo went through. You should also ask yourself, why is it that Kalonzo had to join Azimio and not Kenya Kwanza? You know, he had to pass through a lot, but at the end of it, maybe the people on the ground would resonate well with Azimio than Kenya Kwanza, majority of them. And maybe this guy joining Kenya Kwanza, in a way, maybe he would have lost the political muscle. So the very same way, we should also argue when you come to the central region. Don't think about the number of votes that Raila Amolo Odinga will gather from central province. You know, when I tell you 99, you are shuddered with fear because central region maybe has almost 7 million votes in all the counties that make up the central province and its surrounding. No, that should not be what that should bring a shock to you. We should understand that there are internal structures in every community. That's why when you also hear in Bungoma, some MCAs also defected from ODM to Ford Kenya. In a way, even if it is one person, to me, I see an addition. So, because politics, when you lose 10 votes, that means you are 10 votes less to win. So, at this moment, it is the beginning of shifting. And it is good that the new policy about the political parties and coalitions came to form. Because what I'm expecting is there will be a lot of corruption in nominations. And these leaders, you may hear them talking about UDA, but maybe they will not get to the ballot with UDA. There are other parties that form Kenya Kwanza. The same case also in the Azimio la Umoja. So, but the big question we should ask ourselves is this. The leader that we would like to lead us as a country, come August 9, what are the qualities? What are the key issues that we are going through as a nation? One, things to do with education. That is something that we cannot just avoid from this narrative. Because if it is something that will bring us to the level of Americans, where they have one language, which is English. But I can tell you, majority of the people who live in America, they are not Americans. But they know before you get to America, you have to learn English, because that will be the only language of communication. We need leaders who will lobby for promoting the education system so that we can be able to have enough human resource, people who can take the nation to the other level, people who can teach our children or maybe even the generations to come that being a Luo or being a Kikuyu doesn't matter. What matters is that we are all Kenyans and we have one common denominator, which is an issue number one, which is poverty, which is diseases, which is ujinga. So those are the things that we should lay our foundation in. And also, we should also have something to track our economy. You know, industrialization. There is no nation that will grow without industrialization. If you check and try to even give some Uhuru administration some points, how far has he gone with industrialization? You will find maybe he has done something, though so little. So, and those are the areas we need leaders to eye on when it comes to the coming election. Look at what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. You can see the language they are talking, the allies, is sanctions. I wonder if war maybe comes between Somalia and Kenya, what sanction can we give these people, or even another nation? How can we mobilize even our neighbors to maybe deny a certain service or a certain product to a certain country so that we can regulate our economy or our peace and our unity as a region? Those are some of the fundamental things that we should look up to. And I know maybe some of you may not like it, but every presidential candidate come August, I know they have something they can offer to this nation. When you are talking about William Samoei Ruto, don't talk all ill things about him. You know, I've heard Azimio people talking about, you know, when you hear of Kimondo Kiguruki, that is what Uhuru said in 2017, that, you know, Raila is a madman. You know, when you hear about that, you are refusing with all your guts. But you want to tell us that it is Ruto who even instigated the 2007 kind of chaos. That one I would not accept, because it is a collective responsibility among the leaders, the coalition that he was, who was the top. That person is also accountable. But when you try to sugarcoat and show us that, you know, this person is the evil one, then that's where I'm disagreeing with you. There are a lot of good things that William Samoei Ruto has, which we can give him a chance to even take this nation to another level. And as I conclude, there is also this narrative that, you know, those who are leading the nation, they come from a few families. To me, one of the reasons that I decided I will even vote for William Samoei Ruto is because this is a person who have come from low. And despite that, you can say it is through corruption or what, even the other leaders then, if that is what makes a person rich in Kenya, just know that even those who you are supporting, they were also one time poor and they became rich, maybe through what you are saying, corruption. But I don't think that is the case, because by saying that, we are putting our judiciary low. And I know that is a certain arm of the government that is so active, that is just produce and promote justice to this nation. So those who are saying so and so is a thief or what, I think that's a wrong thread of thinking. And also, I don't understand. I heard Uhuru talking about Raila will come to end corruption. Raila will come to end hatred. You know, it's laughable, because it's like for him as a president, he is exposing what transpired since 2018. Because if those are the key issues he thinks of bringing unity, those are some of the things he is unable to do. Then how can he patronage Azimio la Umoja and also be able to maybe expect someone even who is a bit low, Raila Amolo Odinga, to come and bring the same transitions? For me, I think Uhuru, on that point, he exposed himself. He has failed, and therefore, we just need a new person, even if it is another person, but not in Azimio.
Yes, WG?
Yes, I want to, a number of things I wanted to rebut, which Ndeto has mentioned. He's dwelt a lot on Uhuru's failures. But Bernard, if you may just go through many of the clips when Ruto was Ruto, when Ruto was William Ruto, the DP, he was taking credit and he was out there to state to us that himself and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta were in charge. they were doing everything together and making decisions together. When they decided to, since when did William Ruto detach himself from the policies or the things, the decisions that Uhuru Kenyatta was doing? You know, again, Ndeto, I've not seen you telling us why you are strongly supporting William Ruto. Things that you say are not here and there. They are just hanging around, and the things that we believe that are not genuinely what we should be expecting from a person who is knowledgeable like you. Because we've been here, the history has told us where we've come from. Most of us know where William Ruto was in KANU, the role he played. We even know how he started and how he came into politics, and how quickly he collected his wealth. We know that Ruto was the right-hand man of President Moi during the very dark time of the history of this nation. And we've known Ruto when he combined force with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. The other thing, most of you here pretend to be knowing William Ruto and castigating Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And yet some of you just see William Ruto on the roads. You only come and he speaks to you and you go home. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has sat with that gentleman in the office. He has worked with him very closely. So you want to tell me, whom should we trust? You, Ndeto, and Simon, or Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who has been having this guy very close to him? You will be lying to us, and yet we are seeing things that this guy is saying. Finally, we told you in 2013, when the two gentlemen were coming to power, that choices have consequences. Today you are all over here lamenting about what Uhuru has done and what Uhuru has not done, and what Ruto will perfect. We are still telling you today that if you choose that William Ruto, choices have consequences, my brothers. So you guys, some of you don't care. As long as Raila Odinga don't become the president of the land. Like you say, anyone else can become the president, but not from Azimio. That, I think you are driven by more than just facts or practicalities on the ground, more than the practicalities on the ground, but other things. I don't believe you are genuine. Thank you.
Bernard, would you mind to give me that a second?
Take it.
Okay, thank you. So the reason I'm saying that we should not generalize Uhuru and William Samoei Ruto. One, like you can remember during COVID-19, it's a sensitive thing, and we understand that Kenyans do not, majority of Kenyans even do not afford the basic needs. But the supplementary budget that was allocated for some services, even for the hospital equipment, to promote our health facilities so that we can be able to fight COVID. You know, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, our president, he chose competent guys, people from the corporate world, and you all know them. You know who composed that committee. And the Auditor General indicated that over 6 billion went unaccounted for. And up to date, that money is not, the report that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said it will be produced after 21 days, it is not yet. 25 days are not yet. Maybe they will come after election. That's why I am saying, even if I am a supporter of William Samoei Ruto, some things we should understand them as Kenyans and bring a person accountable. If Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta knew that they were working together with Raila Amolo Odinga since 2019 or 2018, then why should we fix someone who was not there? A scandal like that, and yet we are arguing that, you know, the government of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta administration, maybe it has achieved much, but why should we not point such issues? And also, those who are accountable to them, we bring them to book. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Ndeto. And before I let Adams ask your question, just answer me this. Has the 7 billion that was in question on Aror and Kamorel been accounted for so far? And how long has it taken?
Bernard, I think many people talk about Kamwaral and Ero, but I wish someone, you will once host a show so that we dissect that case. Because
no,
if you
I'm not order. I'm even against balancing corruption with corruption. I'm just saying, you talked of 6 billion Nini, and it is all ending up at the Uhuru Kenyatta's doorstep. Okay, and deputy president who you are footing for to be the one who is better placed to succeed Uhuru Kenyatta and fight corruption told us the only amount that is in question on Kamorel and the other dam is 7 billion. And we are talking about 3 years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago. So has he facilitated this money? Did we get it back? Where did it disappear to? If he cannot account for 7 billion, okay, then Uhuru cannot account for 6 billion. Then both of them are in same league. They should all go home. That is my point.
Bernard, the point on Kimwaral, what happened exactly is, you know, the value of something like land. When people learned that something is going...
Let's restrict ourselves to the 7 billion.
Neto, we also know the story.
Billion, not much explanation.
Let me hit the point.
Too much explanation spends more time without adding value. So if
Let me hit the point.
The 7 billion that is not accounted for, and there is 6 billion that is not accounted for, let's deal with that. And if both people have been in the office and there was loss of money of 7 billion and there is loss of money of 6 billion, there is no difference between these two people.
Bernard, if Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who is our president, if he really loves Kenyans and he understood that that is exactly what happened and some 7 billion missed, I think there is the DCI, the investigative team. I think they could have done it. They could have even brought those people who are in... I saw Rotich being one of the people who was suspected, but I've never seen anyone taking someone like William Samoei Ruto in. So when you tell me that Ruto was among the cabal, then I do not understand.
I did not say that. You're the one saying that. I did not say that. I'm just saying he was vocal. He came to explain. So if he came to explain, he has the story.
The previous day at Sagana 3, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta told us that story. And I wonder why, as a president, he was telling us he could have taken an action. And that way, Kenyans could be safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Your point is made. Adams, ask your question. Alex, please mute your mic for now.
Yeah, just a quick one. Ndeto says we shouldn't lump Ruto and Uhuru together. Mine is just to ask whether he supports the lumping of Uhuru and Raila together and what is different, number one. Number two, corruption is a problem that I keep saying cuts across. I will not use it to cut down Ruto or Raila. But if you are going to talk about 6 billion in euro together. From the Auditor General's report, it's not speculation.
Bernard, can I
Alex,
answer you?
your last part of your presentation had issues. Just take it again on the
Sorry, I
speculation.
was saying, apologies. I was saying, what is Ndeto's take on the? He mentioned the 6 billion under KEMSA. What is his take on the 100 billion that was never traced following Eurobond 1 from the Auditor General's report? That happened in the first term. I have never heard anyone from your side talk about it. So if 6 billion pains you, what about the 100 billion that was lost or never traced?
Okay, Bernard. Let me first address, there is something you have said that what is different between Uhuru and Raila that could be different between the Uhuru and Ruto. One thing, for me, Raila Amolo Odinga has been a very good leader throughout. You know, this is a man who has been putting the government into toes. But I think there was a betrayal. And don't think there are very many people who will support him when it comes to this election. Because there are many people, he decided without even consulting them. As well, this is a man who even tried to appoint himself as the president. In a way, that also brings some issues when it comes to his integrity. Finally, there is this issue you have touched on, the Eurobond saga. For me, I'm not here kutetea yeyote. You know, it was the Ruto administration. If there is enough evidence, let the right institutions take their investigations. Then whoever who is maybe found culpable, aende akatumikie kifungo kamiti. And I think that is the best thing. Instead of competing corruption.
Okay, thank you. I think that is
amalize na ile shamba ya
ngojeni tafadhali. Naona everybody is determined to balance corruption and debate. Order. Thank you. Alex, what did you want to say before I play a video?
Ndeto says Raila is a very good man only when he wants to put him in the opposition. And when it comes for Raila being in the government, he turns around and he does political expediency like a spin doctor. Now, I don't understand his mind. Does it mean to him that Raila should be permanently an opposition leader according to your thinking? I don't want you to answer this because that is not for you to answer. It is us to decide. Secondly, you said this man was loved by his people, but he betrayed his people. So did he betray us when you say this man, what did he do according to you? He put himself to be a president. I don't want to use the word you used because that is not true anyway. So did he betray himself by being the people's president, or he elevated himself by telling us that he is still our president? Where is the gap according to you? You don't have to answer. That's a rhetorical question, just to make sure that you understand that Raila has not betrayed us. It is your insinuation that he has betrayed us. We are here with him.
Okay. Simon?
Thank you, Chair. This goes to you. I want to go away from the corruption because across the board, I mean, we're all corrupted. John Adams was very clear about the Eurobond. Raila cried about it, and because we were in government, we were busy supporting Uhuru, and yet Raila had a point. And so I'll not talk about corruption. Mine is just to forward a plea to you. Is it possible that one of these fine days you bring a debate about the manifestos of both sides and we all cut across the divide to see exactly what these presidential candidates are offering? Because we are all Kenyans, whether I'm in UDA, Whether you're in ODM, we are all Kenyans, and we need the right president for this country. So this platform should also bear fruit to give us that, that rightful thinking of what is this person saying. Raila is offering 6,000. These other people are offering loans. Are they what weight do they have behind their manifestos? Is it just lies to get into office, like the computer laptops, or what is it? That is one of the proposals I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simon. Douglas?
Thank you, Bernard. I wanted to remind Ndeto that when he speaks about corruption of the KEMSA, I don't know what issue, it's just a quick one. Deputy President while in his US and UK tour spoke to the cameras in the international platform that 100 billion is budgeted for annually for corruption since they entered into office. So could you, Ndeto, also react on that? Is it propaganda from his side, or is it he meant what he was saying, and that is what will continue in his government? Thank you.
Bernard, I listened to the speech of the Deputy President, but I did not hear what Douglas is talking about. Maybe you come out clearly. Budgeted for what? 100 million budgeted for what, Douglas?
Billion, not million. Billion.
This is what the deputy said. There is an opaque account of money of a tune of 100 million. And he went to say, a mongrel of people who surrounds the president use this money in a manner. If you can't remember that, then I don't know if there is any statement you remember about in the deputy's tour. That was very clear, Ndeto. You don't remember that for real, or you are having selective amnesia?
Let me not answer that.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's listen to this as we proceed with the discussion. Thank you very much, everybody.
What you would want to hear.
Hold on.
Afrika ya Mashariki. Wakati tunafanya kazi katika Jumuiya ya Afrika ya Mashariki.
Just a moment. That will come later. I wanted us to get this first.
Asante nika mjambo. Murega lege. Gaija shangre mwalani agoso. Asanteni sana. Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais, karibu hapa kwetu Mount Kenya. Na ni mzuri leo kwa sababu tuko hapa Thika, tuseme maneno ya ukweli. Unataka tuseme ama tuseme? Unajua mimi naongeaga ukweli, wananishika Friday. Wananifugia Saturday na Sunday, wananiwachilia Monday. Niseme nisiseme? Tungetaka kumwambia rais wetu, tafadhali, wewe umeenda ODM, kwa heri. Mwambieni kwa heri. Kwa heri. Kwa heri ya kuonana. Tafadhali uachie watu ya Mlima Kenya wachague kiongozi wanataka, kwa sababu watu ya Mount Kenya wameumia zaidi kwa serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Na watu ya Mount Kenya, nilisikia ukisema pale Sagana ati ya kwamba waliumia wakati ya Moi. Ni kweli waliumia wakati ya Moi, but they have suffered more under Uhuru Kenyatta than they suffered under Daniel Arap Moi. Na tungetaka tumuulize rais, sisi watu ya Mount Kenya tulikukosea na nini? Tulikufanyia nini rais? Tulikupenda, kupigia kura, dhuraku, kumera. Kwa nini ulitugeuka ulipoenda kwa mtu ya kitendawili? Hapa Thika ulifunga industry ya Humphrey Kariuki. Ilikuwa imeajiri watu 1,000. Tangu hiyo factory ifungwe, the exchequer has lost more than 4 billion shillings in taxes. Na tungetaka Wakenya wajue, Humphrey Kariuki hakuwa na shinda yote na KRA. Humphrey Kariuki had a personal problem with brother to Uhuru Kenyatta called Moho Kenyatta. Alitaka kutumia private jet yake nguvu. Alipokataa, Moho Kenyatta akaamrisha Kenoti na KRA kuangaisha yeye. Rais Kenyatta, tulichagua wewe, hatukuchagua ndugu yako Moho Kenyatta. Wewe ndio tulichagua. Na huyu Moho Kenyatta ndio amefungua ofisi pale Gigiri na Nansang'et Town. It is from there KRA inapangwa kuumiza viongozi. The Commissioner General of KRA John Mburu and the Commissioner of Investigations Edward Karanja, they are working under Nansang'et Town and Moho Kenyatta to intimate leaders allied to Deputy President William Ruto. Na tungetaka tuseme mwezi wa 9 tukichukua serikali, we want a judicial commission of inquiry to inquire into the activities of KRA, how their authority was turned from a body of collecting revenue to a tool to intimidate people politically. Kwa hivyo wewe John Mburu na Edward Karanja, mjitayarishe, chuma chenu chiko motoni. Tungetaka tuulize Uhuru Kenyatta, hao vijana wa bodaboda unauliza nini? Hata kama ni maskini ni wa Kenya, hata kama ni maskini ni binadamu, wewe ni tajiri, unauliza hao vijana nini? Tungetaka tukuambie tunajua. The problem Uhuru Kenyatta has with bodaboda has nothing to do na ile msichana aliumizwa. The truth of the matter, waziri anaitwa John Mucheru aliita vijana wa bodaboda akawaambia waingie mkataba na Rubes Petroleum Company wakule wakinunua mafuta huko, wakakataa. Na hiyo company, it is owned by the Kenyatta family through proxy. Ndio mnaumiza hivi vijana wa bodaboda. Tungetaka tukwambie president wetu, wewe unaumiza Tabitha Karanja ati hajalipa ushuru. Wewe rais, kampuni yako, benki yako inaitwa Commercial Bank of Africa, ilienda ikanunua banki inaitwa NIC. Wewe mwenyewe rais, you exempted yourself from paying 330 million tax. That is conflict of interest and abuse of office. Tungetaka tukuambie rais, wewe unatumia watu KRA kuumiza watu. Your family is leading in tax evasion. Nyinyi ndio mmeficha pesa ng'ombe ndio msilipe ushuru. Wewe rais, ulisema utaeleza wa Kenya kwa nini umeficha pesa ng'ombe mpaka leo umenyamaza. Nyinyi familia ya Kenyatta ndio mna evade tax na mnatumia KRA kuumiza Wakenya wengine. Niseme. Hii project inaitwa Raila. Pesa inatafutwa usiku mchana. Watu ya KRA wameshika wale watu wana import containers ambao walikuwa wanalipa ushuru kwa container moja ya assorted goods 1.5 million. KRA, Uhuru Kenyatta amesema waongezwe from 1.5 to 2.2 million, watafute pesa ya kusaidia Raila Odinga. Tungetaka tukuambie rais, jana umesema kwa ile mkutano mlikuwa na Kalonzo na Raila, ukasema ati kwa Azimio hakutakikani Mkikuyu kwa sababu eti ndio kiongozi wa Wakikuyu na hakuna Mkikuyu mwingine anaweza ongoza Wakikuyu. We would like to tell you, Mr. President, while you are away, when you are with Raila, the Kikuyu nation produced new leaders who are going to march forward. Tungetaka tuseme, rais, tafadhali, hii project inaitwa Azimio. It has nothing to do with the people of Kenya. It has everything to do in installing a puppet regime to protect your wealth and that of your family. That we know, and that is what is happening. Mr. President, Mwai Kibaki aliwachia sisi watu wa Kenya tukiwa na furaha. Mwai Kibaki aliwacha sisi ndani kidogo. Wewe baada ya mwaka 10 umetuachia deni ya 11.2 trillion. Wakati ya Mwai Kibaki tulikuwa tunaenda kwa mabank tunakuta wasichana hapo ili kutokopesha pesa. Hiyo yote ulifunga ukatupeleka kwa Fuliza ambaye ni yako na familia yako, ndio mnanyanyasa wa Kenya. Tungetaka kusema Mr. President,
Okay. I think Maggie.
The guy is so bitter, my dear. The guy is so bitter. Is that Moses Kuria?
No, that's Kashagwa.
Oh, that's Gashagwa. Oh, okay. Who wanted to be the deputy president? Those people, I think, don't even bother with them because they are so bitter. They don't actually know what they should even bring to the people. They are just bringing emotional environment, which is not called for at this moment. This time, I think they should be they should be bringing to the table what they want to do for Kenyans, but not attacking Uhuru in open like what they are doing. That is so sad. It's just uncalled for. Whoever the young mind, the young thinking mind, who would be following such kind of people, those are lost people. They are lost. They don't even know the direction. Yes. Why all those quotes to Uhuru Kenyatta? Bring to the table what you know. If I give this to my voters, I'm going to fight all this I'm talking about when I'm in there, because that time Uhuru will not be the president. I think Uhuru has been a very lenient president, by the way. It's so sad, actually. Let me hang on at that point.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina.
Thank you, Penat. Oh my God. Hata kama, even though, hata kama unadharau mtu, mulichakua 2 times. Kama mulichakua, kama mulifanya vile muliclick mpaka mukaingia hiyo election. All that tartness wanaonyesha Uhuru ni kwa sababu gani? Sisi wa Kalenjin tunapenda mtoto wetu hata kama ako mchafu, tunamfunika. There is no other person who can talk against him. Lakini sawa, wacha wa Kenya wachue the truth. Uhuru Kenyatta is not just a Kikuyu, is a leader, is our president, and other Kenyans can stand with him. Hiyo yote munaongea wanatusi yeye, that is fine, wacha Kenyans. Unajua inasemekana Penat, kama mtoto ameshiba na ajui kwa jirani yake kuna njaa, watatoa chakula wakitupa, wakifurahia. It is their time kutusi Uhuru na kumwambia anything you want. Ni wakati yenyu kwa hii miezi 5, muite chochote mnataka kumuita. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, other Kenyans, la peace Kenyans, wanaona na wanapenda. So your president ya UDA anasimama, anafurahia mwenzake akitusia, na yeye akichukua serikali alafu watu wa mtusi, because this is hii ni Kenya. Penat, tomorrow ninakufanyia hii na kesho unafanyiwa ile. It is not the time ya kutusi the sitting president, na yeye ndiye anapeana hiyo SWOT. don't forget, munasema munatengeneza inquiry ya kufunga jamii yake. Munamwambia Uhuru, tukichukua serikali utaona. Munamwambia Uhuru all those things, na nyinyi munataka kuchukua serikali. Hiyo watu mbili nitarudia.
Mama Selina, just one moment, koja kidogo tu. Alex, you take charge after Mama Selina, Kamau, Ben, and Swale. Those have not spoken it before any other person comes in. Thank you. Mama Selina, continue.
Yes, so I was saying, ni mzuri wa Kenya wajue tabia ya KKA, ya kwamba uongozi yao ni ya revenge. Uongozi yao ni ya kukuja kufunga watu. Uongozi yao ni ya kukuja kukumbusha wa Kenya what happened. Hiyo ni mzuri, na hata ningetaka waseme zaidi, kwa sababu wakificha, ikifika mwezi wa 8 Kenyans will not know. We are happy to hear that. Tunafurahi sana wakati mnamtusi Uhuru mpaka mnatoa uchi. One day Uhuru cannot be a Kalenjin, or can be a Kamba, or Uhuru can be a Luo, or he can be a Kisi. He remains a Kikuyu. Iyo munasema yenye Alex alikuwa amesema, iyo maumau, iyo tamu yenyu, iyo munatukumbusha mulikula iyo muma. Iyo ni mzuri, but that is nice. Nafurahia na nataka wasunguke tena. Iyo maneno musiseme out of Central. Iyo maneno museme Nyeri, museme Kiambu, musunguke tu. Hata sisi wa Kenya tunataka kujua how smart you guys are. Hili kesho wa Kenya watasimama na Uhuru, na tumejua wa Kenya watajua mahali ya kupiga kura. Alex, kwa sababu we ni kiongozi kwa sasa, are we 100%, are we sure, are we safe in the hands of KKA, ama wanatuletea vita? Aitote rally ni kuomba kura na kuambia wananchi yale mambo mnafanyia. Why are you talking so bad kwa president yenye anaondoka? Uhuru Kenyatta, August, he will be anybody. He can decide to stay in London, wako na mali, he can stay in Kenya. So, mukichukua serikali, hii ni kumaanisha sasa KKA serikali yao imechaa. Sasa nitaconfirm imechaa watu ya hasira, imechaa wesi, pile wa Kenya wamesema, ikiongozwa na the most corrupt one, yenye uwezi simama na ukatae uambie watu yako no. So, be prepared. Kama munachukua serikali, kama mutachukua, because hata hamuna, mjue kuna Wakenya wengine watajua kuongea vile mnaongea. Si ati imeshinda Uhuru kuteka action. Anataka kuona uchinga yenu. Alex, hii show ya leo imekuwa disappointing. Wangeenda huko Thika, wakaripishe Kabogo, wakaripishe Kuria, wakaripishe Wamatangi, na wangeendelea. Sisi wa Kenya tungejua kuna mambo inaenda vizuri. But the bitterness, ile uchungu wamejua wameshindwa. Thank you so much. Be prepared to be on opposition. Na tutanyorosha nyinyi. Vile mulikuwa munanyorosha Laila, si ati ile matia gastra ila alikuwa nakula imepotea. Siko kwa store. Ile matangi ile ilikuwa inanyoshea watu maji mpaka watu wanalia. Inaitwa nini hiyo tia gas, watu walikuwa na chikuna. Kwani matangi yamepeleka wapi? Siko. They are ready waiting for you. Sisi Kenya hatutaki hiyo maneno ya kukuja kuincite watu na kutusi head of state. All things are waiting for you. Kuwa ready. And I don't think there is a Kalenjin who can go to street. Atuwezi. And I don't think there is this Kikuyus munamuongelesha watakuja street. Mutaipika. Nyinyi mutatafuta mahali ya kwenda. Alex, I don't have words today. The show today is not sweet. I think tutangoja ile wakati yetu ya wasee. Hii sasa leo inatumali hata hatujui what to say, kwa sababu hawa watu ya Yuda wanakuja hapa kutuchokora, lakini tutasimama na imara. My happiness is wanatoa uchi mtoto yao. No other women will go to maternity to have uhuru, not you. Munaambia nasikia Kabogo alisema ati mama ya Uhuru alienda maternity pile hata mama yake alienda. There is no woman from Kalenjin can have unless ukuwe umesana Mkikuyu. Otherwise hiyo yote munafanya ni yenyu. Ile wamama walitoa manguo Uhuru back. It is coming back to hit you. Thank you.
Alex, niongeze kitu.
Nilipewa mkururo, nitaenda nao. Wacha Ben aongee. Bernard akikuja ndio utaongea. Ben, it's your time now.
Ben, I'm just requesting for the opportunity because I may be off very soon. Within some 2 minutes, I'll be off.
Yeah, just go on. It's your time now.
Okay. This is Swale, I'm saying that.
Swale.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you so much.
I want to speak immediately.
Hello, Alex.
Yeah, sorry. So just a minute. I'll just let it go. Just a minute. I'm sorry for the KK people. They need to know that this one is gone. The way they are trying to intrigue the voters or to incite the voters towards the outgoing president concerning what has happened between Rigathi Gachagua and the president himself. And remember, he had promised that he will expose all those that they had done with the president. He started them today. Same thing happened to William Samoei Ruto. He cried totally today. He cried to an extent that people were even shocked on how he was doing it. So they need to know that this thing is gone and that they will have to wait for their time to come. And remember, the Bible says that happy are the humble, for they will receive what God has promised. You have to humble yourself for something if you want it. But the way they're now coming forcefully, as if they must have the government. I don't know where it is written. And they're also they are insisting that Raila has to go home. I don't know why they fear Raila being in government, and they feel okay when they take leadership. This is something to show that these people, even the government themselves, the government itself, I mean, this thing is gone, my friends. That's what, for you to have it, is not very easy. The way these people are behaving is the way Raila was behaving initially. Nothing happened to him. He had got the majority. Did he get the power? Did he get power? Nothing. So anything that to an extent that they will try even to have the whole country on their side, this thing is gone. I'm sorry for the KK people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swale, for being very short, and we appreciate your comments, your submission. Sasa Kamau, I'm sorry nilikuruka. Kamau, ni wewe sasa.
Asante sana, nimekuwa nikigojea sana. I've been listening from the background, and I want to say I'm so much disappointed, but you know, in this life and this is country where we have allowed freedom of expression, we should not be worried by the likes of Gachagua, Deden. You know, they represent very few. In Kikuyu we say togeges, people who have they have what we call, they are mentally impotent. There are very few people excited by such kind of sentiments. Majority of us in Mount Kenya are not carried away by emotions. We will not be carried away by emotions. I can tell you for free. We cannot allow at now you will expect online that there will be kumera to punish Uhuru. That is not going to happen. And that I'm telling you for free. I really want to say this.
and it is good you hear it from a Kikuyu. One of the greatest regrets, as a person, I do regret, and I wish I was there in the independence of this country. I really do regret that some people from our tribe went to fight for freedom. And I'll say this without fear. If there is people who have brought us to where we are today, it is those clique of Mau Mau who say, I don't care whether I'm Mau Mau or not, but they brought a lot of problems to Kenya today. Because where is the wife of Dedan Kimathi? She's a tenant in Buruburu. And what does that tell you? It tells you that these people are not even, they didn't even know what they were fighting for. So we find ourselves in a position whereby we keep on glorifying people who messed this country. We would be like South Africa today if we allowed even Wazungu to be with us kidogo. Because these are people who are not prepared even to govern this country. It's unfortunate, but I'll have to say this. It might hurt some people who feel like that if Uhuru gets out, they might get the land that belongs to Uhuru. We are where we are because kuna watu walijituma kwa msitu wakifikiri wanatusaidia. They never helped us. They destroyed this country. That is where the problem began. They sent themselves, believing they are helping themselves. They didn't even help themselves. We would be better because Wazungus, they might be bad and they might not be saved, but they are better people than there were the few colonizers that went to the forest. It is not going to help us to keep on mourning about Mau Mau, who fought for independence and eventually were not educated, even didn't have the capacity to control the country and even manage the affairs of this country. And then there are people who are leaning on that, thinking that they're going to whip our emotions with the Mau Mau stories and think that we're going to go back to that kind of nonsense. We cannot allow that. We are in a very bad situation today, that even the wife of Dedan Kimathi is a tenant. And is a tenant because she didn't, the husband, they don't know what they were fighting for. And now there are people who think that now they will whip emotions and people might now go fight and go back to the lands that were belonging to Mau Mau. That will not happen. We find ourselves in this situation because of that kujituma. Tungekuwa mahali mbali sana, tungengojea hata mpaka 2012 kama vile wazungu tupiganie uhuru 2012. We could be better. Sahi mali nakaa ningekuwa na swimming pool 3. Lakini kuna Wakikuyu hapo wamejituma hapo wakifikiri ati wanasaidia wa Kenya. We are not helping any Kenya. Because you are not able, you didn't have the capacity, they were not educated, they didn't know what they were fighting for. And then somebody comes in the stage. Now we'll go back to the Mau Mau. Mau Mau where? It is gone. We made those mistakes and we have found ourselves here. Now the choices we have to live with them. And that is when we are saying, hii kasumba wa Kikuyu kidogo wanafikiri that people will follow them because they are whipping emotions on Mau Mau, that it will gonna help anybody in this country. This country is bigger than the Kikuyu and the small Togeges in Mount Kenya. It is not gonna happen. It is time we forget about Kikuyu and Kalenjin presidency forever in this country. They have messed this country for good. It is time we go for other tribes, even the other communities, even those who didn't fight for independence. This story tunaambiwa kila siku ati sijui Uhuru aliiba saa ngapi? Ndio babake alichukua kwa sababu wale watu walipigania uhuru walikuwa hata bila akili. They didn't know what they should go for. The only person who was bright amongst them was Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't advocate what he did. I don't like what he did, but he did it. And we find ourselves in this situation whereby he owns a province, but who cares? Because he gave to, because the Mau Mau didn't fight for it that time. Now that there are some people here who are born in 1990s and 80s, they think now they can change the history. They can't. Life has moved on, and you have to accept and move on. This is not the country that was there in 1963. People are better and wiser right now. Mau Mau messed this country forever. I wish they didn't fight for this independence. In fact, personally, I don't celebrate those independence, because what is independence if you have no independence in your mind? And there are people who think now that because Uhuru Kenyatta was his father was who took the mantle of leadership. Now they think that by whipping emotions, Ruto will give them the land that belongs to Uhuru Kenyatta. That is stupidity. Find your own wealth. Find your own way of surviving in this country. We find ourselves in that position. And therefore, when I see the Gashaguas of this world and the Didi Nyoros, these are people who are mentally impotent. They might think that getting emotions or whipping our emotions, we are going to get to a point whereby now we are going to demonstrate. We can't do that. That thing is gone. We will live by what we have. If you have a quarter land, that is yours. Nobody is going to allocate you any other land that you didn't have. Work hard and buy something for yourself and family. Whatever you own, that is what belongs to you. Hii mambo unafikiri that mtachimba kitu ya huko imepitia, it's not going to happen. That's why I'm sad for somebody to stand here and start telling us about Mau Mau. What is Mau Mau? What did they do for this country? They just brought us to this problem. Therefore, I am so bitter because I also believe that we are in where we are today because some people somewhere went to fight for independence and they didn't even know what they were fighting for. They didn't even take who stopped them from taking the land. It's because they didn't have the capacity to lead this country. And therefore, mimi hiyo story, mi tungekuwa mbali sana. This is a country that even Singapore came and got the blueprint of the economy of this country. And Singapore is a very small country like Rwanda. It is far much bigger, 5 times bigger than Kenya. And then there are some Mau Mau guys coming to tell us about Mau Mau here, as if they were doing something very important and they didn't do anything for this country. It is not going to help us anymore. We are living with the current situation, and the current situation is we need a better leadership on this country. And it's not going to be found with the Sugoi man. He is not going to help the Mau Mau. If you think that it's going to help the Mau Mau, this country should move forward, and we need a better leadership, better managers, and people who are going to make sure that the resources that are in this country are equitably shared. But stories that, you know, we are Mau Mau, we have been taken land by, why are you talking about right now? Why didn't you talk about when you were electing Uhuru Kenyatta? And therefore, it is sad that some people can stand the whole day. And you know, Gachagua was a DO even the days when and you know, Gachagua personally is a person who has a history with Moi. He was a DO in Moro when people were being beaten in Moro. And so when you bring that kind of bitterness and whipping in Kiku's emotion, thinking that on 9, tutakuwa tunaenda kumera, you are so disappointed, you'll be so disappointed. Hatuwezi kumera kwa Sugoi, man. We can't do that. We can't do that. We will choose with our mind and our hearts. And that is what I wanted to say today, because I feel I feel provoked that some people think that we can dwell with the issue of Mau Mau forever. They messed this country, for God heaven's sake. They messed this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamal. Next was Ben, and then, okay, Themba, you can say something that Ben was next, and Bernard will take over.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I have a problem with Mr. Kamal's tangent of thinking. You may disagree with Gachagua, but I don't think we need to demonize people who fought for the cause of our independence. The Mau Maus have a part in our cause for independence. Someone might use that in a bad way, but that does not, in my view, make us try to demonize Mau Mau. All of us know the part they played. All of us know their part in our history. All of us know the way they suffered, and all of us know that the people who eventually came and took their land were actually the home guards, the ones who came and, the land that was being taken, that had been taken from them, they came and they enjoyed the proceeds before them. And we need to appreciate the relevance of that. And you need to appreciate the relevance of even Mungiki, how Mungiki came to arise at that time, because Mungiki were the true descendants of the real Mau Maus, and they actually arose because of their feeling that the people who came and enjoyed the legis of independence, like Muchuki and his ills, were actually, they separated them from it. So one Gashagwa can use that, he can invoke that, imagining it's going to invoke the same kind of emotions that he did when Uhuru was coming in 2013 or so, thereabout. I think we need to really be careful. I think even as we talk about disagreeing with Gashagwa, I know we are in that, as someone has said, the silly season of politics. Personally, I like what is going on because the ground is leveling. We are getting to know who is where. And that will go on until 26th of March, so that we really get to know clearly who is where. But I think as we disagree with them, let us be careful to isolate the issues. I think the issue is not Mau Mau. The issue is basically the person who is talking. He is trying to wipe the emotion using that and imagining it will work. Mau Mau is a group that helped in the independence movement. They have a great part of this country. We don't need to demonize them simply because someone has used them. I really think that is not the right way to probably argue and present our thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, thank you, Themba, for that. I think that balances it. And Mau Mau was not a Kikuyu affair. The people who want to rewrite our history or give history in bits wants to make Mau Mau a Kikuyu affair. Mau Mau was a general, all African communities led movement. We may have had the Kikuyus as maybe frontliners, but the independence of this country took the unity of this country. Anybody who wants to imply that one community is the one that brought independence, that's a fallacy. As far as accurate history is concerned, we had most of the communities coming together to champion for the independence of this country, and we should all view it from that perspective. In my humble submission and perspective. So it is wrong for us to push the agenda or even buy into the idea that it is one community that fought for independence, the rest came to right. That's not true. It was a concern that the entirety of the country had to sit on, although they were doing secret meetings because of the colonial eyes that were out. And in fact, the majority of the winning against the Mzungu was the underground people. The underground, not the vocal and the other ones. The underground people played a major role in ensuring that even the vocal that had been arrested and all that, their move and their agitation is articulated. So any person who wants to make it look like a one community affair is part of the problem and not part of the solution. Yes, Alex.
I want to inform Themba that what Mr. Kamau was saying was in reference to the discourse and the rhetorics that were there before, that were brought by a few people before. One of them was our panelist here, Mr. Simon, who spoke about the Mau Mau blood. And how he put it was to insinuate that covenant cannot be broken of the Mau Mau blood. And also, he made it clear that it is wrong for kumi yangu, kumi yako to go, they must fulfill it. And I think Kamau is coming from that point of view that Gachagua are using it now, presently, because they have lost a narrative. And now they are warmongering. Now they are bringing people together based on that. And I think Kamau is saying, from that point of view, that if we allow the Mau Mau issue to come in, it's messing, and it has been messing our country, because it's only used conveniently to politicians, not historically. And that is what he's against. Because if you remember, his statement was that if that is true, why is Dina Kamadhi's wife still a tenant in Buruburu? You understand what he spoke about? So that was the history behind it. And I don't think he was trying to belittle the historicity of the Mau Mau as a whole. He's only speaking it from the backdrop of the political expediency of what now is being used currently, because they have lost ground. And it looks like it's gaining ground from the point of view on how Simon, I would not have come here in this panel. I wanted to come very late, but from how Simon put it, it's raising emotions. And that is why he said it's not right.
Yes, Themba.
I wish to say something. I think we need to tell the people who are imagining that someone is thank you. We need to tell the people who are imagining that the mobilization through hate speech or maybe emotionality of elections are the only route to leadership in Kenya. I want to remind them, for the purposes of those who have probably forgotten history, just a little bit. The only time that Kikuyus have voted wholesomely and the elections were not contested was 2002, when Kibaki was coming in. And even then, there was Uhuru on the ballot, right? After 2002, up to date, they have wiped emotions, they have pushed agendas, they have pushed hate speech, but there's no election that has gone without a contest. 2007, there was contestation. Uhuru was on one side, Kibaki was on the other. There was contestation. 2013, with all those emotionalities, with all those wiping emotions, there was contestation. 2017, with all the rising of emotions, with everything you did, there was contestation. So I think we need to have a sense of, I know it's, like I said, it's that silly season of trying to imagine that if we use hate speech, we are going to try to make people vote in a certain way, even when they were hyped and told that this is what is going to happen, Duraku, they still had to need the state to help them win an election. In East and Central Africa, East Africa, basically, there's nobody who is not being helped with the state. No country in East and Central Africa. Anybody, tell me one that an opposition has risen to the point of power. Give me one. Give me one and I'll tell you that, okay, fine, that is isolated. So the anger that you guys are exuding, if you do not have the state supporting you, Raila will win this home and dry. And that is the anger that you are seeing. So I want to urge you, I mean, I like what is happening. Personally, I like what is happening. You need to mobilize your voters as much as you can. Tell them whatever you want to tell them. But also remember to tell them that because you guys do not have the state support, it is clear this thing, you can vote, you can tell people anything, they'll hate each other. What you'll be left with is hate for the other people. Nothing more. So the earlier you know that, you can be wiped into hating, you can be wiped into saying, you see, even when Simon, you're saying that you had this, what do you call it? I don't know, Mau Mau thing. All communities have those people. There are people in every community that also say that we have taken oath. They take oath too. And you cannot come and claim that you own the right for oathing. All communities have people that take oath. And if you are to go that route, there are so many things that people will come and say. So you guys need to appreciate that Kikuyus are Kenyans too. And we have appreciated to that level. So deciding to reduce the presidency of a country to a Kikuyu affair that we have agreed, it's an oathing thing, is about Mau Mau. That, first of all, in itself silly, really shallow, and doesn't show the global nature of how you guys look at politics. However, I wish you well, but you need to remember that the state, if the state is not supporting you, your goose is cooked. Thank you.
Okay, Themba,
Bernard, may I place my case?
order.
Everyone, you've gagged me for the longest time. Bernard, it's travesty.
Simon, that's
Everyone is
my point
answering
of
me. I've not
departure
had
with
any
you.
time to
That's
talk.
my point of departure with you. If you come here to bulldoze things, it will not work. And I've warned you about that. You keep your mic mute until you're given opportunity to submit. Getting angry with me will not change anything. You are the one that brought up the issues. The issues are being addressed. I'll give you permission to rebut. But taking over the show, it doesn't work here. Thank you. Yes, you can now respond. Thank you. You can as well go. Mr. Kamau.
Yes, I think Demba did not understand what I'm saying in simple terms, because I want to be really clear. This issue of Mau Mau should not be brought in 2022. Because there are people who think that by whipping emotions, that we will now get out and vote to a man because now we have just realized that the land was stolen to us. That is neither here nor there. And as I also wanted to talk about the issue of the Kabogos and Moses Kuria. These people, Moses Kuria and Kabogo, are in Azimio. These people are in Azimio, and their work and their responsibility is to make sure they sponsor a candidate of Chama cha Kazi and Tujibebe in each and every constituency in Mount Kenya. And then after the elections, they will sell it to the highest bidder, because they will not allow the Hustler Nation to get all the seats in Mount Kenya. That's what I'm telling you. And it is good for people not to be so emotional about these issues. Let us not create a storm out of a teacup or a mountain out of a molehill. Gachagwa's Dindis have no influence in Mount Kenya. They are not Lumba, they are warmongers. They want to make sure that we create a situation. And you know, the funny thing is, once Baba is declared the president, no Kikuyu in Mount Kenya and even Nairobi who is going to demonstrate, as Mama Selina said. Kalenjins are not going to demonstrate in Nairobi because there are very few there. So it's a gone case. They're just bitter that Uhuru Kenyatta has come out. They never expected that Uhuru Kenyatta is going to come out and campaign for his candidate or for the person he wants to be the president. So they are bitter. They are removing everything. They're talking about Furiza. They're talking about all those things, which are not going to make any influence in Mount Kenya anymore. We don't have a candidate at Mount Kenya, and we're going to choose between between Raila Odinga and Mr. Ruto. But Ruto is not a sellable commodity. He has, if you Google today and say the most corrupt person in Kenya, he will appear more than 10 times because he is a known thug.
is a known thug. And we cannot give a thug to be in charge of the coffers of this country.
Order, Mr. Kamau.
Thank you.
Mind your language. Thank you. Simon, you can make your response.
The truth be told.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a big travesty for you to allow the discourse on Mau Mau to continue on this platform while you personally gagged me not to continue with it. And Alex came in and gagged me on the same too. Look, my reference to the Mau Mau was the fact that the Mau Mau never snitched. They never buckled from a deal. What I meant is that if a promise is made, it's honored. That's a simple manner why Mau Mau came. It was not about oath and all these things. It's about the bloodline that never buckles from honoring the other end of the deal. So it's a big travesty, and I really vehemently condemn all the aspersions that have been cast on me by Kamau, Alex. I mean, I might be new dear alone in this platform, but in all due fairness, let's try to bring some level playground for everyone.
Stop whining. If it's about promises, go back to Kibaki promise, Raila. Why don't you start there?
Order, Themba. Order.
Why
Let
does it only apply when it comes right now?
Order, Themba. Thank you. Simon, I asked you a question. From 1963, okay?
Yes.
Who was the leader of Mau Mau, by the way?
It's neither here nor there. I don't know the leaders.
But Jomo Kenyatta was part of the leadership.
I'm not for the argument.
Historically, whether it was wrong history or right history, according to you, was Jomo Kenyatta part of the leadership of Mau Mau?
He was the patron.
No,
he was arrested for the same, for that matter.
What I know is that in history, Johnston Kamau was the leader of the Kikuyu Association, not the Mau Mau.
I'm asking you, why was Jomo Kenyatta arrested in the first place?
It was all about the fight of independence and all these things. Yeah.
So
look,
it wasn't
sorry?
It wasn't about Mau Mau. He was not part of the bloodline of Mau Mau who don't back or from their promise.
Well, I think your argument in that case is right.
And then what happened between him and the Jaramogi? That was my only issue. If he betrayed Jaramogi, okay, then that means what you're claiming does not hold water, and it dates back as early 60s. So it can also change in 2022. That's what that was all my point.
I think you're clear in that matter, but also trying to, demonize the issue and we are not going to demonstrate if this election goes with Raila in all due fairness. If we are going to picket, we're going to picket in a peaceful manner. We Kikuyus, we own properties. We are business people. We don't want to destroy anything or any right.
Uru is not a Kikuyu.
So no one is interested in going to the streets. No one is interested in going to the streets. We're interested in voting and getting the right leaders for this country. Themba, I think you're not in order to cut me off as I speak because I never cut
you. You are talking about
both of you. Themba, we need to safeguard the show and
Themba, I never cut you off.
Simon, make your point quickly. Conclude. Remember, it's a rebut.
My point is, okay. My point is, we will go to vote. Everyone has a right to vote for whatever candidate anyone wants to vote for. If the processes are respected, because following precedents by Maraga Court, the process determines an election that is fairly conducted. The process, not the numbers. So if it is conducted fairly, we accept. We don't have to go, Duraku does not mean going to demonstrate. No, it means coming out to vote for a certain individual. It doesn't mean going out to demonstrate. But within our rights as enshrined in the supreme law, we are empowered to picket. If we have frustrations, we can picket on the streets. But we are not going to do it because we want this country to move forward. Whether Right Honorable Raila wins or Ruto, they're all Kenyans. But then we have to have a conversation about these two leaders, and we have to encourage tolerance between this. But we are not even, I don't think Gachagua was doing that so that he can whip up emotions. He knows very well it's very hard for Kikuyus to go to the road and start burning cars. They can't do that. He knows that better than anyone. So these are politics. They're trying to rebuttal what happened yesterday. I was here yesterday and I
They
said,
did that in Naivasha.
Kalonzo
They
going to
banned
Azimio,
roads in Naivasha. What do you mean? Don't
in
lie to
Naivasha,
us.
Order, Themba, please.
Pemba,
Thank
that
you.
was tribal clashes, which we decided we'll never go back to. So by the way, I am not here on tribal, and I'm not here even on this platform. I'm not here to talk about tribal or ethnic lines. I'm here basically
When
to
you say
try.
we Kikuyus, when you say we Kikuyus, we don't. That's tribal. Sabina Chege is a Kikuyu.
So
Kanini
in what
Kega is a
reference are you
Kikuyu.
trying to rebuttal me?
Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kikuyu. Which Kikuyus are you talking about?
Let's have some sanity. In what line are you trying? What are you asking me, Temba?
Okay,
I'll
This is
answer
what
you.
I'm
let's
saying. I want
let's
you to
do
have some
this.
consistency. Okay, let me tell him. Let me
Please.
tell
Ask
him
me,
so that
Thank you.
Temba.
he responds.
Temba, I'll answer you. Ask me what you're asking me.
Exactly. Let me tell him so that he responds, Bernard.
Ngoja kwanza tafadhali. I know what you are nini. Let's do this. The exchange between the two of you is making us not make progress. Let's do this. Simon, conclude your submission. We move to the next person. Stop
My
going
submission
and
is that
going and going again.
our voting patterns are always based on tribal lines, but I am not going to advocate for differences in our how do I call it? We should not ethnicize our elections. We should not go to that extent. We should not tribalize it or trivialize it to bring violence in the end. That's why we are here to have differences and also to tolerate each other. If Raila today becomes president, I'll accept it because he'll be my president.
So
I'm not
Simon,
out to look for a
do
Kikuyu
you
president.
stand by what Gachagua said and what William Ruto said today? I mean, yesterday in the rally in Thika.
Gachagua outlined the true things that are happening. I mean, Kiroche was closed. Karaoke was attacked. Ruto talked about
So do you
exactly what
stand
happened
by what
during
they
the
say
election.
or not? I did not say account. Do you stand by what they said? Do you support their sentiments?
I do support their statements.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed. Yes, come on.
I just want to make it so clear because when you see, if you demonize the institutions we have in this country, how do you even expect, if you become the president, to be the person who is overseeing them? Keroche has been having these issues even in the days of Kibaki, even in the days of Moi. And I don't think KRA wakes up one day and they say they close that business. There must be auditing and follow-ups, demand notes, and so many things that come into play. And therefore, if Gachagua says that they are being followed because they're in UDA, then we miss the point. We miss the point because we are now trivializing even the issues of institutions. And therefore, for me, I don't stand with what Gachagua said. I think they're just looking for sympathy. I listened to the interview of Keroche on Citizens. She said that their taxes he took on behalf of KRA and he did not remit. So there's fraud in her. And people should pay taxes and not whine and say that it is politics. It's not politics.
Okay, I think let's, yes, Themba?
My submission to Simon is that he needs to have consistency of thought. you cannot say, number one, ask Kikuyus, I mean, Mau Mau keep certain kind of whatever, what do you call them, contracts, and it's wrong to go against them. And then the same vein, a few minutes later, you say, I'm not tribal. Two, the same thing he's supporting, the guy that they mentioned was producing some brand of whatever that was killing people. There were people who have their children who went blind on that particular whatever brew that the guy was making. He's talking about a guy who was making a lot of money by compromising other people's health, and he's saying he's standing by that. And then he's saying he's supporting a statement that these people say, is Keroche lady the only person who has been followed about taxes in Kenya right now? There are so many people who have been followed. She just happens to be the loudest out of all them. I think Simon needs to choose one side to be. He's saying that I'm not a tribalist, I don't want tribal thing, but he's actually pushing a tribal agenda by saying, ask Kikuyus, you don't demonstrate. Which Kikuyus? Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kikuyu. Kanini Kega is a Kikuyu. Those are many Kikuyus also supporting the other side. If you are true to your words that you support a broad understanding of the thing, then you need to appreciate it is not Kikuyus. Everybody has a right to vote wherever they want. If you are a Kikuyu, if you are a Luo, if you are a Kalenjin, if you are a whatever Turkana, vote whichever side you want. There's nothing, presidency of Kenya is not about a tribe promising another. It's not a Mau Mau thing. It is a Kenyan presidency. So you need to cease with this thing of telling us, ask Kikuyus if he promised. Raila was promised by Mwai Kibaki. Was he ever given? Why didn't we start there? And the promises have always been, you can go back. And was it only Mau Mau's promises? What if even the Luos come and say that we promised each other? Kambas also come and say, we stand with certain promises. Costarians also come and say, we have oaths that we take. Will we have Kenya? Kindly come out. I mean, Simon, choose which side you want to be. You are either tribal, whatever, chauvinist, or you are someone who is nationalistic in thought. The presidency of Kenya is not about Kikuyus. It's about Kenya. So the politicians will use this rhetoric and narrative to mobilize their votes, because all they want right now is power. They're not thinking about even that Mau Mau. And I think Bernard asked a very good question. If it is about Mau Mau, where is Dedan Kimathi's wife? Why are we having them suffer every time? They have to go to Britain to look for money that belongs to them. So you need to choose which side you are. Politicians will send the narrative, they'll mobilize crowds, they'll send emotions so that people can go and vote, but that is where it stops. Nothing interest about the person. Be nationalistic, Simon. That's all I want to urge you.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I think that's clear enough. And I will say again, I've said here before, UDA is caught unprepared for these elections. They have been passed by events. They are crippling to hold on anything that is passing by, and that places them in a very awkward situation. We sympathize with you for failing to do what you are rightfully needed to do in order to be ready for the elections. But the truth is, you're not ready for it, and so you're willing to do anything just to remain relevant. But as far as 2022 elections are concerned, William Ruto is not ready, UDA is not ready, and we will not be invited in your unpreparedness so that we buy into the confusion you want to plant among Kenyans. There is no need of whipping emotions. The president is not a reserve of anybody. Everybody will campaign and win or lose. It's an open check. Whoever wins gets it. So let William Ruto and his team with their, in fact, it is becoming clear that UDA is a scam that was meant to hoodwink Kenyans, but now it has failed because it's been cornered on all sides. There is nothing they're doing that is working for them. So let's accept it and move on. Sio story ya kusungusha watu mara Mau mara Oath mara
My school of thought, Themba, is based
mara
on
kumi
nationalism
we
as
have talked
opposed to
this
tribalism.
since 2018.
Yes.
So let's move on. Let's not get into this. And there is a speech I want to play before we go to, I think it's Fidel's time, huh? If I'm not wrong. There is a speech I want to play so that at least I want us to have a balanced discussion that is based on facts, not just, trying to implicate. Because what UDA is trying to do, led by William Ruto, the deputy president, is to implicate somebody so that he can get off the hook. There is nothing that William Ruto can do now that can get him off the hook. He failed to build his political capacity. He failed to go to the mountain and win the mountain over to him. He went there to incite the mountain against their own leadership. Now that they are warming up to their own leadership, he wants to blame it on Raila Odinga and the other things. Politics is arranged. It's a game. It's strategic. It's not something of going to tell people to anzia hapa chini tupande juu and all that you're speaking on the air. You must have some structures laid out. Now, for five years, you've been campaigning, laid no structure, arranged no community, planned nothing. And then you want to come and blame people that, you've been betrayed and you're crying to everybody. We have all been betrayed in relationships, in marriage. Every man must have shock absorbers. You betray for what? Let me bring this video. Oh God.
Salala.
Ya baadhi ya wapumbavu duniani ni kule kuamini kwamba walivyo wapumbavu wao na wenzi wao ni wapumbavu.
Sorry, those cookies have resurfaced again. Huh? Let me try it again, please.
Ya baadhi ya wapumbavu duniani ni kule kuamini kwamba walivyo wapumbavu wao na wenzi wao ni wapumbavu vile vile kama wao. Wako wanasiasa, si wengi, lakini tunao. Na hapa Tanzania si wengi, lakini tunao. Ni wanasiasa kama malaya hivi. Wanajali fedha zaidi kuliko heshima yao. Wana tabia ya kimalaya hivi. Unamuona analiandama jitu, anafatana nalo, unasema huyu anafatana na lile jitu kwa nini? Maana si heshima huyu kuandamana na yule, lakini unagundua anaandama hela. Hii ni tabia ya kimalaya. Na tunao wanasiasa wenye tabia ya kimalaya namna. Wananunulika. Heshima yao inauzwa, ina bei. Anakuuliza, anaambia fanya kitendo kadhaa ambacho ni kitendo cha aibu, lakini anakuuliza ngapi baba? Ukitoa bei, ukimlipa, basi anakubali. Mwana siasa ana tabia ya malaya hii. Sasa dhahiri mtu mwenye tabia ya umalaya kwa sababu yeye ananunulika, anafikiri na wenzie vile vile wananunulika. Kwa hiyo anatoka anakwenda kwa watu wengine kudhani watu wengine vile vile wanaweza kufanya mambo ya aibu ambayo hayana heshima. Alafu anajuta. Kuna majeshi duniani humu, ni majeshi yanaitwa majeshi ya mercenary. Walikuwa pale wako wako Kongo pale, unaitwa mercenary. Nyinyi vijana mnajua mercenary. Mercenary ni mtu anafanya kazi kwa malipo, kwa pesa tu. Sababu yake ya kufanya kitendo kile ni pesa tu. Ukimuuliza, "Kwa nini unafanya hivi?" "Nalipwa." Na hajali nani anayemlipa. Inawezekana nchi mbili adui zinapigana, hii na hii. Anaweza kwenda kwa hii akasema mtanianika. Hawa kubali kumlipa atakuwa askari, atawapigania hawa kuwa huko. Kama hawawezi yuko tayari kuandikwa na hawa. Apige huku. Yeye hana upande, hana huku, anajua pesa tu. Wanaitwa askari hawa mercenary. Mercenary. Anajua pesa tu. Ni malaya tu. Anajua pesa. Yuko tayari kuua au kuchukua hatari ya kuuawa kwa sababu ya pesa tu. Askari wa kawaida yuko tayari kufa au kuua kwa sababu ya heshima ya nchi yake. Huyu yuko tayari kuua au kuuawa kwa sababu ya pesa tu. Mercenary. Ana tabia ya malaya tu. Na tunao wanasiasa mercenary. Ni mercenary. Ni mercenary tu. Mtu yote anaweza kulipa tu. Mtu yote anakuambia mapesa haya hapa, anafanyia kazi. Na tunayo mijitumu inafanya kazi si za wananchi hapa, kazi za watu wengine. Ni mercenaries. Ni maana siasa mercenary, ni malaya tu. Halafu wapumbavu hawa wanafikiri tunaunda jeshi la mercenary. Wende wazimu hao. Sasa wamekiona cha mtema kuni. Na tumewatangazia, tumesema waende wengine wapumbavu kama hawakuadhiwa. Sasa hivi tukawatia ndani wote wazimu hao. Tumepata aibu mara moja, wanafikiri tunaweza kupata aibu mara mbili tena. Jeshi letu ni jeshi la wananchi wa Tanzania. Sijui hawaelewi. Ni jeshi la wananchi wa Tanzania. Sio jeshi la vibaraka malaya. Kwa hiyo vijana msijali. Msijali, msiwe na wasiwasi hata kidogo. Msiwe na wasiwasi hata kidogo. Tunawajua. Tutawasaka. Tutawasaka moja. Malaya watupu hawa tutawasaka moja. Na kila tutakapowasaka tutawatangazieni kwamba malaya moja tumeshashika. Viongozi wetu wa kutusemea, wa kufikisha maoni yetu katika serikali, kusudi serikali katika mipango yake, inapopanga mipango yake, isije kasahau maoni ya wananchi. Kwa hiyo tunalo bunge, na kazi moja kubwa ya wabunge wetu ni kuwakilisha maoni ya wananchi wa Tanzania. Na hawezi kuyawakilisha maoni yale ikiwa watafika pale alafu watazibwa midomo wasiseme. Sasa yatajulikanaje? Lazima wakifika pale waweze kusema. Lazima wakifika pale wagundua kwamba serikali na makosa waweze kusema. Kwani serikali nini? Serikali ni ya watu na wametumwa na watu pale. Kwa hiyo ikifika pale wakuta serikali inakosea, mimi nakosea, waziri fulani anakosea, serikali kwa jumla inakosea, lazima niweze kuambiwa au serikali iweze kuambiwa nyinyi mnakosa hivi. Lazima waweze kusema haki namna ile, wazi. Na mimi kazi yangu ni kuwalinda wajumbe wale. Kazi yangu moja ni kuwalinda. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuwazuia wale kusema. Ndio maana ya democracy. Democracy ya kushonana midomo si democracy. Na hii mimi nawaahidini, mimi nitaendelea kuilinda hii haki hii ya wananchi wote kusema. Lakini wananchi lazima wakubali democracy. Na democracy maana yake ni utajitahidi kushawishi watu wakubali mawazo yako. Wakikataa basi bahati mbaya, jaribu kesho tena. Utajaribu tena kesho, na uhuru ule lazima upewe, uruhusiwe uhuru ule. Kesho tena utajaribu kushawishi, labda utaongeza watatu, labda utapunguza wawili, haijulikani. Lakini ukishindwa basi tena unaendelea kujaribu mpaka siku moja kauli yako inapata walio wengi, kauli ya wale ambao mlikuwa msikilizani inakuwa na wachache. Ndio maana yake. Lakini si ushindwe halafu uende kwa jeshi lako au la wananchi.
Baba wa Taifa Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere aliyasema hayo Julai 22 mwaka 1967 baada ya kuwapokea vijana waliotembea kwa miguu kutoka Moshi na shule ya sekondari.
Okay, that is as old as in the 60s, late 60s, but it is describing a scenario that we can all relate to. So I don't want us to think that there is something new under the sun. Like the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. Whatever you see has been and will be. Fidel, Karibu.
I'm really happy to just listen to Mwalimu. Those speech is unbelievable. People like those ones, we should be treasuring them all the time. One of the speeches of a great, spokesman, African true leader. I laugh sometimes, but let's just go to. I like how Themba phrased or responded to what the other fellow was talking about. I just want to reiterate his sentiments. Same. I think we cheat ourselves. We keep cheating when we keep on grasping at straws to create political talking point at straws. It defeats the purpose of even having a party. Having an individual wanting to be a leader, and you're seeing human beings following them, just like the way Nyerere has described. Oh, ni malaya kisiasa, ni hao ambao wamejaa UDA. UDA has packed malayas, within their camp, and you're wondering what do they really have in common? Do they have an objective? Do they have a common goal that develop a country, or that is supposed to be used as a map road to develop a country? Apart from lamentation, it's every single day they were betrayed. Alifanya hivi, he did all that. How is that really how you're going to form a government? Now let's just come to the real issue here. Central province people, I'm sorry to say that, but most of Kikuyu people who are against Uhuru Kenyatta, I can trace the old problem. Uhuru Kenyatta's problem was started by Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki is the one who left Uhuru Kenyatta with all these problems that he's faced with today. Because majority of the people who are opposed to Uhuru Kenyatta are saying that he made them poorer. Why are they saying that? That Uhuru Kenyatta closed their businesses, demanded accountability on the way they were paying taxes. And these are the things that Kibaki allowed them to do during his tenure. During Kibaki's time, that's why they made so much money to a point where, but at the detriment of the citizenry health or security, I would rather say, because substandard goods were being imported into the country. Nobody cared about them as long as people were importing them, selling them to whoever will buy them, and Kibaki just allowed them. And that's how they were able to make money. They were saying the economy was very good because there was a lot of money floating. Money was everywhere. Where was the source of that particular money? It was through dubious way. Dubious ways is what created that particular money. People who don't care about the health of their own people. Moses Kuria became a victim of the very, very thing that he's been promoting all those years. the same gadget that he used that ended up banning him. Those are the gadgets that were coming into the country that Kibaki promoted, and they used them as cash cows. That's where the cash cow was coming. And so when Uhuru Kenyatta closed those particular gap and demanded that Kenya people deserve good quality goods coming into the country, they started complaining. Oh, he has crashed our businesses. And yet Uhuru Kenyatta wants Kenyans to be respected. I mean, if you go to West Africa, there's a country, a port called Cotonou. You know, that is where every single hopeless good find its way. And you find that in West Africa, and that's where they go and buy their stuff, from Cotonou. And then they buy them from Cotonou, smuggle them into their country, and sell them. Cheap products that are worthless in these countries where they come from. And they fill the shops, stores. So they are killing the local market because cheap goods are coming from abroad, substandard goods that don't even, which are not suitable for human consumption. You find them in Cotonou, and you find they are the ones that packed all the stores in Nigeria, in Ghana, in all of those countries. You find them. But it's a problem here in Kenya. So Uhuru Kenyatta went there and said, no more. And these people were not paying taxes in the first place, even all that time when they were smuggling this substandard. And they were used to it. They were used to it, to all that open robbery, I would rather say, at the detriment of Kenyans, at the health of Kenyans. So instead of us actually thanking Uhuru Kenyatta for doing something for people, a section, a community are crying that this man has finished them. You know, this country does not simply belong to one particular community or one society. That wherever something that is good, that is meant to more or less like make good of everybody and more or less like affect them. They start saying that nothing is happening in the country because they've been affected. No, we want good people. Of Kenya deserve good standard, goods that are good. So I trace all that to Mwai Kibaki's regime. I know that he was sick and people took advantage of his health, but these people should give us a break. You know, they made their money. Of course, they should thank God that they made their money. But they made their money through dubious means. But she cannot expect this to continue, you know. So when they keep complaining and keep talking about they were promised all that kumi yake, kumi yangu, who cares? Kumi yangu. How many people have been promises have been broken in this country, in this world? You know. How many marriages today you marry somebody, the next day you're already back you're already single, because that's the end of that's the name of the game. But we go promise each other until death do us apart. But do we really honor those ones? We don't. So when you see an adult keep complaining that he was promised, and that's how he wants to run his show based on emotion. Right now, instead of laying bare what he's going to do to these particular people, he's running on their emotions, reminding them about their land that was stolen. We were sons of Mau Mau. Our land has been stolen. Those are history. We don't want to hear about how many acres Kenyatta took, you know. And somebody like Gachagua, who was a principal secretary of Uhuru Kenyatta at one particular time, did he not know that Uhuru had inherited all those land? Right now is when he's telling us about those particular land. What kind of jokes are these people? These are just jokers. And if Ruto wants to have these people, that type of a platform to run on every single time, it's about emotion, Matusi, emotion. I blame followers. I blame people who think that they're intelligent, who follow this kind of nonsensical platforms, thinking that this is the leadership. Now I look at people like Wamatangi, Kabogo. Now somebody say that because UDA has got Kabogo, has got Moses Kuria, has got Wamatangi, they have scored big. What big? Wamatangi cannot influence any national politics. Same apply with Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria cannot influence anybody beyond Kiambu. I don't know how he's going to influence even Nyeri. So how is that important? We should not even be discussing about Moses Kuria or Wamatangi. Wamatangi has been Wamatangi, one of the people who was rigged by Ruto during the 1917 election. He owes his allegiance to his master. He's been hiding and I've told people, this guy is the biggest hypocrite. He goes there, you see him on the show, pretending like he's arguing, he's an intellectual. He does not want to take sides. He's whatnot, playing with words, circumlocuting with words, and all the time, playing a fool and playing clever. And yet he's in somebody's pocket. Now I can tell you without blinking, Wamatangi was there when Kiamba by-election happened. If he was that influential, why couldn't he deliver the seats to Jubilee? He did not. Moses Kuria was there. Kabogo was there. Kabogo was given the responsibility to deliver Juja by-election by Uhuru Kenyatta. He did not deliver it. So what influence does he have? We keep on pretending that these guys are larger than life, that they're going to change now that they have been corrupted by UDA. Kabogo is a malaya of the politics. Kabogo was, during the Azimio thing, he appeared. During Mudavadi's appearance somewhere there, he showed up. During today, he showed up. So I'm telling you, if Azimio is going to show up with Kenyatta in Kiambu, you will see Kabogo there. So you are wondering, what kind of a malaya is this one? He's a guy who has got no standing. So when we keep thinking that now because he has been corrupted by UDA, then that UDA has now scored big. It's just within Kiambu County. There's no influence. But let me tell you something. Uhuru Kenyatta has not gone into the ground to start campaigning. The same county, Uhuru Kenyatta is going to go and try to put a flagship of Jubilee to mount it. Now, let us wait and see what is going to happen. Because Uhuru Kenyatta could not have gone there before they nominated Azimio candidate. Now that they have, he's going to go. Let's wait 1 month later and see whether Jubilee has not been rejuvenated in Kiambu County. That's all I can say. Because rather than keep on reacting to what Ruto is doing, and it's also sad that people who belong to, let's say, Azimio, we react and let Ruto dictate our narrative. He's the one who goes and does something, and we keep on spending so much energy on what he's doing. We should be focusing on our own goal of making now that Azimio has already come alive, we should be focusing on how to make Azimio better, how to go and fine-tune those particular spanners or whatever that we have to make it yield fruit, rather than focusing on what Ruto will want to confuse us with distract us with his nonsense. Why are we responding to him? We should be focusing on our own thing. He wants us to take our eyes off the prize, and so that we go and start attending to his nonsense while he's doing his own thing. Let's focus on how we make Azimio better. What do we need to do from now on to make ourselves better? How do we, because we are wasting time discussing that. Let him go and get his 2 million votes wherever way he can get it. But let us focus on how we are going to make this government. How do we form the government? How do we make these people come to understand what Azimio stands for? How do we go to the ground and make sure that when we go to the ground, regardless of what Ruto does in that particular ground, they don't change whatsoever. They don't get swayed because they've already now bought Azimio's concept. That's what we should be focusing on. But this thing of Gachagua went, Gachagua sijui alimwita Uhuru Kenyatta this and that, and then we want to demystify it. Waste of energy. That's what they want us to do. We let small little boys play their own games in their own league. Let's play in our own league. Let's show them that we are not in their league, and we focus on our own things. Back to you, Bernard. Sorry.
Yes, Temba.
I like Wayara's submission, but he's forgetting that this is an open debate forum for political occurrence in Kenya. So you are free to choose to focus on one, and you're free to join when we are not discussing that. But here we discuss every occurrence that is happening in political landscape in Kenya today. That is what was happened. So do not hate. Just it's okay for you to think. To comment on what happened. Is it something that is in order? It's a debate. It's not a purely Azimio advisory forum. This is a place where we we cut across. It's okay to listen, to hear. It is Sun Tzu that says that if you understand yourself and you understand your enemy, you can win 1,000 wars. So you need to appreciate even the other side, listen to them. What is it they have to say? Agree, disagree, give your views about it. And if you don't have anything to say about what has happened that day, it's okay not to come to the forum. Just relax. Useme ya kwamba today they are talking about Gachagua and Kabogo. I don't want to talk about that. You just stay away. But we need to hear people like Atuya, who are now celebrating a lot of what has happened. We hear what he has to say. Then you appreciate all of it. It's a debate. So relax.
Can I respond to that? Okay. Anyway, let's.
Yes, yeah. Fidel, what did you say you want to say?
I know it's a debate. See, my advice is not for people not to be discussing these things, but I just get alarmed when those who support Azimio expect UDA not to organize themselves or do their own things in a manner in which they understand their own things. But let us not be captivated by what they are doing so that it removes us from our focus of how to form our own, create our own formation in a better way, a point where we discuss their issue, their narrative, and we start debating if what they're saying is, we don't want. This is not a feel-good forum where we do things so that we can be able to feel good. We should be talking what is important for us. If they want to go and make noise about their own thing, let them do it. We can counter it, but let's focus on what builds us. That's where we spend our energy. That was my point.
So, Fidel, thank you. Your point is made, and we are clear about it. It is, tuna Waswahili wanasema mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. So when the UDA people speak, they will pull on their direction. When you speak, you pull on the direction. But at the end of the day, tutakuwa na ngoma. I love your ngoma tutaicheza. So let's take it easy and move on forward. Julia had made her submission. Mama Selina, unasemaje? Ni Princess na Atuya wajaongea.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema tu Penat, vile Fidel amesema wakikuja tuwasikize, lakini wanachukua all our time kutusungusha, but wakikuja kupeana submission na nyinyi mcontrol, sisi hatuna shida, but coming here wanakuja wawili na wana make sure wamechokora kila mtu. That is the problem. Otherwise we would like them watoe, wanasema nini, wacha watoe chafu yao wa Kenya waone, but when they come in ulimit, kwa sababu wanauliza hii swali ukishika na twist, hiyo ndio the problem.
Okay, thank you. Inasemekana Ben hajaongea. Ben, uliongea?
Bana, sijaongea leo.
Yes?
Sijaongea.
Okay. Ongea sasa hivi basi.
Unanisikia?
Songa karibu na microphone, uko mbali kiasi.
Haya, hapo niko sawa?
Hapo sawa, endelea.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All the panelists, I say hello to you. I just want to make a few submissions about the developments. To start with, I've seen someone saying that the UDA guys, they always don't want someone to talk about history. And that is where the catch is, because when you look at their candidate, and that is William Ruto, this is a person who has dealt with high-profile politicians in this country. He was raised by none other than President Moi the late. And by the time President Moi was on his deathbed, they were not in talking terms. Now, when you come, the second figure who played a key role in William Ruto's life as a politician was the Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. Now, again, before 2013, you see they had issues to the point that even the Prime Minister had to sack him from the Ministry of Agriculture. Why? There must be something about this person. Again, it is repeating itself the third time. Now, he has worked with the President Kenyatta as the Vice President, and they are having serious issues to the extent that the President has seen it fit for the country to support his opponent in the last election. That speaks something about their candidate, and that also partly explains why they do not want us to talk about history, because when you look at the development of the country, William Ruto has been has always been missing out. If we talk about, for instance, the 2010 Constitution, William Ruto was on the opposing end of the Constitution. How can he be the defender of this Constitution then? That begs the question. Go back in 1992, when this country was gearing towards multipartyism, reforming the country, coming out of the one party, the KANU party, William Ruto again was on the other side, defending the one party rule, seeing it as the best way of ruling this country. And we all know the ails of a single party ruling a nation like Kenya. Now, having said that, I want to talk about the 2022 election. At a personal level, I see the 2022 election as a vote for the independence of this country. Every other thing that we have been doing in this country has been, we have been seeking to make this country truly independent, where all Kenyans feel accommodated, all Kenyans feel we belong to the same house. There is no Kikuyu, there is no Kalenjin, there is no Luya, there is no Luo. All of us, we are Kenyans. This came in 2002 when Kibaki was voted the president of Kenya. All of us across the nation felt, young and old, we felt we were proud for the first time that we belong to a nation. When I look at the 2022 election, it is about the same solidarity of the country. Remember, after the 2002, even the citizens could arrest a police officer for asking for a bribe on the road. In 2008, we began to lose. Somewhere 2005, we began to lose that momentum that we had picked in 2002 elections. In 2022, it is another chance. It is a vote to restore the conscience of our nation, to restore the conscience of all of us, to stand in solidarity with one another, that we belong to the same house. We are all Kenyans. We must forge for a better country going forward. When I see this and I look at, if someone can interrogate that step that President Kenyatta has taken to support his opponent, the fiercest opponent, one they fought, one they abused even each other. And right now, they had a handshake. They are calling each other brothers. What does that tell? What does that send? What message does it send to the rest of the country? It tells us that this is the moment. 2022 elections is a moment for Kenyans to come together. We must refuse to be divided by the politics that works to work emotions. When I look at today's event, what happened, it is sad that Kenya is coming to that level of politics where someone can stand totally disrespect. You may not agree with President Kenyatta. All of us here, we have had issues with him in the past. But the uniqueness of his term, the events within the country and even globally, because Kenya is not isolated. We live in an integrated world where events in one part of the world affects events in our economy. And that comes to us as the citizens. We must excuse. There are things that we agree we can excuse him for that. There are things that we pin them on him. But he is still our son. He is still a great Kenyan who has stood the test of time to say that Raila Odinga, we fought. We have fought in 2008, in 2013, in 2017, we fought. But all of us, we have the same common purpose, to make this nation great. Why don't we converge our dreams? Why don't we converge our energies to make this dream that we are all yearning for? Because at the end of the day, it is about making Kenya better. It is not about bringing divisions in our country. It is sorry to see the kind of language that is coming from the Kenya Kwanza Alliance podium. It is so sad because they are working emotions to isolate certain communities, to rally them behind themselves. What about the rest of the country? How do we feel? Now, in line with that, they like to say that God is with them. I mean, this country belongs to all of us. Whether you believe in God or you don't, you are first a Kenyan in this country. Kenya is for all of us. If they say that God, what about other religions? What about those who do not ascribe to any type of religion? They're just there, they are Kenyans. They're doing everything every day, paying their taxes, making Kenya, seeking to make the country great. Where are they left at? Is it not isolating them? So UDA should not personalize this country. They should not personalize the topic on God, because God is for us all, and we all work at our personal, at our individual levels to make our country better, to make ourselves better, and by that making our nation even better. Now, when I look at the UDA event of today, I think it is informed by the events of yesterday. Yesterday was a shocker. It sent shockwaves across the country. They saw that this thing is gone. 2022 is a done deal. That is just given. Now, they were trying to come up with a narrative that kind of, this is a blackmail of some sorts. Because if they can come just to abuse, how are they going to sustain this narrative that they have begun today going forward? The answer is they cannot sustain this kind of narrative of abusing the head of state. President Kenyatta, whether you agree with him, whether you are Azimio or whether you are in UDA or where, he is the father of the nation. He deserves some level of respect as the president of this country. Even if I don't agree with him on certain.
Ben, muda tafadhali.
Okay, I'm concluding. Yeah. Now, Bernard, I think I will leave it there. If anyone has a question, I will be available to answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, where did the princess go? All right, now let's hear from Atuya.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm doing good, Pastor Bernard. Hope
Karibu,
you're doing
karibu.
great. How was your Sunday service?
Great. That's why I'm here.
I can see.
Uh,
Somebody said that I might be celebrating. I think it was Dempa that I might be celebrating over whatever that has happened today. I don't think any diehard UDA was celebrating anything new today, because it was just a reminder, just a confirmation, to the world that Mount Kenya region belongs to UDA and it's a hustler nation center. So it has never been a debate about it. The new entrants who came in today, they had no option. If Kabogo wants to be governor in Kiambu, he must speak to William Ruto nicely. If Wamatangi wants to be governor, he must come to the hustler nation. So they had no option. They had to come to William Ruto's camp to secure their political future. Today's rally was just a tip of just a remembrance that Mount Kenya belongs somewhere, and not even Sagana 7 or Sagana 70 will ever change that narrative. You know, we were told that after Sagana 3, we were going to see some shockwaves in central Kenya. And I think in here, I heard Fidel now saying, let's wait again for Uhuru to go to central Kenya and do campaigns with Raila so that we can see the impact. There's no impact that will come. We expect nothing new from Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta is done, is dusted. He just needs to go home and rest. I heard him, Fidel compared, saying Kabogo and the rest actually don't matter. They are useless. They have no political use. I just want to ask him, between Kabogo, Moses Kuria, compare them to Sabina Chege and Kanini Kega. Who, in your right mind, do you think has political capital in central Kenya? Is it Jeremiah Kioni, who could not even deliver one vote to Mudavadi, who is now leading, who is now the Secretary General of a defunct former ruling party, Jubilee? So when comparing politicians, you'll come in Fidel later. You'll just have to come later. I will have to tell you that Moses Kuri and Kabogo carry more political weight compared to Jeremiah Kioni and Sabina Chege, the radio host. And again, I think I joined in when people were really, I think it was Demba was trying to drive a narrative that even if William Ruto was to win elections, he doesn't have state protection, he doesn't have government, he can never be elected, he can never be pronounced president. If we can only do one rally and it pushes you back to remembering that you need state power to win elections, then it can tell you like the kind of ground that Azimio is seated on. They firmly believe, 100% or 90% of Azimio supporters actually believe even if they lose, they will be given the elections. So there is a strong belief in them that they will lose the elections early in the morning. But there is a belief in them that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, the system, the foundation, Mount Kenya Foundation will give us the victory. I want to remind you, and I know them, but Bernard know this. There is no victory that can be given to you if you have 5 votes. If Raila cannot marshal votes in this country, you cannot be given support. You cannot be given. You cannot be announced now that you have 6 million votes against 15 million votes of William Ruto. That now you are the president. It can never happen. And someone was actually trying to argue that if William Ruto was denied victory, no Kikuyu will come to picket in Nairobi. Kalenjins are not in Nairobi. I want to remind you, wherever who said that, I'm not a Kalenjin, I'm not a Kikuyu. I support William Ruto. I'm in Nairobi. If need be that we need to stop this country to secure William Ruto's victory, then we know the nerves to touch. You can never mess with the victory of a hustler nation. That one be warned. Anyone who's trying to think that it can happen. There's something that I wanted to address. I think Ben was alluding to that. Ben, when you speak like someone I usually watch on TV. I can't remember who, but you actually alluding to that William Ruto has never supported anything developmental in this country. You even said you alluded to the 2010 constitution, saying that he opposed. I think majority of us can remember that William Ruto was the chair of the parliamentary group that was tasked with coming up with the new constitution. So majority of the constitution that was written, he had a big influence, or he had a big contribution to that. The fact that he had clauses in that constitution that he was against to, leading to the no campaign, does not mean he doesn't fully support the constitution. So that's a lie from you, and you need to correct that. And then there was somebody who was actually asking, I think it was Fidel who actually said that William, that you are giving too much time to UDA, you're giving, and I really like the anger in here that the small rally that we had in Thika has sparked in here. People are angry, people are intimidated by just a Gashagwa, an MP, I think a first-time MP. He intimidates everyone, he intimidates dynasties, he makes people even outside this country shiver in cold. And I think that's why we'll give him the DP position. He will deal with you guys more easily. Wherever that he was addressing, wherever that he was saying, I stand with it and we support it. That this country has long been under state capture, and we must address it, and we must say it. And Fidel, you were saying that was it Ben, that we cannot reduce a president into name calling. I want to remind you that the moment the president declared himself as an Azimio kind of coordinator, he exposed himself to political ridicule. Raila Odinga used to call Kibaki, I remember he used to call him mchawi, amepatikana mchana. Raila Odinga used to call Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta mwizi, mulevi. So the same sentiments that Raila used against Uhuru Kenyatta, you cannot limit us from using them on him. He has exposed himself to the political arena, and we will answer him as a fellow politician. The name, the president, the moment he decided to shed off his presidency and get into the political muddy waters, we'll have to answer him at that, and he will remain a subject of our attacks until the end. Yeah, I think that is all I had, and I don't think I have much to say. Today it was not.
Okay. Thank you. Now I will allow questions, starting with Fidel.
Bernard, thank you very much. Atia, it's unfortunate that you guys seem to think that, when one of you cough, then everybody starts shivering. And I think that is the mentality you come with into this particular show, that because we react to what you say, we see, me, I'm talking about me as a person. I thought that whatever that I want to say is, if somebody can be able to at least grab even half a sentence or a comma out of it, if that can influence them, that's fine. We are here to learn. We're not here to exchange so that one person come here and you go over and you go back and say, I kept them busy They were like, how many of them? How many were they? Like 20 of them. It's only me. I handled them. That's the mentality you just said. That Gachagua coughs and then we're reacting. Exactly. That's exactly the thing. But what I want to ask you, I want you to remind you. You say that Uhuru Kenyatta has got no say, he's been dusted and completely undusted. Kiamba by election, Uhuru Kenyatta did not at even any given time go there the way Ruto was campaigning, was funding the entire thing. Ruto did. He campaigned and campaigned in Kiamba. What is the difference between the person who lost and the one who won? 500 votes. He didn't even campaign. The people, the Ngujiri people, the Ngujiri and all these people, the ones who went and made Ruto spend his billions to be able to win by 500 votes. So are you telling me, because that is the only places where you guys draw all this, say, this comparison and say Uhuru Kenyatta has got no influence. Look at Juja. How many votes were? Do you know that it's very laughable when people throw words that somebody is dusted and finished with. You talk about a president, a person who brought 6 million votes from Central Province. Ruto only had 1 million. 1.5 million. That's what he contributed. So are you trying to tell me, even you in your own mind, you are telling me that Uhuru Kenyatta has got no followers whatsoever? Ruto has taken all Uhuru Kenyatta's followers from Mount Kenya. First of all, you have to know one thing. In order for Ruto to win, he needs to win. Now, where is Ruto's path to victory? Draw it for me, Atuya. Because you seem to be learned. Draw for me so that I can be able to understand Ruto's path to victory. Ruto's path to victory come through Mount Kenya. He needs Mount Kenya more than he needs air or whatever. If Mount Kenya itself has become a battleground, he's not winning Raila Odinga 2017 only got 2% of Mount Kenya votes. 2%, or maybe even 0.5%, that's what he got. The rest went to Uhuru and Ruto. And even by that particular percentage, whatever the turnout they had to squeeze. I don't know where they are. It's questionable. That's why Maraga threw it away, because figures could not conform to reality. So it just tells you, even with Mount Kenya solidly behind somebody, plus the Kalenjin vote, they could not win outright. So in this particular aspect, as I'm talking to you, Mr. Atuya, the path to victory is being contested. Because I just want to, the reason why I'm telling you this thing, so that you remove this notion out of your mind, that there's something called Asla Nation, they're going to vote, and all kind of stuff. Asla include any person, even people in Kisumu are Aslas. People in other places which support Azimio, they're Aslas, but they're supporting Azimio. So who are these Aslas you're talking about? If Aslas are also for Azimio,
Fidel, land.
So Atuya, sorry. I want you to remember, Kiamba, 500 votes difference. Uhuru did not campaign. Now he's going to go and campaign. Don't you think it's going to make a difference? That's all I want to ask you.
And,
can I respond to that?
Order, Ngoja. I'll cluster of questions, then you respond at once. Themba?
Okay, Atuya probably misunderstood me, and I need to just tell him that in just 2 minutes. Atuya, I didn't say that Raila relies on the state. I gave you, it's good to be an open and analytical person when you are, and to try to understand the background in which our political system is taking place in. You and I, we cannot change history. It is there for you to look at it, learn from it. So I'm just going to say what is there, and that is what was my reference. Number one, the only election that happened in Kenya Where the state did not interfere in was 2002. You and I know that. The state tried, and in fact, up to the wire, and according to Ruto, your presidential candidate, he said they were still thinking there's something Moi would do. I mean, if you want to get me wrong, I think you'll go look for that clip. They were still thinking up to the last end that there's something Moi would do, because Moi had done something all through up to that 2002. That was clean, no state interference. 2007, you and I know there was state interference. Raila, together with Ruto, together with Akina Uhuru, won that election. But according to Kivuitu, he says that he doesn't know who won. You and I know that. 2013, it was taken to court. There was state interference. You know that. Raila, in spite of all those things you're calling Kumira and all that, there was state interference to give Kibaki the win. I mean, to give Uhuru the win. 2017, you and I know there was state interference. So if there was actually some tangible thing about this thing you're talking about, why would the state still interfere to give you the obvious? There's a problem. So if I were you, instead of coming here to say that we have got, you'd just, you just apply yourself to the reality and not start saying that, oh, you're saying that they know that state is going to interfere. I can tell you for sure, Raila doesn't need state interference. In fact, this is the easiest election that's going to be for people like Uhuru, because I said here before and I say it again. If the central, those who are going to allow themselves to be convinced that they're going to vote to punish Uhuru, like they did to Waititu to punish Uhuru, you are going to be the ones to regret. The only good thing that you guys can say is, I hope you elect a good governor and a good MCA. Because the next kind of election, I mean, governors are the only ones who make you guys good. So I just suppose that you're going to be careful. Because there's never, and I told you, in the East African region, there's never a political party that does not have immense support from the state that is ruling, that has risen to power, unless there's a wave. There's no wave that UDA and Kenya Kwanza have as at now. Unless they create another wave, there's none right now. So I think you can rest easy if you guys want to. I mean, it's you guys, like I think Wayara said, you guys, it's your business. We are not necessarily thinking there's any threat, but we are just telling you. Yeah. That is what I meant at 2 years. So, I mean, it's my, I don't have to say this. It's something even you as someone can go and read. You can go and check. I think, Bernard, you can help at 2 years. 2013, I mean, since 2002, there has never been any election that has not been contested. And he's coming here and he's just smiling about that. He's happy about that.
So remember, now, Mwalimu. Sorry. Banatui, I think you can respond.
I think Selina want to be happy that I'm getting all this time to react, because I saw him complain about this. No, just a joke. I'm just
I
throwing
told
a
you
joke.
to avoid controversy. Just go straight and respond.
That's just a joke. We are not, we don't hate each other here. I'm just throwing a joke somewhere. It's accepted. So
respond. I'll talk to you later.
I wanted to respond first to Fidel about Kiamba. the Kiamba issue. I'm based in Kiamba. I stay in Kiamba. And I will tell you for free that Kariri Njama was the candidate who was supposed to win the election of Kiamba constituency. Kariri Njama has always lost nominations to the former cousin to Uhuru Kenyatta because of the obvious connection in the Jubilee Party and the family ties. So people always supported Kariri Njama, but he always lost the ticket because of political affiliations. Kariri Njama was in UDA to the last minute. Kariri Njama, the last time William Ruto was in Kiamba, Kariri Njama was the one taking William Ruto around. But when there was the unfortunate demise of the area MP, Mr. Kenyatta and his cronies actually did a survey and they realized that Kariri Njama was the most popular candidate around. And they forced him, they intimidated him to get into Jubilee. In the first instance, he never even wanted to have red colors in his posters. He was Kariri Njama Jubilee with some yellow background, but they again insisted that he must have red background on his posters. The boy, the Kajama who won that seat, he was not anywhere near top among the candidates who are vying for that seat. It was just a fallout plan for UDA. They went for who else can we groom. And I want to tell you, the difference of 500 votes that you are speaking to does not actually show Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's strength, but it actually shows Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta's weakness, that he moved a candidate who was winning almost by 70%, from 70% to almost 50% in 3 weeks. That shows you the kind of dissent that Uhuru Kenyatta faces in his own background here. I stay in Kiamba. As I speak, I'm in Kiamba. And that one I can tell you for free. Kariri Njama was failed because he joined Jubilee. And I want to remind you again that Uhuru Kenyatta never campaigned in Kiamba, and so was William Ruto. William Ruto never stepped foot in here to campaign for Kawanjiko, and so was Uhuru. But Uhuru's hand was seen, and William Ruto's hand was seen. And something that you need to know.
Atuya, you
Yes.
know, it's good when you give information, huh? Just be accurate. You don't. How can you say William Ruto was not in Kiamba? When William Ruto is the one who unveiled the wherever Kawanjiku.
No, he did that
in Kiamba.
No.
Or is there another new Kiamba we are talking about?
No, William Ruto never stepped.
Can I find you the clip?
Okay, you find it. I will accept if I'm wrong. But William Ruto never stepped foot in Kiamba.
Don't use the word never, please. Don't use the word never.
Come up with the evidence, I will accept. And Fidel, you told me to give you a roadmap on how William Ruto wins this. It's easy. William Ruto controls 99% of the Rift Valley. William Ruto currently wins Central Province with over 80%. Let me finish. I'm giving my figures. You will deconstruct them when you come. If you go to Western Province, in Bungoma, it will be a 50-50 affair. If you go to Vihiga, it will be a 50-50 affair. If you go to Trans Nzoia, it will be a almost 50-50 affair. If you go to Kakamega, Raila will win by a landslide, almost 80%. If you go to Busia, Raila will win almost 90%. That one I accept. So the 20% or 15% or 16% at the rate at which opinion polls are showing Raila is in Central, we will recover it in Western Province. In Ukambani region, there will be a protest against Kalonzo Musyoka, the self-declared most foolish person on earth, that he has again gone to support Raila Odinga. Recent opinion polls as they stand today show that William Ruto is leading in Ukambani, followed by Raila Odinga. But I expect that to change now that Kalonzo has joined Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga will win now in Ukambani, but with a lower margin compared to 2017. And what does that do to your vote of baskets in 2017? In 2017, you needed 99% of Ukambani votes and all the strongholds of Raila to get to where you are. But this time, in Ukambani, the highest you can go is 60%. So 40% gone. Where you capture that from, I cannot tell. In Coastal Province, the hustler movement has made inroads from around 27% that Jubilee got there in 2017. Opinion polls, we do internal polls daily. It shows that UDA has got a popularity of up to 38, heading to 40% in coastal region. So when we speak about numbers, we're not speaking about the rallies, people that stand in rallies. We are speaking about statistical data that is collected, and that is how numbers stand at the moment. In Kisii region, I will openly say Kisii County, Raila Odinga will win. But in Nyamira County, UDA will win to a 53 to 47%. UDA will get a majority of the seats in Nyamira County. Even the governor's seat will go to UDA. The Senate position might remain in ODM. So we are speaking about statistical data. We're not speaking because now that Uhuru is gone the other side, we have who.
So Atuya, this your statistical data is manufactured where? Because I don't get what you're talking about in the public domain.
Vifaranga ya computer is trying to put on our head. Nothing is like that. It's trying to give us how they were doing vifaranga of computer. Sorry.
Atuya,
let me respond to them, and then you guys can
hold on. Atuya, this your statistical data. Is it private? Is it public? Is it general? Is it specific? Where is it? Refer us where you're getting your data so that we can check it out.
They are telling center. Temba, Bena, don't be. Why are you doing this? These people, they are trying to make us
fake
fools.
tallying center. They are
telling center. They are trying to rig election.
Thank you, Mama Selina.
No. Temba, they want to lie to Kenyans so that people will think they have people. We are more than that. They're not. Give them tennis, but we don't want people to come and lie to Kenyans like that.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Thank you, Maggie.
Kenyans are very learned now. Please, if you are not learned like that, I think you can take the backstage.
Bernard, can I just help Atuya with a little bit, or am I allowed to say something?
Let me finish responding to them.
Order. Thank you. Order, please. Thank you. Now let's do this. Atuya, I asked you a question. Fidel, you have a question for Atuya?
I have a question. Atuya,
make it brief. Go directly so that Atuya can give one response. Okay, yes.
Bernard,
yes.
You cannot allow Fidel to ask another question. Atuya hasn't even responded to my question. I think it's fair for Atuya to finish, and then you can ask another question.
Atuya.
Very true. Dembe was speaking about state interference of electoral processes in Kenya. And I want to answer him something that he said, that show me a country in East Africa that has had elections that have not been state interfered. And I will answer you with the analogy you've always given us in here, that Ruto has always been asking that, show me a country where the president supports an opposition leader. There will always be a first time. This coming election, this is the first time that the Kenyan elections won't be state interfered. There is always a first time. Like Joho said, Kenya can be an example. And this will be the first time in East Africa that we hope we're going to have an election that is government interference free. You spoke about state interference of 2013-2017 election. That is subjective. To me, I've never agreed to that. the two elections have the 2013 election was taken to court, in a court that was led by the very qualified retired justice, I've forgotten, Mtunga, and the case was dismissed because there was no enough evidence to show that there was malpractice or there was government interference in that. And I know the two of you, or the majority of you people in here, believe in the rule of law, believe in the Constitution, believe in the Supreme Court. So we
Yeah,
have
that's a
to.
lie. Atuya, please, when you come over here, say truth.
It's okay,
Please.
Fidel, watch amalize. Let him, you know, it's good sometimes to listen to something you don't agree with. Just listen to him, allow him to execute, amalize, then we move on nicely. I mean, truth is not one-sided. He's actually right. I mean, so let him continue.
Sawa, Themba, take charge.
Umeenda kulala?
No, I'm around.
Okay. Atuya maliza alafu tu nini.
So it's actually true the way you just put it. The truth is based on how you want to view it. Whatever Fidel you might speak, I will disagree or I will agree. I cannot call it out that is lies. So what I was trying to tell you is that the issue about state interference, we have in 2017, the courts actually never said that elections were interfered by the state, but there were illegalities in the process of conducting the elections. That's why the elections were nullified. They were never nullified because there was state interference, there was somebody rigging. It was a flaw in the system. I've just forgotten the other questions. I don't know if them have answered everything that you had asked.
Yeah, I have heard you, and it's okay. Of course, we hold differing opinion. I hold a difference of opinion in what you have said. But I mean, let's settle it at that. So there's Fidel. You wanted to give a rejoinder to a question you had before, and then maybe.
No. There's no point. There's no point. I mean, let Atuya just have his own facts as he has manufactured them, and let him be happy in his well, I will call them. Let him enjoy those lies. It's okay. That's okay.
Atuya, just for information's sake, not for you to rebut, but information's sake. In 2002, Kibaki had 71.8% of central votes because they were running against Uhuru. And Uhuru had 27.5%. That was 2002 of central vote. Okay. Of course, Kibaki won overwhelmingly. In 2007, Kibaki had 97.4% central votes. Baba had 1.9% central votes. But still, it had to be stolen for Kibaki to win. 97.4. I mean, I want you to picture that, okay? And that was a Kikuyu in the ballot. It's not someone else in the ballot, it's a Kikuyu in the ballot. He got 97.4%, and Raila got 1.9%. I'm looking for figures for 2013. But I know I had the figures. 2013, Uhuru was vying. He had high. I mean, Raila got, I think, 38,000 votes. Uhuru got so much from that. But they still had to steal. So this notion that you're being given, if these guys vote overwhelmingly, it is the only thing that's going to give. And you remember this time round, Raila is being supported by someone from Central and many other people from Central. And the Central guys do not have a presidential candidate, right? So that's going to affect dynamics. And let me tell you, the figures, if you look at history, the way the figures, like I tell you, Kibaki was voted for 97.4%, even if they would vote all of them. there would still be a lot of dynamics that you need to do to make it. And that's why I'm telling you, it's up to you to continue believing what you are believing. By the way, I agree with you for as much as you hold your views. I might not support them, but I agree with you. It's okay to justify even a cow and inaitwanga nini, kupe, ni kupe ambayo imekwamilia ng'ombe. Sasa zile ng'ombe inaenda kichinjioni, ukiuliza swali itasema hiyo inakunywa damu na iko vizuri sana, iko comfortable. So you don't question it. But I want you to jump and look at things realistically, if you will choose to. But if you don't, it's okay. I mean, you can hold the figures as you want, but I'm talking from what is available. That the state has had to interfere, has had to support. Because Raila has been an enigma. He has been shaking the system. He has been shaking it in spite of, wait, Atuya, I'll give you time to finalize. He's been shaking the system from 2002, 2007. He has been shaking it. 2013, he has been shaking it. 2017, he's been shaking it. So that, I don't think right now it will be different. And the difference is there's no Kikuyu who is running. And two, the person running doesn't have state support. That is for you to go and think about. You don't have to rebut it. I agree with what you said. I mean, you're justified. No. We need to clean that so that we move on. Atuya, one minute, please, so that we can continue.
Just a rejoinder to that. When I was giving my statistical data, I said 80% of central Kenya. I know the issue about turnout too. Let me just plug in a charger. The issue about turnout in central will be a big issue, and that's a reality we already know. That's why when we are working on our figures, we are working with 80% of the possible voter turnout. We're not speaking about 97 that Uhuru or 95% that Uhuru was going for. I remember, if there will be a lesser turnout in central Kenya, it will also affect you in a way that you guys also depend on the 16%. So it will be 16% of the voter turnout. So when we're speaking about 80%, we have already compensated that in Western Kenya and in coastal region and in Ukambani. So we are not speaking about facts that I'm open to the idea that we will lose some votes in central Kenya, but we will have votes in Ukambani. We will have new votes that we never had in Western and in some in the coastal region. So before the elections began, before we got here, William Ruto and UDA, we were prepared to face NASA plus Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. We were prepared to face Uhuru, Raila, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Kalonzo, and Gideon. But we have now managed to reduce the number into Wetangula, into Raila and Kalonzo and Gideon and Uhuru. The rest don't really matter. So it's an issue of numbers. We will square it out. And there's one thing, then I don't agree with you, that you openly agree to what I'm saying just to end the conversation. I don't like that, and I don't know you that way. I know you are a worthy competitor.
Atuya, I've given you, sometimes you disagree agreeably. Sometimes you say, when you know your paths are not going to agree, there's no wisdom in pushing it further, because we are just likely to continue on that trajectory. So, but we are here. I mean, let's allow the debaters to continue. At some point, we'll still, you and I can still revisit that. Julia, you want to revisit that? Tuendele.
Yes, okay, first I sent you a message. I wish you could get us the numbers that Raila got in Central and in 2013 and 2017. I don't know whether it's Atuya or someone else here that claimed that that Raila will get less numbers in Central this time, in Central, than in 2017, which is the irony of the statement. It's so ironic. It's so funny. It's so funny because it's for the first time in Central Atuya that Kikuyus are boldly saying we can vote for Baba, boldly in public, even the president himself. It has never happened. Atuya, I have never voted for Baba. I have never. I have voted, I think, 5 times since I began voting. And I have never voted any side of Baba or anything. But for the first time, I'm one of those who are convinced that I should vote for Baba. So I am evidence that there are many Kikuyus like me who will do the same. I am the evidence. If you're looking for evidence, I am right here with you. So don't beat around the bush. I don't know whether it's you or someone who said that Baba will get less votes in Central than he got in 2017. That is really a very funny statement to make. So before you talk, another thing you are saying, I think now it's more an uphill task for Ruto to convince the rest of the Kenyans about himself because of his corruption scandals than Baba. It's more an uphill task. The only place that Ruto seems to be having a free ride is Mount Kenya. And that is why I don't blame someone like Fidel. He said something that I almost asked him to stop saying. He was talking about what Kashawa said, that these Kikuyus think because they were allowed to steal during the Kibaki era, now they are okay with blah, 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 blah. But Ruto is having that free ride in Central. That is what he's having. But my question is to these free riders, for how long will that be sustained? I'm not sure it is easy to sustain that kind of a free ride, that kind of a narrative. I'm not sure. We still have some time to the elections. So I am not sure that it's going to be easy to sustain that even in Central Kenya. Just like you see someone like me here, I am boldly saying that I cannot vote for Ruto for the reasons you, Atuya, you know, all the Kenyans know. Mine is not tribal because I'm neither a Luo nor a Kalenjin. It is not tribal here. It is on matters of principle because I believe I cannot support this kind of people who are doing this, who have been defamed for doing 1, 2, 3, who are accused for 1, 2, 3. That is me. So mine is in fact, I think this time the people who are going to vote like me are going to be the most genuine voters in this country because it is not tribal. It is just a matter of principle. So how many people from Mount Kenya region are thinking the way I'm thinking? And remember, Atuya, I have voted for Uhuru twice. I voted for Kibaki twice. I voted for Uhuru twice. Mark that. I voted for Uhuru 2013, 2017, and I'm here on TV telling you that I cannot vote for Uhuru. So as you do your statistics, when you go back, as you do your statistics, let my name ring in your head. Let my name ring in your mind. That as I do my statistics, there are people like Julia who said they cannot vote for Ruto. So do that sampling. I think when your teacher taught you when you went to high school, I think you did probability and statistics. And out of 10 people here, the probability, there's one Kikuyu called Julia. And I don't know how many Kikuyus are here. So the probability of Raila getting a vote here is 1 out of 10, that if you ignore the tribes. But the Kikuyus you are seeing here, the probability is 100. So that tells you the probability of how many Kikuyus are likely to vote for Raila. So don't lie to Kenyans and don't lie to yourself. I hope we'll come back here, Mr. Themba, on 10 when we'll discuss this analysis, because I want to see Atuya on 10th August here in this TV station. And I want to remind him, look here, Mr. Atuya, I'm one of those that made sure your candidate lost miserably because my vote is very genuine. It's not tribal because I'm neither a Kalenjin nor a Luo. It's very genuine. So as you do your statistics, be very genuine. You said 80%, and I think them as we continue, please get us the percentage, the people who turned up in Central to vote in 2017, so that now when we get that percentage, use your probability skills at Tuya and bring down that percentage of the voters. Now, you have also told Themba that the percentage, if there is voter apathy in Central, is going to affect Azimio. No, it's not going to. Voter apathy in Central is an advantage to Azimio. And we are praying, now guess this, we are praying so hard that only 50% of people in Central vote. We are praying every day. Because if you have less voters voting in Central, it's an advantage to Azimio. Because now you taught the rest of the Kenyans, every Kenyan know what the word kumira means. Yes, they don't have to understand Kikuyu, they understand what is kumira. Even the Luos are telling each other ni kumira. So I can assure you that Raila Zone is now telling each other ni kumira. But Atuya, I am here in the US, but I talk to my people in Central. I think out of the 10 people I talk to, 5 out of 10 are like, mimi sioni haja ya kupiga kura. Tupigie nani, mimi sioni haja. Now ask me why they are then saying that. Ask me. So Atuya, do your statistics again and use the skills that your teacher taught you in probability and statistics. And as you do that, let my name ring in your head that Julia is among the statistics that decided she's from Mount Kenya region. She cannot vote for William Samoei Ruto. Thank you, Themba.
Okay, thank you. I think in 2017, there was a repeat election because the first one was nullified. And in the repeat one, Raila refused to vie, so I refused to take part in it. So the people who are supporting Raila basically stayed away. 2013, I think Raila in Central won about 5% in Central. That's the estimate.
Thank you, Themba. Now stop there. He's talking about 5%. We are already at something like 14% in Murang'a County. Now, and Tuya told us that Western Ruto has so much. I thought I saw the latest opinion poll. Ruto had less than 20% in one of the counties in Western. I think you can use that as a sample. I'm talking about the skills your teacher taught you. Okay, the teacher taught you those skills. So you're gonna use the same skills, the same percentage around in most counties in Western. So you are not this. So it means Raila with in 2013, Raila was very close to Uhuru. In fact, that election is contested. Is contested, even with very few people supporting him in Mount Kenya region. 5%. We're talking about 5% here, and now the figure is not even 5%. Is more than 10%. If you want to call it 20% of your 2 year. So think about that. Think about it. What do you think? If Raila's percentage is going up in Mount Kenya region, and Ruto has not been able to penetrate into Raila's strongholds, what do you think? Be fair to your judgment.
It's okay, Atuya, you don't have to respond to everything, okay? You I know you disagree with them. It's okay. We can revisit that a little later. Let's allow other people to keep talking. We'll come back to you. The simple thing these people are trying to put up to you is 2013, Baba had 5%, and that election was 5% in Central, and the election was contested. You can imagine. So you need to kind of think outside the box, but we're not telling you to join Azimio. You can just continue with the trajectory and your figures, and you see there's a president. I'm forgetting his name. He said that there are 3 types of lies: damned lies, and statistics. So if you want to keep giving those polls that we are getting 80% here, 30% here, it's used to kind of revive your kind of hope. It's okay, but stay right there, like we say. Let's engage other people. Bernard has come back. Bernard, I give it back to you. You can give it to the next person.
Okay, thank you very much. I think things are getting better, but the statistics of Tuya are probabilities, I don't think they are from the ground. It's just a matter of imagination. From one fact that William Ruto has 99% of Rift Valley. That is the most ridiculous of it all. So only from that is my point of departure, that this is something you sat in the table and began to imagine what could be the probability of William Ruto of control over this election. And that, in my opinion, is problematic from the word go. Naomba hivi tusikilize wale ambao wajasema, alafu tusonge mbele. Princess, upo?
Bernard, naomba upe wengine kwanza dakika moja. Naenda msalani sasa, unataka niseme?
Tofik, endelea.
Thank you Bernard for the opportunity. Hata mimi nimecheka hizo statistics za Atuya. Like a place like Rift Valley. So of course Rift Valley tuko na place kama Kajiado, tuko na Narok, tuko na Trans Nzoia, tuko na Turkana, tuko na Samburu. Of course it can't turn at 99%. So Atuya needs to get his facts, his alternative facts right. Again pia Atuya seems amemention kitu hapo ya about sijui Kisii, Nyamira County, eti amesema eti Ruto ako almost ahead, like I was wondering I come from the kama anatoka hiyo place. So and there's an influence of the state. There's usually the state influence is usually so large in elections. And people sometimes try to misunderstand the state influence. Like actually, the last, I was part of the people who conducted. I was a polling agent somewhere in Kisii, in Nyamira, and this is how state influence works. The other election, Matiang'i was bidding for the government, and the way he influenced the chiefs, there was high mobilization by the state. Even the state is able to get its agents everywhere. Unapata hata ile polling station yenye iko huku mbali kwa reserve ndani, place watu wengi hata wajui iko wapi. So there's usually government operatives wanafika hapo. Like there was a polling station I was. It's so far, but there's this business lady who came and he was doing the bidding for Uhuru. Akakuja akasema, unajua sisi ni watu wa Uhuru Kenyatta and we want Uhuru Kenyatta to win, and he gave some guys hapo 3,000. Akasema today your lunch is sorted. It was during the repeat elections. So usually the people around the state, usually around the state agencies are usually moneyed. And they have influence. By then they have influence. I don't know why people are shining out this state influence, because somebody like let's say these business elites, like tuseme mtu kama Peter Munga. Unajua Peter Munga unaweza sema kuna vote moja, but these are people who have like 4 industries in Murang'a. And during the election season, let's say people are voting tomorrow. These are people who can call all the employees, and they tell all the employees, or they persuade them to vote a certain direction, and those guys vote it, and that's the influence these guys carry. So it's not about these guys being having one vote. There's this influence that comes with these captains of industry, and usually me I tend to believe these people, these moneyed guys, these business elites, they usually have a sense of government. When they bet for government, there are people who are going to lose much if they lose government. Somebody like me, even if Ruto wins or Raila wins, the percentage of me losing is almost minimal. But somebody like James Mwangi, akati amebet na Raila alafu Raila lose, he is losing so much because the government is owing him so much money, so he can't bet in a losing team. So I think hapo Atuya need to consult his political scientist around, and as well there's something the Kenya Kwanza rally in Thika was interesting, because Sasa something that is weird for me is no somebody like Moses Kuria. Now, how big catch is it to have somebody like Moses Kuria, who all this time has been in your camp? Because Moses Kuria has never left UDA. Somebody like who was the other guy? Somebody like Wamatangi. You know, these are okay. What I can say, most of these new signings of William Ruto, they're not signing into William Ruto because they have votes. Maybe it's because it's actually they are signing because maybe William has votes in the places they are vying for. So it's not a plus for me for William compared to the signing of Kiraitu and Munya, because you know for Raila, Kiraitu and Munya are guys who never voted for Raila in the last election. So signing those two guys, and of course you know the sway they have, the Kiraitu's sway in the northern part of Meru and the Munya in the southern part of Meru, you know the influence those guys have. So it's not comparable to the influence Wamatangi can bring in. In fact, Wamatangi is coming to benefit from the UDA wave. So you know you can't contrast the two, and it's completely out of place. And as well, UDA is, you know, the bubble of UDA is busting. You know why it's busting? Because again, you know, we are heading to the nominations. We are heading to the nominations, and you know how hectic they usually our nominations are. And I'm waiting to see how UDA will carry their nomination, especially for Central Kenya. It will be just chaotic. It will just chaotic. So in a place like Kiambu, you're telling me they're having a seat for MCA, around 30 people are vying for one seat. You know that's chaotic from the word go. So now we wait. I think the serious elections in Kenya are usually 3 months to the election. Hizi kelele mingi, sijui watu wamekuwa campaign, hizi was na fade. So after nomination, after now we have separated the chaff and the wheat. We know who are running. Those who have failed failed. So that's when you know we can decide now which politics people are gonna play. And for Malala, and you know, for this running mate issue for this side of Tanga, it's time will tell, because again, how Western will vote will depend with how Mudavadi maybe will be placed. Sasa unajua hata hawajui kama ni Mudavadi atakuwa deputy president ama ni mtu kutoka Central. And of course you know Ruto haezi risk na Central, so Ruto pia he has a lot of maths to play. So akiweka mtu kutoka Central, again you know sasa these Mudavadi guys will of course watapiga kelele. And you know now you know what Malala was saying, you know, definitely you know what Malala says is definitely what Mudavadi is saying. So they are also trying to send a message that, you know, we also want the seat. So you're not giving us the seat, we will jump ship. So it's a wait and see situation. And by the way, these things of statistics usually get me off. You know, sometimes hasa kama like unapata there's a poll that is saying sijui Nairobi Richard Ngati is leading. Sasa I even wonder like who knows even Richard Ngati around here in town. So some polls, you know, these polls usually have people behind them. So there are people who are financing the polls. So the less we concentrate more on these online polls, the better for all of us. So hizi mambo za polls achana nazo. And finally, there's something I want to comment about. Of course, the issue of Raila going to the UK. Definitely, you know what Ruto did the other time in America and UK. Really was off presidentially, because you know when you're vying for when Obama was running for the nominations of president for the US elections in 2008. You know, when he was going abroad to campaign, you know, when you go abroad, you give the foreign policy of your country, you speak, it's foreign relations. So you don't go there and say the way people steal in the budget. That was off. You know, those are things you say in a Kenyan debate. Hapa mkienda ile citizen debate ndio mnaenda kusema vile tunaiba, vile Jubilee inaiba pesa, but huwezi enda UK because those people can't relate. They can't relate. There's an Atwoli who has refused to add money to NSSF. You know, that was so off. So of course he could have articulated things like Kenya, what Kenya plans in matters debt, how Kenya is restructuring its debt, how Kenya is going to invite investors, how it's going to help its nationals who are working abroad. Those are the key things like Ruto could have said abroad. So I'm hoping when Raila goes abroad, so he'll go and shape the Kenyans' foreign policy, because our foreign policy has been off these Uhuru tenure. So he'll go there, speak of Kenyan's foreign policy, how our Kenyan nationals will be relating during his reigns, and how our debt will be restructured. Those are the things we expect a serious presidential candidate to be speaking about, not the things of Atwoli refusing to add NSSF money. So I'm winding up. We hope now we'll get credit. Because you know Raila has usually scored high in international platforms, so he'll articulate a clear agenda of Kenya and seek for more allies. You know, internationally, it's not a place for seeking enemies or for setting scores. Is for you to bring people together, preach unity, ensure investors that Kenya is safe and Kenya will be peaceful for after elections and before elections, and that is all that matters in international space. Finally, do I have anything to add? Uhuru campaigning for Uhuru decided to campaign finally about the Uhuru issue of campaigning for Raila. I think that's why these our friends from Tangatanga are afraid. So I think the president is so determined, and you know the president now it's like he's not even distracted. You know they can complain, wail, say his brother is the one running KRA, but you know the president is determined, and let them not be dissuaded by these other cries of these other guys. Thank you so much for the time.
Okay, thank you, Tofik. I believe that's clear enough. Na story ya KRA hiyo tumesikia mpaka of all the people, the person complaining about KRA is Kashagwa. Kashagwa is on national television on record saying he doesn't even believe in banking. He doesn't bank his money. So how does he pay tax when his money is under his mattress? Acha tu Kasuti.
Hey. Mama Selina hapo juu, Julia Ohana hatia Uraigo hatia Magi Bernard Themba, leo nimeona umepata courage ya kuchangia hii story ya ukoma party. Unajua sasa yellow fever imekoma, imesaa kitu inaitwa ukoma party, leprosy. And then if you know the disease what kind of the disease it is, that's why unaona watu wanatetea hapa ile story ya algorithm. If you remember the algorithm so hizi vitu hatu anatuambia hapa ni zile za algorithm. Na sasa algorithm, it has no place right now, so forget about it because haina nafasi kwa sasa. Acha nikuambie, wewe umekuja hapa na mambo na regions na counties. Mimi Bungoma, na tuko na sei moja tu huko kwetu. A good leader is being known by how he lead his family. And if your family is out of range, is out of control, you don't deserve to be even a village elder. What does that mean? Huyo unasema mulivuna, huyo tuliweka kwa kaburi ya sahau. Tangu ile siku alitoka nje akasema tu sitaki kusema hiyo kitu ingine ni mbaya. Tangu ile siku alitoka tu nje, hiyo ni kuaibisha mtoto wa Kiluya, boy child. Hiyo ni kuaibisha boy child. Hiyo kitu ni mbaya. Na tukamweka out of equation. He don't deserve to be even among of the men, the Luya men. So, pole sana, na for your information, point of correction, kwa hiyo percentage ulikuwa unasema. In Bungoma, I'll be specifically because that is my count and that is what is in the ground and that is what is in the public domain. In Bungoma, Azimio, it's at 63%. Ukoma Bati, it is at 6.6%. That one is it's recorded and it is in public domain. So you with your algorithm things, I will urge you, if you go again and do your own statistic again, and then come and tell us. And then I can see, since you brought in Hussein Mohammed, things have started to change. Since Itumbi, Chief Asola spokesperson, is not active now, right now, to propagate and to build the things. Tumejua na tumewajua hiyo ujanja yote, na saa hii hakuna kitu ambacho mnaweza kuja mtuambie tusikize. And then hao watu wenye mnasema ati Ukoma Party imevuna. Wamatangi, wacha nianze na Wamatangi. Wamatangi was the beneficiaries of algorithm, so he's at home. Hiyo ni vizuri. Huyu Kabogo huyu, he was the victim of algorithm. Moses Kuria, he was a beneficiary of algorithm. Mother Karua was a victim of algorithm. What does this mean? Tells you the village party that you have been wooing and saying and cascading and saying that the village party in Mount Kenya has come together to make sure that Ukoma Party does not see the light of the day. Mark my words and watch the step and watch the space, and you will see all those all those algorithm people, aspirants, my friend, they will not see the light of the day. And then that one, at the end of the day, we deliver to Azimio, the king of chess, Mr. President Uhuru Kenyatta, atakuwa ameshinda, atakuwa ameweka na imesimamisha yote. And then watch the space, because this time round, algorithm will not work for you guys. I'm very sorry. Yellow fever imekoma, imekuwa ukoma. Sasa mtafute matibabu kwingine. Alafu kitu ingine, if somebody can tell me, wale watu waliambatana na baba kwenda huko kufanya hiyo tambiko ya kusanctify madhabahu ile Ukoma Party walienda wakakojolea kule UK. We need people to tell us what kind of the envoy ambayo baba ameenda nayo, sababu wako na kazi ngumu. Kwenda kutakaza hiyo madhabahu ni kazi ngumu. So I'll not speak much to that point. So I'm very sorry for Atuya, and afanye tena statistic yake vizuri, alafu kuja atuambie. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante Kasuti, tunashukuru. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu? John ndio umefika, vipi? John, are you here? Yeah, yes, Temba, I got your message.
Thank you so much kwa kunipea nafasi. Yeah. Ya unanisikia?
Kabisa, endelea.
Okay. Mr. Bernard, nimeona Mama Serina. Mr. Temba, Fred Kasuti, na wasalimu nyote. Nimekuwa nikisikiza from the background, nimesikia Mr. Tuya akitoa figures zingine hapo. I guess, let me summarize whatever I have in one word. Udaku team wako na something what we call imaginations. They don't work with exact figures. They don't work with facts. They have only imaginations, like kutoka Rift Valley. We have Kisii who live there. We have Kikuyus. We have the Maasai, the Pokot. Kuna watu, they don't support that Udaku team. So it means when you start arguing, like 99% of Rift Valley is voting for Ruto, mimi mwenyewe nashangaa unatoka Kenya gani? Another thing, acha wa benchmark the team that wameenda na baba UK. Those are learned people wenye wana advise mtu whatever he or she can do. So acha hii timu ingine ilienda kuja kutuharibia jina as Kenyans huku, na tena bado wamerudi hiyo same Kenya. Now look at the team you are trying to tell us you are giving leadership. Those are like people on a monkey around. They don't have anything to provide to us. So Udaku team, kindly consider the defeat. The next government will be Azimio government, and tuheshimu, tuta make the best Kenya as from August 9. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana John. Let's get this video before we hear from Guru.
Ondoka mie, tumeleta chuma hiki. Pale nilipochoka mie, yeye sasa anakwenda kwa kasi. Anazo nguvu za kutosha kuliko mie. Na mlikuwa mnasema mie mpole mpole hivi. Sasa mabadiliko kuleta mkali. Na ameanza kutema cheche. Mheshimiwa Rais, we rais tu, unasubiri kuapishwa. Kwa sasa tuko wawili, mie na wewe. Alafu tarehe 5 mie nakuwa mstaafu, wewe ndo anakuwa rais mwenyewe. Bwana, nakushukuru sana tena sana. Umeendesha kampeni vizuri. Tulikupa muda wa kutosha ili Watanzania wakujue. Maana ningekuwa nazunguka naye, ningekuwa namweka kivuli. Mie wakati wangu umeshapita. Sasa lazima Watanzania wajue huyo anayekuja ni nani, anafananaje. Sasa umezunguka, wamekuona. Mimi nimekuja mikutano mitatu tu, wa Jangwani, wa Morogoro na ule wafunga kazi wa Mwanza ule. Pale tukaondoa gozi yote ya maneno yalikuwa yanapita hapa, ili watu wapige kula kwa raha mustarehe. Kwa bwana, mimi nakuombea heri sana tena sana, na hakika wewe bwana utalisogeza taifa letu mbele. Utakapoondoka, Tanzania imeondokana na umaskini. 2025 Tanzania itakuwa nchi ya uchumi wa kati, na Watanzania hali zao zitakuwa nzuri zaidi. Mimi nimeisogeza hapa ilipofikia. Kama ghorofa ya mwisho pale, ghorofa 23, wewe sasa utaanzia 50 kwenda mbele. Mambo yatakuwa mazuri, tunakutakia kila laheri. Wabeja sana. Ali
Okay, thank you. Kasuti, your mic is always on. What is the matter?
Ndio tunasema kuna project zingine mzuri na kuna project zingine mbaya. Sasa kama hiyo si ni project mzuri? Basi.
Asante. Mr. Guru, how are you?
Mzuri.
Karibu, namna gani?
Tuko sawa.
Naona madrums na Kabogo na manani mengine. Na Kuria. Mameenda mamejoin Uhuda. Iko nini inaendelea mlimani?
Hawa watu nadhani naweza kusema ni kutabataba, kwa sababu hawana lingine, na ukiangalia mzuri wao wengi walikuwa wanaongea nusu, mara unaongea kama uko upande huu, mara unaongea kama upande ule mwingine. So they are just political speculators. Na kwa sababu nadhani wameona hawana nafasi pale kwa upande ya Azimio, sasa wamefuka upande ule mwingine. Unaweza kumbuka kwamba wengi kwanza walisema Raila Amolo Odinga hawezi kuuzwa Mlima Kenya, is unsellable. Hiyo ni kuwa jambo la kwanza pale mbeleni, mwaka mmoja na nusu, mwaka mmoja iliyopita. Halafu sasa ile iko ni kwamba wanaeneza kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta anasukumilia huyu mzee kwa jamii hii ya mlima. Jana ulisikia sasa ni Kuria kwamba tulikuwa tunafikiria angetupea support sababu tulikuwa pamoja, ametutesa, sijui ametufanyia. Hii yote ni kumaanisha kwamba mambo imebadilika, na hawaamini kwamba vile walikuwa naongea mwaka mmoja iliyopita imebadilika. Hakuna mtu leo anaweza kuenda akisema ati huwezi kuuza baba kwa mlima. Hata wao wanajua kwamba kuna sehemu fulani ya jamii hii ambao washachukua msimamo kwamba watapigia baba kura, na hiyo ni jambo ambayo inawashangaza saa hii, kwa sababu wangeulizwa hivyo mwaka mmoja iliyopita hawangeona kama hilo jambo lingefanyika. Kabogo, Kuria na Wamatangi, hawa jamaa wanaelekea nyumbani. Kuria alijiweka na akajiamini kwamba ana msisimko mkubwa katika hii siasa hapa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba 2022 atakuja kujua maneno si hivyo, wakati ataona labda ni mtu mmoja ama wawili wameshinda na chama yake, lakini watashinda kwa sababu sio sababu labda ya chama, lakini kwa sababu ya ile popularity yao, lakini si chama yake. It's just a briefcase party. Kabogo anaweza shinda, lakini pia si rahisi vile, kwa sababu kuna watu kadhaa wakigawanya hiyo kura, huwezi jua ni nani atachukua. Na unjue kwamba hata Kiambu ina ile regions, mpande ya Limuru, Thika, Ruiru na Rari na kwingineko. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba ile kura itagawanywa labda kulingana na regions. Yule atakuwa ametoka region ile ina watu wengi, it's likely to carry the day. Kwa hivyo hawa mimi sioni ile value kubwa wameongeza kwa Ruto. Wale watu tu walikuwa wapigie Ruto kura, watampigia. Wale washasema watapigia Ruto kura, washachukua hiyo msimamo. So hakuna usawishi wamekunja nayo, hakuna additional value wameletea Ruto kwa uhakika, kwa sababu what they are fighting for is political survival yao, personal political survival. Hii chama ya Tunjibebe is another briefcase party. Hata sinjaona watu wale wamesema sana watasimama nayo. Kwa hivyo hii watu wacha waende huko, labda wakifikiri kwamba kwa sababu labda 60% ya watu ya hapa watapigia Ruto kura, wanafikiri sasa hiyo upepo ya siasa itawasukuma kuingia kwa viti zile wanataka. Lakini in terms of presidential vote wanajua vyema kwamba hakuna value wameongezea Ruto. Ile mambo ilifanyika hivi manjusi, hiyo imechange siasa ya Kenya kabisa. Sababu kama sasa ni kuonyesha jamii zile nyingi zimekubali kwamba wataunga mkono Raila Amolo Odinga, na hasa ukiangalia kwa mlima ni kama jamii ya Wameru inashangilia upande ule wa Azimio zaidi, na hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba cousins wao wa Kikuyu wanaanza wengine kuona kwamba hata wakishambikia huyu jamaa kura zao zitapotea, ama kusema sitapotelea mbali, kwa sababu asitawezesha huyu jamaa kupata kiti ya urais. Kwa hivyo mimi naweza kusema siasa imechezwa kali na mtu anaitwa Uhuru Kenyatta na mtu anaitwa Raila Amolo Odinga, and it's just a matter of time. I think this election will be won by 10 in the morning, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia pale kwa mlima kuna kitu inaitwa apathy. Wakati wataona kwamba ile nafasi ya kushinda inaonekana ikiwa mbali, wengi hawataenda kupiga kura na wengi wasashema hawataenda. Kwa hivyo, na pia kwa sababu hakuna mtu yule strong wa kutoka kwa mlima ambaye anasimama hiyo kiti, hakutakuwa na ile msisimuko ya miaka iliyopita kuamka kwenda kupiga kura. Hata hasa vijana ndio wanashinda zaidi, kwa sababu hawa ndio wanajiuliza watafaidika aje kuenda kupiga kura. Kwa hivyo Ruto anaelekea nyumbani, na hiyo ndio uhakika. Sorry to say that for those who are here and to support the young man. Anaelekea Sugoi, hakuna lingine. Hana, labda atafute njia ya kuongeza namba za MPs in parliament. Hiyo tu ndio ameachiwa saa hii, hana lingine. Baba kwenda UK pia ni jambo la muhimu, kwa sababu unajua hali ya diplomasia inaweka candidate katika hali mzuri ya kuangalia nchi, na nadhani hii trip haitakuwa kama ile ya Ruto ya kuenda haina msimamo, ni kuenda kucheza siasa ya hapa hapa nchini ambayo inafaa kuchezewa hapa nchini haisaidii. Nadhani yeye atakuwa na mwelekeo to place Kenya in the political world politics, ambapo inaweza kupata kitu, kwa sababu kila nchi inaingia katika relations na zile nchi zingine kwa sababu inataka kufaidika, na nadhani hiyo ndio trip ambayo Raila anataka kuanza kufanya strong networks ili akiingia aweze kuendesha nchi na njia inayofaa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. I hope there's no question for Mr. Guru now. Hawa tumuko nyuma ya curtain.
Niko na swali.
Fanyike. Nyuma ya curtain, watu wa nyuma ya curtain na wangoa. Princess, I think is your turn.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard kwa kunipa nafasi. Nimefurahi sana. Bwana Guru, kabla sija zungumza kuhusu jambo hili la DP na Kabogo na nani, nina swali kwako. Hawa watu watatu ambao nimewaona wamekimbia kwa Ruto, wako na vyama vyao wote ama wameingia UDA? Sasa ni UDA hiyo, utanijibu basi kama baadaye ama sasa hivi.
Kuria ana chama chake kinaitwa chama cha kazi. Kabogo ana chama chake kinaitwa Tunjibebe wa Kenya. Wamatangi ndio hana chama yake ya briefcase, hana. Kwa hivyo nadhani yeye anategemea kwamba labda kienda mchunjo atapata tikiti ya udaku ili asimame nayo.
Asante sana kwa kunipa hilo jibu. Sasa umenipa jibu, ninaweza zungumza. Ukipata kwa chama moja kama hiyo ya UDA, sasa ina watu watatu na hakuna yule atakayependa kuacha chama chake ili apige debe kwa UDA. Kwa hivyo hiyo kura itagawa mara tatu: Kabogo, Wamatangi na Kuria. Nasi tuweke mtu mmoja wa Jubilee hapo Kiambu. Naona basi tumepita hapo tumepita katikati.
Kiambu wako na Karen Kafana.
Ndio nasema ako na Jubilee, ndio nasema. Sasa ndio nimesema hapo hao ni watatu. Alafu sasa sisi tumeweka Jubilee mmoja, tunapitia katikati kama Kalonzo. Hamna mtu mwingine, tumepita katikati. Hiyo UDA sasa isitarajie. Aya, nimeshukuru tena sana. Guru wako hapa, Julia yuko hapa. Sasa ni watu wawili kutoka Central. Angalia tu, watu wawili kutoka Central wako katika panel, wanampigia nani? Raila. Hiyo ni panel tu, hapa tuko panel, hatujaenda huko ndani.
Pia wacha niongeze kidogo. Unajua Kiambu 30% ya wakaanji hapa Kiambu sio wale walikuwa hapa zamani, ni they are immigrants, if I may call them that. They are Kenyans, maybe I use the wrong word to call them migrants. They are not indigenous in the sense that they were not born here. Ni kuja wamekuja kazi na biashara, na ni wengi kiasi kwamba they constitute about 30%. Kwa hivyo tukisema kwamba yule Mkisia ako hapa, yule Baruya ako hapa, Mruo, Meru na wengineo wakipigia candidate wa Jubilee ambaye pia ana region ile ametoka na anapendwa na watu, kwa hiyo mambo kwamba labda huyu ndio wetu ako karibu na kwetu, kuna uhakika kiasi kwamba anaweza pita kura na kuwa governor wa area hii. Sijui ni ngapi wanasimama na Jubilee, mpaka sasa najua ni Nyoro, sijasikia mwingine. Kwa hivyo ni kungojea tu tuone vile mambo itakuwa, hata ingawa pia wale wameenda pale kwa UDA ni kwa sababu wanafikiria kwamba kuna kale kaupepo ka UDA ambayo inaweza wasukuma mpaka kwa hizo viti ambao wanatarajia. Ndio hiyo.
Bernard, naweza endelea?
Okay, endelea. Kumbe ulikuwa hujamaliza?
Nilikuwa sijamaliza na ukanifunga. Guru alinikata, alichukua nafasi saa zile nilikuwa naongea, akasema wacha niongezee.
Okay, samahani. Basi songa mbio.
Asante. Sasa dili ya Malala, nakujia hapo dili ya Malala. Malala, nikizungumza kuhusu Malala sio mtu ambaye tunatia mambo zake kwenye moyo ama kwenye siasa zetu za Kenya sasa hivi. Malala tegemeo lake ni hela. Akipata hela ameshiba. Kwa hivyo yeye amemuuza Mudavadi na angali anangojea kama ataongezwa ingine atazidi kumuuza tu, lakini mwishowe atarudi apige kura. Hata Malala mwenyewe atapiga kura kwa Raila, kwa sababu siku ingine alitishia akasema, kama mtupatii kuwa makamu wa rais, mimi napiga kura kwa wapi? Sisi tunarudi kwa Raila. Kwa hivyo sasa hivi bado wako kwa biashara. Kwa hivyo wachaneni na Malala afanye biashara. Siku ile biashara itaisha, atarudi nyumbani, atakumbuka nyumbani. Baba kwenda UK, hiyo ni jambo la maana. Wacha aende UK na aende akafanye mambo zake kule, kuonyesha ya kwamba kule kuliharibiwa, na sidhani kama yeye ataenda kusema kana kwamba Kenya vile iko mbaya, Kenya is corrupt, Kenya iko nini. Hataenda kutuaibisha kule UK, kwa sababu aibu zile tumepata ni aibu zile mbaya sana. Kwa hivyo nafikiria anaenda kusafisha kule ili wageni warudi Kenya. Nafikiria tutapata wageni baada ya baba kutoka huko UK. Asante sana Bwana Bernard, nikipata mambo mengine nitarudi.
Okay, asante Mama Selina. Due to public demand, wanasema umenyamaza sana.
Hapana. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Kuru ya kwamba Kabogo na Moses Kuria watasimama na vyama vyao ama wanaunga UDA, kwa sababu waliingia hapo, kila mtu anataja chama yake, lakini hatukusikia. Hapo ndiye ningetaka kujua. Neno ingine ningetaka kujua, unisaidie, ni kwamba wakati walikuwa nakutana Kabogo, Martha Karua na Kiunjuri alisema hawezi ungana na chama yote, atafanya coalition after election, huyo yake inaeleweka. So kwa sababu Moses Kuria alikuwa anasema Martha Karua ni njamba ya Kikuyu wakati ya Kibaki, nini na yeye ndiye aliweka Martha Karua akuwe kiongozi yao, ilikuwache leo wakawacha Martha Karua na yeye na Kabogo wakaingia mkutano. Sasa ukiwacha kiongozi nyuma na wewe uingie, sasa mambo ya Martha ilienda aje? Kwa sababu kama walikuwa wameamua wanaenda Kenya kwanza, wangeenda wote na yeye, lakini sasa ni kumaanisha ni survival. Kila mtu anakimbilia sasa kuona survival yake. Uniambie hapo. Martha Karua ni rafiki yangu, na hata kama siasa ni ngumu, she is my sister. Siwezi, mimi ni mtu ya Kenya, lakini niko kwa Azimio.
Unakumbuka kwamba makamu wa rais alikuwa amesema kwamba haongei na mtu yeyote wa region hii ambao ana chama chake, kwamba hizi vyama ni vyama vya kijiji, village parties. Lakini alikuja kubadilisha hiyo msimamo wakati aliona kwamba watu wameanza kuuliza kwani ni chama za watu ya mlima ambazo ni village parties, na ilhali akienda Western anachukua chama ya Ford Kenya, anachukua chama ya ANC na zinginezo. Kwa hivyo akaanza kubadilisha msimamo. Mtu anaitwa Kabogo na mtu anaitwa Kuria, they are very stubborn personalities, na watasimama na hizo vyama vyao. Hawatakubali kusimama na UDA, sababu hata wao kuna kile wanaangalia, labda wanaangalia kwamba wakiweza kupata MPs kadhaa na MCAs kadhaa, value yao kwa kisiasa itaenda juu. Kwa hivyo nadhani pia hawatakuwa subjected to nominations, watajipatia direct ticket na chama na hizo vyama vyao. Hasa ukiangalia mtu kama Kabogo, hata ingawa siasa inasemekana haina marafiki ama maadui, amekuwa akisema kwamba Ruto ndiye alimfanya asipate tikiti ya Jubilee, na akasema kwamba he doesn't want to be subjected to that humiliation again. So wao walienda pale kila mtu na chama chake. Nadhani makamu wa rais amekubali kwamba hawezi pigana na hilo jambo, na ndio dada yangu amesema hapa, ile itafanyika ni kwamba watagawanya ile kura ilikuwa isemekane ni ya hasla, na inaweza saidia kupatia ushindi mtu ya Jubilee hapa Kiambu. Pia niseme kwamba Martha Karua ni mtu amekuwa she got herself in a confusing political environment. Wakati watu walikuwa vyama ama watu walikuwa wameanza kusema kwamba angekuwa kama makamu wa rais, na nadhani alikuwa anacheza siasa kwa level mbili. Anaangalia kwamba ataenda kujaribu kupata ile kiti ya Kirinyaga kama gavana, na pia anaona kwamba labda kunaweza kuwa nafasi yeye kuwa mmoja wa wale wanapigania kiti pale juu akiwa makamu wa rais. Unfortunately amecheza na watu ambao wako hapa leo, wako pale siku ingine. Mtu kama Kuria umeona akiwa amekuwa he's been blowing hot and cold mpaka dakika hii. Ungesema kwa uhakika ataenda upande gani, kwa sababu yeye is a political broker, na ni kutegea tu labda upande ule ataitwa na chondo yake injazwe mzuri. Kwa hivyo Martha amejikuta katika njia panda, kwa sababu sasa yeye alienda pale akaingiza katikati ya Kalonzo, akajiingiza katikati ya Moi, na upande huu mwingine anajiingiza upande ya Moses Kuria, sababu kulikuwa kunasemekana anaweza kuwa the next most important political personality in Mount Kenya, in other terms the kingpin, ama mtu ambaye jamii inamtegemea kuangalilia mambo yao ya kisiasa kwa nchi. Lakini pia ni kuonyesha kwamba kubariki sana na upande ya Uhuru. Sababu hata ukiangalia alikuwa ameitwa na Uhuru apatiwe cheo ya cabinet akakataa. Na pia ukiangalia wakati rais alikuwa anasukuma BBI, yeye ndiye mmoja wale walitumika kuipiga na kuenda kotini, na she was the most critical personality and maybe the most credible in terms of arguing against the BBI. Pia sasa unaona anaweza kuwa angetaka hata kuenda ile ilikuwa annual delegates conference ile ilimuidhinisha Raila Amolo Odinga, lakini Philas labda wakamwambia upande ule mwingine wale wanaketi na rais mwenyewe hawana dhamana yake na wangetaka kumuona. Pia kuna wale wanasema kwamba alikuwa na hang around Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka kwa sababu kuna kura ya Wakamba pale Kirinyaga ambayo labda anaona kwamba anaweza harvest through Kalonzo, kwa sababu Kalonzo akipitia pale aambie wale Wakamba wako pale, patiani dada yangu hiyo kura, na si kura kidogo, hata ikiwa labda ni 20,000 ama 30, it can make a difference. So I believe anacheza siasa yake na si mbaya, lakini at national level she seems to have been rejected on the side of Uhuru because of her rather very hard stand and unpredictable political stand, na kwamba ni hawaoni mambo kwa njia moja. Bado hatujui kwamba atafurutwa na Kuria kuenda upande ya udaku. Hiyo bado tunangojea. Unajua siasa inasemekana kwamba haina marafiki.
Pande ya utaku na Anne Waiguru ako huko. Alafu naona huyu mama Ngereshi ni kama ameshikilia Kirinyaga. Anyway, hiyo ni sawa. Siasa inaenda hivyo. Leo uko juu, kesho uko chini.
Mimi nadhani hivi, labda hata Kuria alikuwa anafanyia Ruto njia ya kujaribu kufuruta Martha upande ya UDA, labda hata wampatie kiti ya makamu wa rais, kwa sababu kuna vile watu wanaongea kwamba labda angesaidia kupea value hiyo tikiti ya makamu wa rais, kwa sababu unajua Martha anajulikana kuwa si mfisadi, anajulikana kwamba ni mtu ya kufanya kazi, na pia Wakikuyu wanajua kwamba labda akiwa pale hakuna jambo lao linaweza kuharibika. Kwa hivyo wanaona labda they will just be able to make people more confident and maybe even turn out to vote, especially women and some men who admire her leadership. So I believe labda ni kuangalia ni kwamba Kuria anachezea Ruto kujaribu kufuruta huyu mama aingie upande ule, kwa sababu mpaka sasa unajua makamu wa rais hajasema ni nani atakuwa makamu wa rais, na ni kama anashinda so far. Hata ingawa ile mambo ingine ya Musalia, hiyo ni mambo ingine ambayo bado haijajulikana kama atachukua deputy president kutoka Mlima Kenya ama ataenda Western. Kwa hivyo mimi nadhani Kuria,
wacha nikuulize swali moja.
Naomba mnachukua muda mrefu sana, naomba mtamatishe.
Ni sawa tu, najua sitaki kupoteza wakati. Nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza tu swali moja ya kwamba vile Central imeamini mambo ya tribute, vile pia wanafikiria tribute anawaamini hawa watu, anawajua. I'm like, okay, mimi nimekaa na watu ndio nauliza, naona ile kuamini, wameamini yeye, yani vile ile wanamfuata hao watu.
Unauliza ni kwa nini?
Hapana, nakuuliza swali moja ya kwamba msichana amekupenda,
ndio
amekufuata, lakini huyo msichana anajua ya kwamba wewe unamupenda, you know, like, kwa sababu kulingana na vile najua na kulingana vile nasikia na vile inaendelea ni kwamba hata yeye mwenyewe anajua hajaamini mpaka unless wakati ya kura imeingia kwa debe, hata yeye anajua hiyo kura hakuna, ni mchezo. So I'm saying hii watu wanamfuata, wanajua, anafikiria, yani kuna vile anawajua, ama wanaenda tu blindly?
So, Bwana Guru, be brief in your answer please.
Okay. Nadhani kuna mambo mbili hapa. Kuna wale wakikuu wanafikiria kwamba Ruto hatakuwa na ile, he is not going to be very hard nosed in dealing with especially the counterfeit goods, ambao wale ndio walikuwa wa kwanza kulalamika mambo ya Uhuru, kwamba amekuwa mgumu sana, amefunga. Na pia kuna wale wanafikiria kwamba atakuja kufanya ukulima iwe cheaper, kwa sababu wakati alikuwa agriculture minister I hear kwamba fertilizer ilikuwa pesa nafuu. So hiyo tu ndio maneno, na pia kwamba hiyo mkubwa yake Uhuru alikuwa amemwahidi kwamba atamsupport. Kwa hivyo kuna wale wana sympathy kwamba kwa nini sasa anamwacha. So
lakini nimalize nasema kama anakuwa mkali sahi, kama anawakalia, you know, kama mwanaume anakukalia sahi, akujali, kama anaweza ongea vile anaweza ongea sahi, na vile alifanya wakati walikuwa Jubilee, akachiwekea watu yake, wafuasi wake wale wanamfuata. So my question is, kama sahi anaweza ongea vile anaongea, uniambie wakati atakuwa amechakuliwa ya kwamba kama kuna mtu anatoka Central atamuuliza swali. Kama sahi Rift Valley hakuna mtu anaongea. Sasa niambie nini itabadilisha Central wakati wamempatia kiti na afanye vile anafanya, watasema nini? Penat, nimemaliza.
Ndio nasema ni itakuwa saa hii kwamba tunaona kama kutakuwa na watu wa vyama vingi sana wameshinda kura hapa na ndio watapata watu ya undaku ndio, lakini pia kuna vyama hizi zingine zitaleta wajumbe wengi kwa nini. Kwa hivyo nadhani they will deal with the issue at that stage after they have crossed the river. Ndio nii naona.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. I think the matter here is, like I've said before, politics is about chancing. Everybody's chancing to get a seat and is chancing to get away with whatever he can get away with in order to win whatever votes he can get. But from historical reality, the mountain knows what it's doing, and whoever that wants to be carried away by the mountain also knows when it's being carried away. At the 11th hour, kutakuwa na vilio na wengine watakuwa na furaha. We can't, that's inevitable. Tungependa kuizuia lakini hatuwezi kuizuia kwa sababu kuna vile mwanadada amependa jamaa mpaka hata mama amsimamie kwa mlango, amesema hapana, yeye anaruka tu mpaka aende. So akishafika huko kukachemka, ndio atarudi anambia kumbe ningelisikiliza mama. So saa hii ni ile hali ya kusema tulikuambia, lakini kama unaona ushauri wetu ni mbaya, endelea. Asiyefunzwa na mamaye atafunzwa na ulimwengu. Hapo tu. Tuya, umesema unataka kusema neno la mwisho ukiondoka. Kama uko karibu.
Yes, I have to go to wake up for work around 6 in the morning again. But because I love politics this much, I just have to sit and listen to these people analyze rumors, some realities, and it's good. I don't think I have a lot to say, but I just wanted to answer Julia. Julia was speaking about that we have I'm not cognizant of the fact that we have Kikuyus who have never voted for Raila turning up to vote. And I want to tell her that we are cognizant of that fact and we have taken that into account. And that's why we have given Raila and his team a buffer of 20% from the mountain region. So currently they are struggling from 11 to 14. If they hit the maximum of 20 that we have given them, we have a solution to that. Even if they hit 30%, we still have a solution for that. As Bernard was saying before, Bernard, there's a time you were very agitated and you were really ranting about the deputy president complaining Nimerukwa, and then you said election is numbers, election is strategies. Yeah, it's very true. Election is strategies and numbers, and we are well equipped with that. And I just want to tell you, we have a data team led by Johnson Sakaja, and it's giving us real data. And when I say something, I say what I mean, and I know what is going on the ground.
You forgot the leader. It's Itumbi. It's not Sakaja. Thank you.
No. Sakaja is leading the data section. Itumbi is a social media personality. He's amplifying what the data guys are coming up with. And I just wanted to say something about Kiambu. Somebody was trying to assume that Governor Nyoro can have a chance to pita katikati between Kabogo, Moses Kuria, and Django, and whatever, Wamatangi. It's an impossibility. It's like, I don't know, finding water in hell. It cannot happen. Nyoro is very unpopular in Kiambu County. And the percentage, someone was giving percentages about the people who are non-natives in Kiambu can vote for Nyoro. The maximum votes that Raila got in Kiambu in the first round was almost 110,000, 100 and something thousand. So out of 1.2 million votes currently, so 100,000 votes cannot make someone governor. The battle is between Moses Kuria and and Moses Kuria and the former governor Kabogo. Even the UDA candidates, I don't see them matching up to the weight the two other politicians have. If you look at the leadership in Kiambu, out of the 12 elected leaders, we have 11 who are who are around the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. It tells you something. It tells you where the mountain is headed. Somebody was telling me, look at the numbers in here, calculate and whatever. That one is catered for in the 20%, the maximum that we are giving you, if you ever get that. So we are not bothered about whatever the percentages, and 5% in 2013, now he gets 10. That one is well catered for. And I think he has gone. Somebody from Bungoma was saying that Wetangula, he was de-whipped from being a man in Luyaland. The man who says that, and Wetangula even never campaigns in Bungoma for Senate seat. I just decides I will run in the last 2 weeks. And I can categorically say here today, Wetangula will be the senator of Bungoma in Kenya Kwanza, like it or not. And you cannot tell us about Luya's whipping Wetangula. It
This
won't
time
happen.
round, vifaranga ya computer hawana chance, so you cannot succeed. Don't say ukitaka ama usitake. Say something else, Pepe.
Yes. Wetangula is not a
Ngoja Atuya. Relax. Mbona ukifika Kiambu, the number of elected members count. Ikifika Western,
no,
the number of elected members don't count.
Good question.
Hii statistics yako unafanya.
Yeah, good question.
Very good question.
Very good question, that one.
Yes.
I've never said in this forum that William Ruto will win in Western. And I think Julia was alluding to a certain poll. And I categorically said here, Busia, Raila Odinga will win even with the 90 or 80%.
No, it's not balancing who will win, who will not win. Okay?
No.
Wetangula, you are talking about, has remained with 2 members of parliament for Fort Kenya. Musalia has been left with 1.5 or 2.5 people elected on his ticket. Okay? But you still believe he's going to bring you 30% or 50%. So from where?
From statistics, from the numbers we are working on, I will agree with you. Let me.
I wanted you to use those ones. The numbers you are working on. The numbers you are working on. And I see you've worked on them very well. I want you to go back and
tufunguliwe Safa. Temba, I'm worried. We need this Safa ifunguliwe. Oh my God. These are 2 years. I don't know where it coming from. Tunataka hii watu wanafanya ile hesabu ya Safa. So wanajua ni gani wanataka kucontrol. Let me tell you. Kichana ya chomo.
That is all. Have a good night and a good morning.
Hii mambo unatuambia hesabu gani? Unajua ukituambia kuna watu wanatengeneza hesabu alafu unatuambia hao wachana na hiyo pole Temba. Hii ni kumaanisha these people wanatengeneza ile mambo walikuwa nafanya wakati ya Uhuru, which means it will not happen. Kwanza Kipyute ametuambia atakuwa na tallying center yake. Sahii wanajaribu kuona vifaranga ya kompyuta wanapatia nani. Kama anaweza sema Wetangula anakuja kwa lazima, kura ikitoka wapi? Okay, nimekubaliana ya Kiambu anaweza sema Kabogo na Moses Kuria. And then now anakuja hapa anatuambia Sakacha kuna hesabu anatengeneza. What are you counting? Na hiyo hesabu inatoka wapi kwa sahi 5 months bado? Watuambie mambo ya Safa ifunguliwe. Ya pili, hiyo nini tallying center yao wanataka kutengeneza, na hivyo ndio walifanya akili. Ninakumbuka wakati walikuwa nafanya by election ya Kericho. Cheruyo atakiingia, hakukuwa na kura, lakini tallying center yao ilikuwa Kericho Tea Hotel. And that is how Uhuru walicheka wakati ameipa imemalizika. So now I'm happy. It's Aisru nimeongea mbaya. I should have not. Ningewacha aendelee kutuambia vile iko, lakini roho yangu ilikataa kutulia. Otherwise these people kuna vile wanataka kujaribu kufanya. Tafadhali.
Hata VP ali admit kura watarig. That is to mean wameanza kurig already. Ukisikia tu anaongea hivyo, already they have started rigging, but this time there's no chance for them. Please, it's not going to be possible. Tuko macho.
Na ameenda wapi?
Yeah.
Ameenda wapi?
It's okay. Thank you, ladies. Mute your mics. Asante sana. We have 5 months to elections. Relax. Nobody is rigging anything here. And the probabilities remain. We will soon carry out this thing properly. Hakuna mtu anaweza kurig successfully without the riggers. So wachaneni kumsumbukane na hiyo maneno. Let's listen to this before we proceed.
2022 iko hapa, na hii ndio mwaka ya kuambiana ukweli kinagaubaga.
Haiwezekani kiongozi kuruka hapa, kesho anaruka hapa.
Na for the first time kuna maneno ambayo mimi nakubaliana nayo na Deputy President Bwana William Ruto.
Na ndio mimi nimekuja hapa kuwaambia hivi, maneno ya kudanganywa, wajinga waliisha Kenya.
Hapo sana, wajinga waliisha Kenya. We Ruto ni msee wa chachi, mwathani agocwo, Ngai ni mwega, lakini kuna ka hypocrisy fulani ndani yako Kenya sisi wa Kenya hatupendi.
Mimi Mheshimiwa Rais, I want to say I thank you very much for making me the person that I am today.
Kumbe ni Uhuru alikuchukua, msee wa kuchoma machachi, msee wa kuiba, kamuizi fulani hivi, mtu amekula mahindi, Uhuru akakusafisha, akakupaka mafuta, ukanyoroka, akakuleta mbele ya watu, akakufanya deputy president wake. Lakini wewe ukienda ground unaambia wa Kenya nini?
Si nimesaidia rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka amekuwa rais.
Unajipiga kifua, Hebu tena.
Si nimesaidia rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka amekuwa rais.
Sasa tutaamini gani? Ni ile ya church ama ni ya ground? 2013 ulikuwa na maono kwa ma youths, kwa ma hustlers na masafara. Ulikuja kama msee wa mavision na mapromise, maneno tamu zinaweza mtoa nyoka pangoni.
Tunasema kama Jubilee Coalition, masafara na mahasla watapata nafasi ya kupata mkopo katika Kenya mpya.
Wapi do ya mahasla na masafara yenye uliwa promise 2013?
Waligula.
Ulikuja kama msee modern, mtu wa mavision, mtu wa ma-internet, ma-bundles. Ukaambia mavijana utaweka ma-free internet kila mahali, wase wafanye job smart, job ya online, kazi bila jasho.
Wengi wenu mnaweza kuoperate online internet. Si kweli ama si kweli?
Internet.
Ile mnahitaji ni bundles. Alafu mnaendesha mambo yenu mbele.
Bundles.
Tumesema ya kwamba hiyo bundles haitakuwa shida kwa sababu tutahakikisha kwamba kuna free internet in every ward.
Free internet in every ward. Kai. Yani we msee ukatupea ma motivational speaking hapa, ukatupea ma confidence, ma hope. Mpaka si wenyewe tukafikiria utatushika mkono vile Moi alikushika mkono.
We went to see him at one point.
Enda kwa Moi.
And we asked him to give us a piece of land in Eldoret.
Akakupea shamba.
And he actually did. And we sold the piece of land.
Ukauza.
And with that piece of land, I remember I bought my first car.
ukanunua gari, maisha yako ika take off. Lakini what changed maze? Watoi wa mahasla na masafara wakikuja kwako kutafuta usaidizi, unawapea vitu zenye haziwezi wasaidia. Unawapea wheelbarrows, tools zenye haziresonate na the current job market. Unawapea vitu zenye haziwezi wasaidia katika hii century tunaishi. Wale watoi ulipromise bundles, free internet, jobs online, saizi unawapea wheelbarrow. In the meantime, watoi wako, your daughter 19 years ni ambassador. Sani yako mwenyewe 23 years yeye ndiye anapiga tenda zote za serikali. Lakini watoi wa mahasla na masafara wanaumia huku nje. Unawaambia hata wakubebe na wheelbarrow mazi. Wao ni slaves kwako. Unawapea tools zenye haziwezi wajenga. Na hivi hawa watoi unataka waishi tu wamekuwekea mkono, uwapee handout. Wewe msee, wa Kenya si wajinga.
I consider Ruto unsuitable.
Yes.
Bernard umeweza.
Umetoa hiyo
Bernard umeweza. Sasa atuya waongee.
Subirini hapo. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Na wanatemba. Ni wakati wa wazee, wacha watoto waende kulala. Naomba uendelee hapo, nani hajaongea, engineer na nani huyu? Kuna fighter na Haron ndio wamefika sasa hivi. Alafu tukutane hiyo wakati mwingine kwa show nyingine. Wacha ni asante sana. Temba, go ahead.
Haya. Fighter, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, kwa heri ya kuonana. Nilikuwa nataka kupata hapa kabla hujaenda, ngoja dakika moja ndio uende bwana.
Nakusubiri, wewe endelea.
Haya, nashukuru wote hapa kina Serina, Julia na John na wengine wale ambao siwaoni vizuri pale. Thank you so much for keeping it up. Temba, asante kwa kunipa nafasi. Hii imewarapu vibaya sana watu wa Azimio. Hii ya leo ya Thika. Na ule jamaa anaitwa Manda walisemanga, msiwekanga hii siasa kwa roho. Weka kwa marangi hapo mkipumua inatoka. Sasa kama hii ya Thika inawauza hivi, na ile ya tarehe 9 itawafanya ni mtakufa. Mimi nataka kusema hivi. Tulizeni, hii mambo itaisha. Raila akishinda atakuwa president, bado tutabaki wa Kenya na tutaendelea. Hakuna mahali tutaenda. Ruto akishinda, hakuna mahali mtaenda, mtabaki wa Kenya. Hakuna chenye nitafaidika, hata Ruto akipata saa hii ile uchumi kikuwa mzuri itakuwa bora zaidi. So tusiweke kwa roho, sababu hii ya leo imekuwa ngumu kwenu. Sababu Kalonzo akikuja mmoja tu, ambaye hata in fact Kalonzo did not bring any impact to Azimio. Not even a single one. But you celebrated like nobody's business. Why I'm saying this? Magavana wote watatu wa Eastern, they were already in Azimio. Meaning, if they were to bring the votes, they could have brought the votes. But the Kalonzo just came on his own. You were just crazy and celebrating. So now when all these people come to UDA,
nobody celebrated. Excuse me, that is very wrong. Nobody celebrated.
Ngoja kidogo, tulia mama. Wacha kuwa na haraka. Hawa watu kila mtu akiingia katika
Fighter ngoja. Let's be patient, mtu amalize. Either way, you know, it's okay. The art of listening is when you can listen to an opinion that you don't agree with without interfering. You know, listening is not agreeing, right? So let's just be patient. I mean, it doesn't hurt to listen. ENM endelea.
Thank you. Juzi Meru governor ameingia Azimio. There was a lot of celebration. Lakini kunaingia Kika Kimani, governor wa Tharaka Nithi, kunaingia
Ken Lusaka, kunaingia na wale wameingia jana kina Moses Kuria, even though he has been there, but Azimio was expecting him to come to Azimio because there's a time he was even on a press conference saying, I don't belong to any party, to any coalition for now. So there was some expectations that he could have jumped to maybe Azimio. But what I will come to realize ni kwamba whoever goes to UDA has no value. Whoever goes to Azimio has more value or is valuable than the ones who goes to UDA. I just want to appeal to you guys. We have to start familiarizing ourselves to what is going to happen either way. And this is why Ruto is saying, let us be ready to accept the results as they will come. Because this being very sure of saying that it is Azimio, it's not going to be just a walkover. It's not yet, because if I can give you the just simplest number calculations around this game, the votes that put Uhuru in that seat which he is sitting today are even more available in Ruto's camp. Why am I saying this? We can read from the history in the books that in 2013, Ruto came with the votes from the Rift Valley to Uhuru's basket. And Uhuru came with the votes of Mount Kenya. They needed a few votes from these other regions. It's not a secret because of the votes from those regions. And they won. In 2017, the same thing happened. The only difference that is happening now is that Ruto, according to me, I'm not saying that you must agree. According to me, Ruto has more places where he's getting more votes than how they could have voted them in 2013 and 2017. Reasons being, today Mudavadi, with these 400,000 votes from Western Province, is in Ruto's basket. This guy called Omwami Wetangula is a Bukusu, and he is the leader of Bukusu. You Ruyas who are here, you know what I'm talking about. And the Bukusu, they are the largest tribe in Western, about 6% of the votes in the Western. So we cannot rule out the fact that these people have come to this side when they were with the Uhuru, with the Bapa. They were very strong, they could be praised, and they were nice out, they were what, they could bring votes. But now they have nothing. They will come with some votes, even if it's not 100%. They can't miss 20, 30, 40% to Ruto. And this is what we are saying. When we go to Coast Province, Coast has always been voting for Baba. But today, we have some voices from the Coast which are saying we don't want Baba, we want Ruto. So let us not try to be blind. Let us also analyze these things and prepare ourselves for whatever comes. Let the will of God be done. Because I am telling you, and we will be here. If Raila wins, well and good, there's no problem. But the possibility of the votes on the ground, I am telling you, votes will count. This propaganda of saying it, Ruto can win and then he's denied, there is nothing like that at this point of this era. Kenyans will count the votes and we will wait for the results and the winner is going to emerge. And the possibility is not far from Ruto. I don't want to say much. You have your views and you are entitled to it. I have my views. When you count the votes one by one, we give, in fact, Atuya was right. Give Raila 20% from the central, which he has never got, and it will be hard. The fact is, Azimio people must work more harder if you want to gain. The only thing that even anyone is asking, will you accept? I've seen this one in even in small places where these platforms which we go. Someone is asking, will you accept it or the results? No one wants to say yes. We are going to win. Going to win. If it's just a win, then why are we going for elections? We could have just given it up to Raila. It's not possible. In fact, to finish. This is the hardest bit. This is the hardest contest for Raila than ever before. If you want to believe what I've said, you don't want to believe, it's okay. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you. Since you detained me here, I have a question for you.
Yes.
What was Uhuru's reason why he couldn't let William Ruto be the flag bearer in 2013, if you can remember?
What was the reason?
Yes.
No, I agree. According to me, I might not have the correct answer, but they agree that Uhuru would be the flag bearer. They agreed amongst themselves because
No.
Ruto, according to me, he was
No,
not ready for.
let me remind you then, if you can't remember, okay? Uhuru told William Ruto, and this is in public, that I don't have a problem you being the flag bearer in 2013, okay? The only problem is that the only vote I can guarantee for you as a flag bearer is mine and Margaret's, but I can't guarantee the mountain's vote. But if we make it the other way around, we are guaranteed of the mountain and elsewhere. I don't think that has changed. And if it has changed, the circumstances are not the same. So if you're judging 2013, like you're judging 2017 and 2022, the circumstances are not the same. Right now, the fallout between the president and the DP is clear, is in the open. They are no longer together. The propaganda of Mutu anachezwa imeisha, which has been sold for 4 years. So the mountain cannot be out to vote for William Ruto the way they went out to vote for Uhuru Kenyatta. On that alone, okay, William Ruto cannot guarantee to get the mountain vote sizable enough to make him president, even if he combines Rift Valley and the mountain. The circumstances in Western are not the same. Ford Kenya was there, ANC was there. That is 2017, 2013. All right? But there was no competitive party called DAP. All right? And then Musalia was still the Luya kingpin. He had not been the whip of the same. So if you judge the circumstances of 2022 based on 2013 and 2017, you get it wrong, because DAP has pulled the carpet from under Wetangula. Wetangula is stripped as at now. He doesn't have the command he used to have 2013, 2017. Can he bring some votes? Probably, but not to the degree that he could deliver previously. So if you judge matters that way, you will always end up with wrong figures. The same goes for the cost, okay? Who is in the UDA fraternity on the national platform that can change the stand of the cost voting pattern? Is it Mama Kiuno? I don't think so. So as much as we would want to put these things at probability, if you go with your line of thinking, your results will always be wrong. Lastly, William Ruto, this is the first time he's going for presidency, okay? His stamina, his political capacity, his weight as a Kenyan politician cannot upset the weight and the capacity of one Raila Odinga. If he was running against another person, I would think otherwise. But one Raila Odinga who has held 5 successive governments to hostage successfully for over 30 years, William Ruto has no chance. I rest my case.
Okay, Ben, let me answer you on that basis. I will answer you with the Miguna in as much as you might not want his sentiments, which I was listening to somewhere. The Raira, who Kenyans knew, is not the Raira, the Raira Odinga, of today. I just want to rest that on that basis. One,
And the root
I
of
agree. No,
I want.
I agree with you.
Let me just let me finish.
Ngoja, mimi
Let me
nilikuwa
just
naondoka Themba na kuachia huyu jamaa. Wacha mimi nimalize. I agree with you. He's not a Raila
But why
of
don't
the
you wait
figures.
for me?
This time he has the support of the president. That's the difference. This time he has the support of the president. The other time he was going against the president and the state. That is the difference.
So why don't you give me a chance to finish?
Temba, Raila, the strong man of that day, he was a strong man. Now is Baba. Baba ametulia na ndio Wakenya wamekubali. Now Ruto is allowed outside, anapika kelele vile Raila alikuwa anafanya. So mpaka siku ile pia atakuja akue baba atulie. Raila of today has changed. Na ukweli amechange kwa sababu amekuwa baba. Not because of ako na rais ama nani. Amechange tactics, ametulia. Hata ila anatusiwa, ananyamaza, anasema baba, ndiye sababu Kenyans wamekubali. Not because sasa wewe ukisema Raila ya samani, ndio baba yake Jaramogi alisema Oburu ni mtoto, akasema Raila ni simba. Sai amekomaa. Hata wewe wakati ulikuwa kijana, ukituambia raundi ile ulikuwa unaenda siku hiyo, si ile unaenda sahi kwa sababu nakuona si kijana. So uwezi kuja kupishana na mtu hapa kama iko kijana. So ukumbuke kwa hiyo. Vile ulikuwa
For the record,
mdogo is not today,
for
not
the record,
Hivyo.
for the record, yes, for the record, Temba has asked us a question somewhere there, even if it was not heard clearly. I don't know whether it's Temba or someone here said the Ruto is the first time is running. I don't know whether I got it from Temba or from Bernard.
What I wanted to say is, ngoja Selina. I want first of all to tell you, in 2007, Raila got 27% in Central. So you said that he has never gotten more than 20%. That was a lie. The other thing that I want to tell you is the Raila of today is not fighting the same wars that he fought when he fought for multi-party democracy. There comes a time when you're fighting for multi-party democracy. There's a time for fighting for the constitution, and there's a time for fighting for economic liberation. All of them do not require the same kind of approach. Ruto is fighting the wars that Raila fought in the early 80s, and is fighting it in 2022. Time has moved, and Ruto is not the same way 20 years ago that the Ruto that we are seeing today. So when you come and say Raila is not the same way, time did not stop with Ruto too. And time did not stop with every other person. Time moved for everybody. We all have 24 hours. And tomorrow's 24 hours, 12 hours, when you wake up, all of us will have moved. It's not like Ruto is static in where he was many years ago. So what I'm just trying to tell you is, as you bring the approach that, oh, Raila is not the one that was there 20 years ago or thereabout, we are fighting for constitution. Are we fighting for a constitutional review right now? No. Are we fighting for multi-party democracy right now? No. But as someone else said, if it's the hammer that you have and you are using it, you'll see every problem like a nail to be hit. So in your view, you are thinking every problem should be viewed as a nail to be hit. That is not true. New requirements demand new approaches, new ways of doing things. And those are the new ways of 2022, not always old ways of 1980. So if you are thinking Raila will still be 1980 when we are fighting for multi-party democracy, never, we already have it. If you are thinking Raila of when you are 2010, when you are fighting for the constitution, never, you'll never see him that way. This is Raila of 2022. We have a new constitution.
You have made your point. Just move on to another thing. I wanted you. I've heard you. What you are saying. What I am literally saying is this. You always say here that politics is local. Just the way you have tried to say that Wetangula MPs wake ama wote wameenda DAB and so forth and so on. Let me just put you to a local in a local way also in Central Province, which we call Mount Kenya somehow, because Mount Kenya goes even up to Nakuru. The larger Mount Kenya, which is Central Province, all MPs who were almost all of them who were in Jubilee have ran away from the president, who is the sitting president, who was the kingpin of that area, to the party which I'm talking about, the UDA. So whenever you see things happen like that, you cannot say that today we have an election like 3 months ago, I don't know, 5 months ago in Kiamba, the home state of Uhuru, and Uhuru is supporting Fighter, and the Fighter fails, then you say Uhuru has a support in that area. Yes, he might be there having that name that is there as a king of that place, but the support of Uhuru today in Central Province today, and that's why you saw Ruto saying, "Oh, that yesterday, whether I
So,
could say
Fighter,
today."
when did Uhuru stop being the kingpin of Mount Kenya?
No, I say this. I'm just talking about the logic behind the politics being local. People
That's
who propel,
exactly what we are saying. The same thing. Uhuru has
people
not
who
stopped
propel.
being. He has not stopped
Listen,
being the
Bernard.
kingpin of Mount Kenya. He has not been replaced by anybody. And
No, you
Uhuru,
cannot say it like that. Who replaced Nani Mudavati, and when was he replaced by who?
he was replaced by the Council of Elders led by Atwoli. We were in
Atwoli, who is
Kuju.
Atwoli?
Where are
How many
you?
votes did Atwoli? Who is Atwoli? When Atwoli was
No,
vying
hold on.
so
Let's
let
look
us
at
not
things
go that way.
objectively.
Wenye
We are looking
wanakosa
at
ukabila.
You can't ngoja fighter. You don't fight everything. There is how people are made kingpin. Uhuru was not made kingpin by being declared. He was made kingpin through the eldership and the leadership of the mountain. The eldership and the leadership of the mountain is yet to name another person. The same thing with the Luya land. The Mudavadi was dislodged and Oparanya was put there by the Council of Elders, bona fide leadership. You cannot come and say how many votes does Atwoli have. He's an elder. In the Council of Elders, we don't vote for people. They are placed there by a matter of their leadership skills
But in
and the
this
cause that they
platform
have
right now,
to make
Bernard,
as leaders
we
of
are
the community.
dealing with votes. We are talking about votes. We are not talking about who
You
installed
can't replace
who did not
votes with
install who.
traditional
We are
practice.
talking
That's
about
what I'm
votes
telling
here.
you. Traditional
Uhuru,
practice is not replaced by
Penat,
votes.
wacha
okay,
kupingana, wanaenda kungoja wapatiwe mshahara. Wacha tusiharibu mshahara
okay.
yao. Sasa mnaharibia, alafu
Uhuru,
wanaenda lala njaa. Wacha tuwaache waseme.
Madam Selina,
Yes,
please,
that
when you
is what.
speak, mind your language, because now I work
But
for
that's a
myself.
fact. Unaharibia
Okay,
hao watu
Pemba,
mshahara,
I
unaharibia
I
hao
want
work
watu
to
for
mshahara
myself.
Wanakula
Bernard.
mshahara. Acha kuja kutusumbua
Mshahara
hapa.
wa
Ama
nini?
enda fungua
Ah,
hiyo yenu huko
Mama
kwa
Mshahara
Selina,
wa
ODM.
UDA,
How much are
mshahara wa
you
What are you
UDA.
spending
doing
here?
here? What
order
are you
How
doing
everybody.
much
here?
are you spending?
Thank you.
What?
Order everybody.
Oh, wait a minute, Ben and
Wait
the
a minute,
Temba.
what?
How much is Selena
Wait,
being
what?
paid by Azimio to be here?
Order.
Yes, I
Order.
paid them.
Munalipwa na UDA,
Thank
Okay,
ndio
you.
okay, okay. Hold on, hold on,
munini.
hold on,
You are not
everyone.
This
being
Hold on,
paid
is
by
hold on.
Azimio, lakini
Maybe,
UDA anawalipa. UDA analipa
wacha
nyinyi.
kuongea
Yeah,
kama
please.
huna heshima
na
ya
Mama Selina.
wasee.
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
Selena
hold on,
and Julia,
Falter. Hold on.
do you know me?
Kindly, wait.
And do you know me?
Wait, Selina, we
How
don't
do you
help
come up with
anything by
this to be
throwing
paid?
words. Listen, everyone. We are
Yes.
not helping. Please, we are not helping anyone by throwing words. Maggie na Mama Selina. You know, you can call him names, but we haven't helped the debate. Let's not throw words at each other. Let's talk to each other. Let's listen. Like I always say, let's appreciate a divergent view without necessarily agreeing with the person. You know, you may not agree with it, but differ with the content of his presentation, not the person. Usianze ku cast aspersions. We don't know who is being paid, who is not being paid. That is not our business.
He is coming here because he has a view to present, and that's okay. I mean, Fighter, I'll protect you. I might not agree with you, but I will protect your right to say what you have to say. Yeah, you
And
don't.
of course, some of us we cannot be
Hold
fooled.
on, hold on,
Why
hold on,
is he
Bernard.
mixing two things or using
Hold on,
one
Bernard.
different thing to negate
Bernard,
the other?
Bernard, wait, Bernard. Bernard,
Atatumiaje
hold
rules
on.
za volleyball,
Ngoja,
kujudge
ngoja,
football, and then
ngoja,
you want us to accept?
ngoja, Bernard. I don't necessarily agree with what were UDA, and you guys know that, but I'll protect your right to say what you have to say when you come here. Now let's avoid, throwing words at each other. You don't listen much. They say you gain more by listening than by talking. All right. So let him explain. At least you know what is happening on the other side as he's talking. ENM Fighter, hata wewe pia kindly unapoona kina mama ni mwezi ya kina mama wakianza kuongea, don't also be sasa unawajibu. It will never end. So learn to be quiet. Just relax. Wakimaliza, then now you come in. Then now you start reason. All right. So let's hear some a question, maybe or two, and then tuachane na ENM Fighter. Now please do not attack ENM Fighter. He just holds a view. Disagree
But let
with
me, Mr. Temba, before I ulize swali kama nataka kuuliza swali, let me put this clear. Please, let us not put this to people that they are being paid. Some of us, we cannot be paid, and we are not even ready to
So
be
you
paid.
want us
We
to talk
hold our
again,
own
or you
views
want us to
and our own opinions.
please.
Fighter, you are being paid. That is why you are becoming
You people. It's okay, yeah. Let's no. Don't let nobody unmute before amepewa nafasi. If you unmute, I'll throw you out now. I'll throw you people out now. Mama Selina na Maggie, if you guys unmute before I give you a chance, I will have to let you guys off. Let him just talk. He's making a point, actually. We don't know who is being paid and who is not being paid. So let's avoid casting aspersions on people's whatever side they're leaning. These are people who they just hold views like us. We are not being paid by nobody. All right. So let's just appreciate his views. ENM, you are in order, and that's okay. We don't have I'll disagree with you, but I will not care who is paying you or if you are being paid, or we don't have to know whether you are being paid. We don't tell anybody to declare. So just relax. Nobody is paying you, and you don't have to get unnecessarily irritated. You know nobody is paying you. Just respond to the comment. Some of these statements, maybe they are meant to irritate you. In siasa sio kanisa, so relax. ENM, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I wanted to say that there's no one who is paying anyone. We come here for
Okay.
with our own bundles, and we should be respected whenever we give our bundles. Just like she's not paid by anyone.
No,
She's
you
here.
don't have to ENM Fighter. You don't have to be late. Okay, I'm coming.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Kuria.
Okay, thank you, Zemba. ENM, I'm really enjoying this argument. But Zemba has advised you, don't argue with us. You cannot win. Akina Zemba, they never win. They are telling you from experience, they never win when it comes to arguing. Okay, that's on a light note. I have two questions. One, you said that there's a narrative going on that if Ruto wins, the state will take the victory from him. So I don't like this rumor mongering that is coming from UDA. Can you be categorical and state with evidence who said that, where? That if Ruto wins, the victory will be taken away from him by the state. So if you don't have any evidence, don't say it again. Number two, you're talking about numbers in Mount Kenya region. I am from Mount Kenya region, and I'm not voting for Ruto. So I'm among that percentage that you are hearing that voted for Uhuru in 2017 and cannot vote for Ruto. So that number exists. It's real. So I'm evidence. So I want to ask you the second question. Do you believe that William Ruto will get the same number of votes that Uhuru got in Mount Kenya region? So I have only asked you 2 questions. Of course, I'm not going to say someone is paying you, but I want you to be categorical. If you believe that there is a narrative that someone, that Ruto's victory will be taken away from the state, say yes, and with evidence. If you don't have evidence, say no. Second
Okay.
question.
You have
Do you believe, may I finish? Remember, Themba said you cannot win this argument. Second question. Do you believe that Ruto will get the same number of votes Uhuru got from Mount Kenya region in 2017?
okay, Julia, I've heard your questions.
Mhm.
I just want to answer you as quick as possible so that we move on. The issue of this narrative, which we are talking about, that even if he wins, is over out there in public domain. I don't have to explain to you who said it. Even if you want to deny that one, you know what I'm talking about. Let me answer number 2. Number 2 is this: Ruto might not get 100% of what Uhuru got in Central for whatever reasons, but Ruto himself did not stop at Central to say, now that I have Central and I have Rift Valley, now I am not going to go anywhere. Ruto has consolidated some other more votes from the Western, from the Eastern, from the Nyanza, from the coast. So those votes will compensate him whatever he's not going to get from the coast, from the Central, and that is why, in my own opinion and my own considered opinion, I see like Ruto can be the winner in these elections.
Okay, thank you for that response. I appreciate it. So just to add on what you have said, so are you trying to tell us that Uhuru and Ruto won because they were voted just by the Mount Kenya region and Rift Valley, and that the other communities did not, none of them voted for Ruto and Uhuru, and this time those same communities are changing their mind? Are you trying to say that the Mount Kenya region vote and the Rift Valley vote that Ruto got was enough to make Uhuru and Ruto win?
Okay, Julia, it's clear at this, if I can say. When you look at the facts of the numbers of the votes, the numbers cannot lie. The only votes which Uhuru and Ruto wanted or needed to be successful were not many, which they got from Nyanza in Kisii region. They got some from Western. They got some from coast, from a few votes which they got from other places could facilitate their win. So, but the bottom line, what do you have from where you come from in the basket before you go to seek for this other vote? Like now, for example, in the Rift Valley, notwithstanding like someone say there is Kajiado, there is all these other counties, but the fact is the Rift Valley always votes more to Ruto. They support Ruto. So if Ruto is going to get, let's say, 90% of the Rift Valley, and they get maybe 70% of the central province, he is most likely to get these other votes from the other places to make him president. That's what I was saying. I did not say that he must win only at these two blocks and then become president. But the Ruto is a hustler. We all of us know. What I'm telling you guys is that prepare yourselves for the challenge. Don't think it's a walkover, and it's not going to be easy.
Okay, and thank you that you've responded to my question, and I want to agree with you. It's not a walkover, but just as there are many people who have changed their minds and they are supporting Baba from Mount Kenya region, there are very many chances that the same few people who voted for Uhuru Ruto from the other regions may have also changed their mind, and now they're on the side of Baba. That's my take on this. So it's true. I agree with you. It's not a walkover for both sides, but from the fact that I personally have never voted for Baba, and all those times, And this time I have the audacity to say it in a TV that I will vote for Baba. Is clear evidence that Baba this time has a head start than Raila and than Ruto. And Ruto has an uphill task now, because he no longer commands the majority of, he commands the majority of Mount Kenya region, but he doesn't have the total command of Mount Kenya region. He's not even sure of the voter turnout in Mount Kenya region. So I think, as you said, that it is true he has an upper hand in Mount Kenya region, but he's not as struggling as Baba. Baba may not have to struggle to get as votes as much as Ruto is struggling. That's my take. And about your narrative of Ruto's victory being taken away, I think that narrative is coming from UDA. And me, I think
no. Uhuru Mustafa was said, wait, let me just give you a direct answer.
Talking, Mr. MM, when you are talking, I was quiet, so may I finish?
No, ENM, you can't break the same rules. The same rules apply to everyone. I mean, you're breaking the same rules we are using to protect you.
I'm sorry, I remembered to answer him. The question he asked me.
Relax. When you unmute, before you are given a chance and you are protected with the same kind of rules, it's okay. It applies. Ni kama sheria ni kama msumeno, inakata kote kuwili. So when you also interfere with her, you're breaking the same rules. So just relax. She finishes, and of course, I want us to get out of there. Julia, finish your thoughts so that
Okay,
now we move on. The other people also need to share.
Thank you, Demba. To finish my thought, that narrative is most likely coming from the UDA camp. And when a side feels like they're about to lose, they begin calculating and making allegations of how their victory is going to be stolen from them. But me, I want to serve a warning to the Azimio camp. Let us not forget the same issues we had with IBC in 2017 and 2013 may come back. Let us be very careful. If you hear someone crying that something is about to be stolen from them, be very careful and be very wary, because you don't know what they're planning to do with the elections. So I won't buy that narrative that someone may take the victory from Ruto. In fact, I change it to be prepared that UDA camp may be planning something sinister, planning something sinister in the elections. That's my take, ENM.
Thank you so much, Julia. Now, just for purposes of information, when you have a government in place, there's no alternative information that can beat the government in intelligence. So if there's anything Ruto can do, the government is in place. Even those people who are with him know. In 2002, intelligence had already told Moi that hii kitu imeenda. They had already told him that hii kitu, there's no way you're going to get it. There was a wave in 2002. People were tired with the Moi rule, and then there was also the wave of the new emerging leaders who are coming in. Now, there's no wave this time round. There's not. They're trying to create it by talking about Wakenya huko madeni. They're trying to create that so that people are get tired like they were with Moi in 2002. There's no wave like that right now. Now there's no intelligence. They cannot plan anything unless they are planning a coup. But anything that is going to the vote, the government has. If the government has the intelligence, there's no way you can plan something out of it. So I want to submit that any fears about elections being stolen, I doubt. Now let's bring someone else so that at least we appreciate other people's thoughts. Duke, karibu.
Yes. I want to start by, first of all, I will give some comments to what most of you have said, and then I will give my submission. First of all, I want to respond to Kuria. Kuria said that there are individuals from their mountain who have never fought for Raila Odinga, and they are going to fight for him for the first time. So I also want to inform her that there are thousands of individuals like me who have only fought for Raila Odinga, and we are not going to fight him again. And if I give a case scenario of my family, we are a family of 8, that's 2 parents and 6 kids. In 2017, only my father fought for Uhuru Kenyatta. But right now, he is the only person who is going to fight for Raila Odinga. So it means that it is true that in Mountain there are people who are going to fight for Raila Odinga, but there are a lot of people across the country who have been fighting for Raila Odinga and are not going to fight for him again. Having said that, I want to respond to what Temba said. I hope he is listening. Temba said that an opposition has never won the presidency. And I wanted to ask him that in 2013, Raila Odinga was the deputy prime minister. Raila Odinga was the prime minister with half the ministries of the government. Actually, Uhuru Kenyatta was the deputy to Raila Odinga. Kalonzo Musyoka was the vice president. So it's actually the government which was running. So two individuals came and won. That's Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. And they were actually facing crimes against the 2007 election violence. But the fact which he did not say is this: in Kenya, no time a sitting president has supported somebody openly and that person has won the president of Kenya. It has never happened in Kenya. The first president died. Moi supported Uhuru Kenyatta openly. He did not win. In 2013, Kibaki did not support anybody openly. So in this time, Uhuru Kenyatta is supporting Raila openly. So that's also another fact which you ignored to give about that. Also, I want to respond to what Fidel said. He's not here, but I feel that I must comment on what he said because he actually spoke very bad. He said that...
Wait, Duke. You want to respond to everyone who spoke for the last 8 hours, and then now you still have your presentation for another.
I'm finishing, like I'm just summarizing. You see, I've actually commented about 3 people within less than a minute. You see, I'm not wasting time. So Fidel said that Kikuyus are against Uhuru Kenyatta because they were importing fake commodities, counterfeit goods, and Uhuru stopped that. And that's why they are against him. I wanted to ask him whether he has a business any running business in Kenya or company. And we were to compare the current costs and revenues of the business in Kenya. Today, if you have like a car wash business, you will end up paying to just electricity around about 30% of your revenue. It goes to electricity. So we have what Gashawa was saying is this: the Kikuyus have suffered most under Uhuru Kenyatta because most of them are business people. They're the one who owns most of businesses in Kenya. And it is very difficult to do business because we have a lot of taxes. There is a lot of unfriendly environment to do business. So if Fidel was to tell me the business he has in Kenya, and then he gives the evidence of the costs of doing business, the way they have increased, we have a country whereby a new KPRC pay period number was created. That was 501200. And if you are keen, Okiayo Umtata took that to court, that people are buying tokens, but the amount is going to somebody's account. So that's why the price of electricity has even doubled in Kenya as we speak today. Under the COVID pandemic, when other nations were giving people money, in Kenya, taxes increased. So that is what Kashawa was speaking today. And it did not disrespect the president in any way, because he was talking about facts. He never accused the president. He never said that he's taking Karijuana the way Raila was saying. Those are facts, and they are on the ground today. So having said that, I want to give my submission. And what I want to say is this. In September 7th, 1940, when Germany was bombarding nations in Europe, they have taken over Poland, Austria in days, France in weeks, and now they were bombing London. At that time, the House of Commons convened a meeting, and they wanted to surrender because they wanted to be defeated before it is done. But Churchill refused. He refused to say it is done until it's done. So I'm warning the Azimio members. They are speaking as if their win is almost certain. I'm warning you that I want you to wait and see when the government will be dissolved. That's when you will see the actual campaign we are going to conduct across Kenya as UDA. We know today President has some power and is harassing individuals who are affiliated to UDA. But in few months, actually weeks, you are going to see the actual truth. Lastly, I want to comment about the speech which was played here, the speech about Nyerere. He was actually speaking about individuals who are swaying their stands and moving from one political party to another. And he was actually referring to none other than Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. For instance, somebody like me, I've been a member of NASA. I've supported Raila, and we fought in 2017 when he told us that his victory has been stolen. But after some individuals have died fighting for the nation, for the justice, he changed posts and shook the hand of Uhuru Kenyatta, and everything was over. The same thing Uhuru Kenyatta has done. He has actually moved from the Jubilee to ODM. So he was speaking to those two guys. So I can end my submission there unless I have some questions.
Thank you, Duke, for your submission. Number one, I just want to highlight on some things that I think is a misrepresentation of fact. One, did Kibaki support Uhuru in 2013? Yes or no?
That one is a matter of debate. If you can play a clip where he supported him, open I can agree.
No,
For me,
wait,
no.
wait. I just want to
No. I can say no because I did not hear him supporting him.
Oh, you did
unless
not
you
hear.
have evidence.
So according to you, Kibaki did not support Uhuru in 2013, yeah?
Yes, he did not support him. And even if I assume we supported him for the sake of argument, Remember, Raila Odinga was a co-president. They were having equal power. So he was also part of the government. Do you remember that? And also, Kalonzo Musyoka was the vice president. So they were in the government.
So is it safe to say that Ruto right now is in the government?
Yes, but not with the same power which Raila Odinga was having in 2013. Remember, it was by the agreement, they were to divide the power equally. But Ruto now is a vice president, a deputy president, not a co-president.
So you're contradicting yourself, Duke. I would suggest that you
Where is the contradiction? Can you specify the contradiction?
Listen, you don't have to differ because you just want to differ, okay? Just listen to the questions, Vizuri, because it is from what you have presented. Okay, Raila Odinga was with Kibaki in 2013, right? And Kibaki supported, I mean, according to you, okay, assuming Kibaki didn't support any side, right? For the sake of argument, he supported Uhuru, but silently, right?
You can pick that to argue from your side. But also I
mean, you said he didn't support Uhuru openly, but it's possible he supported him silently, right?
So that's, we are talking about May, but we are not sure. Because I never heard him speak of that.
Okay. Okay, forget about that. Right now, the situation is pertaining in 2022. Ruto is the deputy president. Just like it was in 2013, the president went for someone else other than the one that they had an agreement with. In 2022, the president is going for someone else other than the one they had an agreement with. In 2013, the person who the president went for then won. In 2022, in your argument, is that the person the president is going for now is not going to win, right?
No. You have contradicted yourself. What I said is this, listen again. In 2013, Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister of Kenya, right?
Yeah, I'm drawing the parallels. And in 2022,
no,
and in 2022,
no, yeah, what I mean is this. They were, it's like you were controlling the instrument of power equally.
Including what?
No, he was having half of the ministries. Do you remember that?
Which ministries was he controlling?
I can't specify right now, but
no,
the fact is,
when you say they were controlling equally, tell me which ones was he controlling?
Do you now want us to go to the history of the election violence and the agreement of Kofi Annan and what they agreed?
Was he in charge of security?
Huh?
Was he in charge of security?
No, I can't. No, he was not in charge of security.
Was he in charge of finances?
What I can say, if you are controlling half of the ministries, it's money which goes into ministries.
Let me give you
must have a control of that.
Let me give you information. In any government, there are 3 key ministries that the government cannot let go. And the president in power must control. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, right? So the ministry for security cannot go to any other person other than the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Key ministry. Ministry number 2, interior. That's security ministry. Cannot go to any other person other than the president. Ministry number 3, finance. Key ministry. Cannot go to anyone else other than the president. So tell me, did those ministries go to Raila?
You know, you are changing my argument. I said this.
There is
Okay,
no time in Kenya. Just a minute.
let me let
Let
it
me
pass.
complete the statement.
No, no,
Let me complete.
I heard you, but I'm letting it pass. Let me allow someone else to come in.
Just a statement. Let me
It's
complete
okay.
one statement.
It's okay, Duke. Okay, I didn't get you. Just let it
No, one
rest.
statement. I said
It's okay.
just
You
1
don't have to
minute.
repeat. You don't have to repeat. It's okay. Let someone else come in and maybe ask anybody with a question or a comment from the panelists. Okay, I didn't get him. Maybe someone else got him. And yes, John, come on.
Thank you so much. I have a question to him. He said in 2002, Moi came public and supported Uhuru, but he never won. Let me ask you this question. My question is, Moi alikuja in public kumsupport ama alimwachia aendeleze KANU? Was he endorsing Uhuru directly ama alimwachia KANU as aendelee? Another thing, when you say that deputy president wa Kenya ana mamlaka yenye alikuwa nayo as a deputy, and currently we are terming him as the deputy president of Kenya, why is he in office? Why is he now in office and car served by the government of Kenya, is given the same salary, and yet you are here telling us ana mamlaka yenye alikuwa nayo? Ayo yenye alikuwa nayo ni nani alipewa?
Okay, let me answer you directly. First of all, President Moi supported Uhuru Kenyatta openly, and to some extent he campaigned for him. That's a fact. Number two, what I was saying is, I did not say that the deputy president does not have power. What I said is this. Raila Odinga was having more power in 2013 than the power William Ruto has, because in 2013, Raila Odinga was the prime minister. Under the Annan agreement, it was to be, the government was to be divided equally. And to add on that, they combined with Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the vice president, to compete against individuals who were not part of the government. And I said, Themba also listened to this, I said that Kibaki was neutral. So I have not said that Kibaki supported Uhuru Kenyatta silently. That was your statement, not mine.
You didn't answer my question. You said clearly, if there is somebody who had that, Ruto, by now, he has no power as a deputy president. My question is, the powers that he had since 2013, 2017 to now, who was given those powers? Yet, right now, the deputy president, but has the under his powers, who was given those powers?
You are not understanding. I'm comparing the powers of the deputy president and the powers of the prime minister.
And
those are individuals. In 2022, William Ruto is a deputy president. He is contesting. In 2013, Raila Odinga was a prime minister, dividing the government equally as Kibaki, and they ran with Kalonzo Musyoka, who was the vice president. I'm comparing the two between the power Raila Odinga was having 2013 and the power Ruto has 2013 today as a deputy president. So for me, Raila was having more power compared to Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto as per 2013. So I can consider them part of the government. So I can say in 2013, the government was defeated by outsiders. From my point of view, Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto were outsiders in 2013 government. That's my statement.
Yeah, I quit my case because you're not understanding me. Can somebody ask the same question from another?
Yeah, you see, he's saying that you know, Duke. Sometimes you talk and I smile. He's saying Uhuru Kenyatta and Pole, you don't have to be upset. Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto were outsiders. The two are deputy prime ministers in the same government.
It's Uhuru Kenyatta who was the deputy prime minister, not William Ruto.
Yeah, Uhuru was a deputy prime minister. Yeah, you're right. He was a deputy prime minister, so he was in that government.
Who was he deputizing? He was a deputy to who? And between a deputy and the
I'm
person
agreeing with you. You know what I'm saying is, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, if Raila was in government, was Uhuru out of government?
No.
So it was government running the show, isn't it?
But I was considering in
No.
the
Let's
government
move
who was
slowly.
having more power.
Wait, you.
Yes.
You'll make a lot of. You cannot have an erroneous argument and you reach as a right conclusion.
Continue.
If you say that Raila was in government, his deputy was also in government.
Yes.
Good. So if the government was running against itself and one person won, that's okay, right?
You have to consider the extent of powers. The two individuals were not having equal positions and equal powers.
Okay,
For
fair
instance,
enough. That's a good argument also. Now let's come to 2022.
Yes.
Uhuru has more power than Ruto, right?
Yes.
Just like the prime minister had more power than the deputy prime minister, right?
Yes.
And therefore Uhuru has more power than Ruto.
Yes.
And Uhuru is with Raila. So it is a government against itself, right?
Yes.
So you see now you're erroneous and you're saying yes.
No,
Yes,
you have to be very clear of your arguments. The fact is,
hold
listen
on,
to me
Pavel,
very
calm
carefully.
down.
You said,
Calm down,
okay.
Duke. Calm down.
Yes.
Julia.
Yes, let's change the topic. I think now.
No. You are trying to contradict me and you don't have facts. What I've said is very clear. I've not contradicted myself.
Okay, Duke, thank you. I don't want you to get worked up. I'm enjoying this argument. I want to take you back to, you talked about Gachagua, and you said Gachagua had the right to say what he said. He was saying the truth. So I want you only to answer me with yes or no. And don't expand. Don't expound. One, has Gachagua been mentioned? Or may I ask the question? May I ask the question
it's
before
wrong to limit
you respond?
you ask a question and answer. Don't tell me the answer to give you. So you ask a question, so I answer it. So don't me ask a question and limit the way.
My question expects yes or no. So if you're not going to yes or no, don't answer. So has Gachagua been mentioned in corruption cases? You should just say yes or no. Mr. Duke?
You guys, you make us
okay.
answer. Mr. Temba, give me a chance.
Is that a fair question?
Okay, I want God.
Julia.
Yes.
He has chosen not to answer. So endelea na hiyo swali lingine.
Wacha niendelee na hilo swali lingine. Now, because this other one you may not also answer me yes or no, it is in the public limelight that the owner of Kiroche confessed having not been paid taxes, and she said that she's negotiating with KRA to allow her to pay the taxes, to reopen the company and pay the taxes, which means she admitted she had not been doing the right thing. And that is the person Gachagua was defending, plus many more companies. So Gachagua today spent time attacking the president through KRA. And me, I was asking myself, does the president work in KRA? The answer is no. You know, the president is the president of the Republic of Kenya. But these organizations, there are so many people in charge of them. So whatever KRA is doing, there are people who are guilty and others may not be guilty. They need to be proven guilty. So I think Gachagua brought that motion in the wrong forum. Now, I don't want you to answer me, Duke, but because you talked about Gachagua, I want to talk about him too. He spent time talking about KRA and what KRA has done, has victimized who. And I was asking myself, we only have 2 candidates so far for the president's seat. We have Ruto and we have Baba. So I was asking myself, where is Baba coming in with KRA? I was just asking myself, this Gachagua, why he can't tell us what UDA will do, what Baba cannot do. And if they are attacking KRA, the president, the deputy president, who is the same meeting, is working for the same government. So we can pin him down for the ills of KRA. He should tell us what is happening in KRA. He's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So I wanted to say that what Gachagua said today did not score any points. It was just unwarranted. It was not necessary. And he lacked decorum. He lacked decorum. I saw politicians who were so uncouth and uncultured. I was expecting more from that meeting because I only said those things, Mr. Duke, because you didn't want to answer my questions. So that's my take about Gachagua. As you have your take, that's my take about Gachagua. Whatever he said was not warranted, was uncouth and uncultured. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you Duke make your closing thought on that thought so that we move on? I mean, we cannot be there forever.
First of all, what Washawa said is this. You know, I know the case of Karanja, the one with the brewery. First of all, the issue is this. The company has financial issues and it has been unable to pay taxes. And it's a fact. But the company went to court and asked for a grace period because under the COVID period, like the brewery industry was closed. So it asked for an extension of the period so that they can open the business and generate some income to pay the taxes. So that's not a question. But you can't close a company when you can't close one company select free when we have several companies. And Gachagua was very categorical. He talked about the bank of Uhuru Kenyatta, which has not paid taxes. Because he's the president, should also pay taxes.
Wait, Duke. When did the Keroche breweries start having taxes issues?
I cannot specifically say, but I cannot specifically say when.
So why do you talk on an issue that you don't know a background of? I mean, if I were you,
you know, you can talk. You can have information about issues, but you cannot have specific dates and time of issues.
Wait, Duke. Just for your purposes, for your. I mean, you look like a young man who loves reading. All right. Kindly, before coming to the debate, you will help the debate a lot more if you don't just come because Gachagua has said, because so and so has said. Do your own personal research and get to know where even propaganda requires some level of intelligence, okay? Some level of truth. You can't just comment on what a politician has said on the podium. Go back, counter check what they have said. For me, that's what I do. Even when Baba comes, wait, don't unmute. If you unmute, I'll throw you out because I don't want to, whatever. I'm just trying to tell you that before we come on the podium, I mean on the platform, once you're a politician, you don't say you don't support him. Support him. Get to know, have the facts. Okay, this is what was said, but hapa aliongeza kidogo. Unaona? Such that ukikuja hapa tukikuuliza swali, unasema Keroche, nikikuuliza swali ya Keroche unasema, unajua hata sijui. That now is where now the rubber meets the road. You heard what the politician said, then you go back and check when was Keroche. Even if, I mean, okay, even research, even YouTube, if you go, the lady herself said, this thing happens to her every time the politics is about to happen. You know, in 2000, and she said that happened to her in 2013. It happened to her in 2007. It happened to her in 2013. And it happened to her in 2017. She said that. You go, it's on YouTube. So it's not something that is happening in 2022. Now, my plea to you, you don't have to, I'm not giving you more time on that, Duke. Because my
My problem is that when you come here, you're commenting on what Gachagua said. If you ask you a question, I don't have to know. When I ask you, did you know what Kibaki happened? You say, no, I don't even know. I ask you a simple question. How many ministries were under Raila? I don't know. How many ministries were under Kibaki? I don't know. So why are you coming with the same propaganda that has been propagated on a political podium? You are not helping us. Now let's have someone else move out of that, because I really don't think it's helping. We need to start closing. So I'll give us about 2 minutes, everyone, so that we close. We relax. We get ready for other debates later today. So we start with Maggie, dakika mbili, Julia, Princess, John, hivyo hivyo tukuje tukimalizia.
Asante sana Bwana Themba, lakini nimekubali leo debate ilikuwa moto, imebeba wa UDA UDA. Hawa UDA nimepata ni waongo sana, and they really want to take the credit in which they will never get that credit. Ni waongo tu kama huyo leader wao. Leader wao ni promise after promise, promise after promise. I think Kenyans are getting fed up with fake promises because we want to move ahead. So hizi mapromise mwanaleta hii sijui ilikuwa nini, what, it is not adding up. It is high time now. Let us focus on something truthful, tangible, which is going to bring something, very fruitful things in front of the table for us Kenyans. You know, I think both of us here remaining here, everybody probably are outside the country. For what? Why not working in our country? Why not looking for that money in our country? Just because the promises we have been given are not working. So we are going to look for other means outside. It's quite painful. And some people are still pulling us behind just to take all those nonsense we cannot actually tolerate. I'm so sorry about that. But let us look into everything wisely. Let us vote somebody who can make Kenya a country we want to be. Thank you very much, Bwana Themba.
Julia?
Okay, thank you. So Duke and UDA, first, companies pay taxes on profits declared. So this person is being asked taxes for profits she declared and she did not pay. So she's not been asked to pay taxes for when she had losses and when her company was not running. Secondly, about the debates today was about Kabogo, Kuria. Kabogo, Kuria, and the UDA camp, Gashawas, and all the others have scandals, corruption scandals, and even the deputy president himself. So they are birds of the same feather. So I don't think it was a gain on that. The only person who seems misplaced is Wamatangi, but he has his own reasons to be there. About Malala, I think that is just UDA little drama. I won't take him seriously. Malala in the DP slot, I'll not even pay attention to that. About the Baba trip, I hope Baba makes the best of this trip and informs the rest of the world about genuine things about our country. Now, finally, somebody came here, I think that was Simeon or Simon. I don't know whether it's Simon or somebody else, then said that Mount Kenya region people love God and they are very religious. So I also want to remind them that we can't judge who loves God, who does not love God in this country. I think we leave that to God. We will not talk about regions. We will not say this region or that region or the other region. But as for loving God, then I think I also love God in my own way. I don't think I am holy. I can't claim I'm righteous. But if UDA people and Ruto believes in the Bible that I read, I will leave these people with a quote, with few quotes. First, the Bible says that there are 7 things that God hates. 1, men whose feet rush to evil, those who sow discord among brethren, those who devise wicked plans, and those that shed innocent blood. So I want the DP and his people to read that word again, that God hates people who shed innocent blood. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just sharing a word from the word of God that seems popular in this country, that God hates people who shed innocent blood, those who sow discord among brethren, those whose feet rush to evil, and those who devise wicked plans. Secondly, David was really suffered in the hands of Saul, those who read the Bible again. And David had many opportunities to kill Saul. But David said, the Bible says, don't touch the anointed of the Lord. So if you touch the anointed of the Lord, there are consequences. I want to wind up by saying, somebody from UDA or from Azmio here said that it is so hard to become president. There are so many factors that determine you becoming president. And if UDA people claim to be so religious, let them go back to where they started reading the Bible. Let them find out who gets blessing of becoming president, who gets the anointing. The Bible says, don't touch the anointed of the Lord. And God hates men that shed innocent blood, those whose feet rush to evil, those who devise wicked plans, and those that sow discord among brethren. Thank you, Mr. Demba.
Thank you so much, Princess Diana.
Asante sana Bwana Temba, lakini nimelilia ndugu yangu mwingine alikuwa hapo, hata angeongea kuzungumza kwa niaba yangu, lakini sasa ulikataa. Wacha nizungumze tu. Nawashukuru nyinyi nyote, Maggie, Julia, Selina, Duke, Guru and John. Duke ungali ndugu yangu tu, ni siasa tu tuko nayo hapa, lakini tukimaliza siasa tutakutana kule Kisii, tunywe yale tutakunywa, usijali. Lakini nikiongea kuhusu Wamatangi, Kuria au wote, nimesema tutapita katikati, msiwe na wasiwasi. Julia, hapo tumepita katikati. Nyoro tuko ndani, hakuna kitu watatutisha nayo. Mimi baba kwenda ng'ambo nafurahia sana, wacha aende ng'ambo, arudi na mazuri, aende haribu yale mambo yote yale yalikuwa yameenda kuharibika huko, watalii wakuje Kenya. Duke, nilisikia ukizungumza kuhusu habari ya, hii ndio sasa yangu ya mwisho. Ulizungumza kuhusu habari ya kwamba nyakati makamu wa rais alikuwa nyakati ile 2007 makamu wa rais hakuwa na chochote, ndio sababu hakukuwa anaweza, yani ndio na walienda wakapata kura. 2007 Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta alikuwa ni prime minister. Makamu wa rais sasa hivi alikuwa ana ministry, sio alikuwa amepewa ministry, na sasa hivi wao wawili waligawa ministry katikati na Uhuru. Kwa hivyo utaniambia ya kwamba Raila alikuwa na uwezo zaidi. Raila pia waligawa tu katikati ministry vile nyakati huu Ruto wamekuja wakagawa na Kenyatta. Ako pale kama vile Uhuru yuko tu pamoja. Kwa hivyo ministry alichukua nusu kwa nusu. Kwa hivyo huwezi niambia hayuko kwa serikali. Ako na nusu vile tu Raila alikuwa na nusu. Hakuna uwezo wengine unaniambia walikuwa wanatoshana. Hakuna kutoshana ile walikuwa wanatoshana. Ni ministry. Na ministry Ruto ako na nusu na Uhuru ako na nusu. Kwa hivyo yuko kwenye serikali. Lakini tungoje kushindana, atashindwa tu. Hiyo usijali. Narudi kwa Wakenya wenzangu. naomba tupige kura kwa amani, umoja, upendo na undugu. Tukienda kwenye kura tumalizie na hayo, na ugatuzi tujue pia ipo. MCA wako ndio mtu wa kwanza wa karibu nawe, tupige kura. Ni hayo tu Bwana Themba, nashukuru.
Okay, asante. John, dakika mbili tafadhali.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tempa. The first thing ningeambia ndugu yangu, this is politics. That is Mr. Duke. Nilikuwa nataka kukujuliza hivi, kukuambia hivi. Karanja, the Karanja owned company owns a debt of for more than 16 years. That is 22 billion. As a patriot, you need to pay taxes to the government so that the government can provide the social services that you need. That is it. Now, to that extent, even that political seat that she was, she's expected to fire for, she doesn't even qualify. She's no patriot to our country. Another thing, Azimio, we are moving to the right direction. We will form the next government. Whether you like it, whether wataiba, Baba will be in that seat. If Baba will be on that seat, I know everything. Hizo vitu mnasikia hata wengine hawalipi taxes, they're gonna be on a straight line. Thank you, and everybody wenye wanarara, good night. Na all in all, tutabaki kuwa wa Kenya, we maintain unity. Thank you.
Thank you so much John. Wale ambao mnataka kuingia studio, hakuna kuingia studio, mnajua hivyo nyinyi wote. Sasa why are you trying to come to the studio right now? Endeleeni kupiga kelele huko kwa comment section. If you are still there and you want to come, piga hapo, tutasoma tu. So you don't have to, at this time tukifunga huwa tuingizi watu. Hata ule mtu ana drop kutoka hapa, you don't bring him back. That's how it is. Guru, are you there? Okay, Guru, ayuko. Naita watu. I don't remove people kama sijawajulisha. You guys know how it works here. Right now, at least, yule analia ametolewa, yeye amejitoa tu ajisota. I don't remove people kabla sijawajulisha. Selina Sego, are you there? Aye.
Yeah, tena Temba.
Karibu nikutupe hivyo. Haya, dakika mbili.
Okay, nikimalizia najua nataka kushukuru wenzangu na kwamba nafikiria hii miezi 5 imepaki. Nataka tu kuomba Wakenya tupige kura kwa amani. Najua baba tunangoja kujua vile atatuambia akiwa London. Tunajua anatuongoza vizuri. Sitaki kuongea kuhusu KKK. Wacha watulie, wacha waendelee. Tunajua ushindi ni wetu. Tunajitengeneza, tunaambia wamama tuanze kutengeneza Azimio vitenge za kusherekea, kwa sababu sisi siku hiyo tutakuwa na ushindi kubwa, na hata saa hii tunaendelea. Asante, mulale salama wale tunaenda kulala, wale wameamka kama wewe inakuwa asubuhi. Tunashukuru unakaa. Najua saa hii ni watu wengine ni karibu asubuhi, but tunashukuru. So good night.
Inshallah. Duke, dakika mbili za mwisho.
Okay, for me, I want to say this. First of all, I want to discourage all of you from consuming secondary information. You have to know how to have your primary information. For instance, I explained to you how you can do your own survey, or what I can say opinion poll. For instance, if you are in a rural area, I do that every day. You can walk and meet like 20 people and ask them their stand, and you can convert into percentage. And then you do that one like 5 times your average. So the ground is what will decide. So if people, maybe you go to a rally, you're asked, you For example, if near Trisarali where people go, you are paid 3,000. A lot of people will go there. So don't be moved by the crowd you see on the media. So the actual outcome will depend on the number of people who report from the ground. And I am encouraging you to do your own personal survey, you as a person, and be honest to yourself. Don't get it from the media, and you will actually have the right perspective of what's going on.
Thank you, Duke. I agree with you that we need to research more. I wish you would apply that advice to yourself. Politicians give propaganda. Don't listen to them too much, and then you come do your own. Seek information. Don't do the work so much preoccupied with asking people whom they'll vote for until you forget to seek information that is helpful. For example, Keroche breweries is information you can find online. It's all over. You can go to YouTube. She has explained her problems. You can go look for Kibaki 2000, and it's in history books. If you're a person interested in political science, you'd want that as it's government and politics and government of Kenya. You'll get that. It's already there. And that is part of what has been documented. So you can go and look for that out. You don't have to come and look so like you have a script. If you are just asked a question out of that script, you're done. But anyhow, wait. No questions, Duke. We are closing. It's okay.
Yes, 1 second.
Time to close.
If I ask you, when was Raila Odinga born? You cannot answer that instant.
No, Duke. Duke, relax. You're now heckling. Thank you so much, everybody, for you choosing to come in today. And thank you, Mini Kwana Studio. Then when Themba is in, I'll join. Oh, watch, I acknowledge some people on the comment section. I can see Sarah. Sarah is in the comment section. David Olo, anasema people like Duke really make me realize how low we are. Now should we educate? Yeah, Duke sometimes is a disappointment to the process of going to seeking education, because education allows you to open your mind to a lot of other things that you need to do. In fact, when you're graduating, especially in Kenya, they tell you are given the power to read. These are times you read, but you don't have the power. But when you're finishing, they tell you, we give you the power to read and do all that appertains. Now, some of us just seek to do, but not read. So it becomes a problem. So, yeah, keep teaching, you can come. You can come. We've looked for you. Alex, so mbona unaenda kwa comment kwanza kunigonga? Ni sawa tu, mimi nakubali. Siku hizi ukitupa mawe mimi najenga flat. Kuna flat moja tulipewa huko Kenya. Kuna shamba nilipewa huko Kenya, iko na buloti maguta nilinunua. Julia, unajua buloti maguta za kule kwenyu? I was given a quarter acre. So tupa hizo mawe zote, zikikuja mimi natuma huko zinajenga. Geoffrey Maganga, asante. Anderson Natse, DA. Tunasema tuseme baba anakuja, narudi lini? Yeah, we will give that information tomorrow when the itinerary na ile siku baba atakuwa anarudi Kenya. Najua baba hatarudi hata sneak kama jamaa mwingine ninajua. Atakuja kupokelewa. Baba saizi ni the 5th. In fact, the 4th arrive Jacaranda, ndio the 5th akakuja. That kind of thing. Yani that's he's now, he's only waiting for us to vote, then he gets voting ni kwenda confirm. We are going to confirm. Julia, it's not yet done until it's done. Ukiona Kisumu tuliambiwa get out hiyo siku kwenda kuvote. So tunangoja tu kuvote, that to confirm that is the one. Kiprotich, Davido, Gitash Day, George Gakure. George Gakure, asante sana. Najua wewe ni mtu wa UDA lakini umeona umekuwa embarrassed na mtu wako Duke Mariba. Next time mtumie mwa Kenya ndiye akikuja akuje kama anajua maswali yatakuja. Desai, asante. Na wengine wote. We cannot say it more how much we appreciate your presence, John, Selina Sego, Ziana, Princess Ziana, Julia, na Maggie. We really appreciate the panelists and always coming to engage in this beautiful discourse. This is a place where we meet to exchange how we understand it. You know, it is how we understand. So necessarily nobody has sent us here. Nobody is paying anyone here. We're just coming to exchange our views on because we are interested in the governance and leadership in Kenya and how Kenya should be. So thank you so much. And I keep repeating this for the reason that is, anytime you come, you only need a phone, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Kuja hapa kama uko tayari ku learn, because there's so much you can learn from this forum. And tafadhali remember to subscribe to Motembei TV. Go to the channel, at least try if you haven't subscribed. Normally, if you haven't subscribed, it will not allow you to give a comment. So if you want to give a comment, go there and subscribe. And again, unapo subscribe kwa Motembei TV, kumbuka pia niko na show yangu na my daughter. Tafadhali, kama hujanisubscribia, enda pale unisubscribie tafadhali. Please, please, nataka ni beg. Inaitwa December and Lulu show. Enda pale YouTube, subscribe to tafadhali. Mimi nina beg, wende pale, wacha ni beg. Go there and subscribe. I've posted it. Finally, tukimalizia tunamalizianga na wimbo wa taifa na the first answer. Kwa wale ambao wanafunga show hapo wanaelewa. Akina Princess Ziana, Julia, Maggie, Selina Sego wanajua John leo ndiye amekuja hapa kufunga show mara ya kwanza. Tunamaliza na wimbo wa taifa, and it is the first answer of wimbo wa taifa. So John, tafadhali tupatie ombi ya mwisho, na ombi ni wimbo wa taifa. Twende kazi.
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Usiimbe.
Utaki niimbe? Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha na tupate na ustawi.
Asanteni sana. Bila shaka tunasema kwamba lazima tuwe mandugu, hata tunapokosana katika mawazo, tunakuwa na mawazo tofauti, lakini sisi ni mandugu. Manake tusipokuwa mandugu hatutaweza kulinda haki za kila mmoja wetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Alafu mwishowe tutapata raha na ustawi. Tuonane tena majaliwa leo baadaye saa 3 kamili, kama kuna jambo lolote litakuwa limetokea.
Sisi wote ni mandugu, sisi wote ni wa Kenya.
Yeah, sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Wacha tuone baba ameshaenda ng'ambo, tujue watu wa UDA watakuwa wapi, mambo na kama hayo tutawapatia itinerary ya baba na ile siku atarudi. Tuonane tena majaliwa. God bless you.
Tujulishe baba akirudi, tuone vile atashangiliwa na vingelegele na
inshallah. Shangwe na nderemo.